Welcome, dear friends, and thank you for choosing to spend your precious time with us this evening. We hope you've basked in the delights of a beautiful spring day. Tonight, let our stories carry you away to magical and peaceful places, all from the comfort of our cozy setting, where a gentle fireplace flickers in the background. Embrace the warmth and tranquility as we cherish the importance of relaxation and sweet dreams on these serene spring nights. Story 1. Once upon a dreamy summer evening, as the sun dipped behind the emerald canopy of leaves, a wondrous gathering took place in the heart of an ancient forest. The air, thick with the earthy aroma of moss, carried the whispers of the wind through the entwined branches above. Moss-covered boulders, twisted roots, and hollow logs served as seats for the woodland creatures who came to listen to the teachings of old oak, the wise elder tree whose towering presence had weathered countless seasons. Soft breezes carried the scents of wildflowers and damp earth, serenading the assembly with nature's gentle symphony. Fireflies flickered like tiny lanterns, their golden lights dancing among the ferns. A family of rabbits, their velvet ears perked in rapt attention, nestled together upon a bed of pine needles. Overhead, a barred owl perched silently on a gnarled branch, its dark eyes shining with ancient knowledge, as if it could see beyond the veil of time itself. As the first stars began to twinkle through the leafy boughs, old oak's weathered bark seemed to stir with life. In a voice as rich and deep as the roots that bound him to the earth, he began to speak of the delicate balance that governed the forest realm. His words were a balm to the soul, resonating with a wisdom that transcended the ages. My children, his words rumbled like distant thunder. The seasons ebb and flow in a cycle as old as time itself. Each turning of the wheel brings its own gifts and challenges which we must honor and adapt to. Just as the spring rains nourish the awakening buds, so too must you open your hearts to change and renewal. The creatures listened, entranced, as old oak regaled them with tales of nature's resilience and the importance of coexisting in harmony. He spoke of the rejuvenating power of the vernal equinox, when the earth's magic hummed with fertile potential. He described the summer solstice, that blazing pinnacle when life danced in lush abundance beneath the sun's warmest rays. His stories were woven with the colors of each season, painting vivid images in the minds of his audience. Yet even as the summer bears her bounty, you must prepare for the season of diminishing light, he cautioned. The autumn winds will strip the sheaths from the nuts and scatter the leaves like 1,000 crisp whispers upon the forest floor. This is nature's slumber, a time of rest and reflection before the dark depths of winter. As if on cue, a chilly breeze gusted through the glade, swirling the fallen leaves in a flurry of red and gold. The creatures huddled closer, many pulling warm pelts and layers of bark about themselves. Old oak told then of the winter solstice and its strange, magical properties. On that longest night, when the stars are etched like glimmering embroidery across the black velvet sky, wondrous forces are at work. The veil between this realm and the one of pure energy grows perilously thin. Tread wisely and with open hearts, for it is a time of powerful omens and portents. The white-tailed deer stamped her slender hooves, eyes wide with mingled awe and apprehension. A red squirrel paused from nibbling his nut, tiny chest puffed in excited wonder. Even the ancient oak's massive branches seemed to shiver in anticipation of that mystical power. Whether Midsummer's Eve or the rare ephemerine blossoms that open for but a single night, old oak's voice rolled on like a soothing tide. There are many such magical phenomena tied to the turning seasons and celestial rhythms. By living in balance and deep reverence for nature's cycles, you will bear witness to her most guarded mysteries. The nightingale then trilled a lilting cascade of notes, as if giving voice to the woodland's most ethereal frequencies. Shadows danced across the leaf-strewn floor as a cloud scudded across the plum moon, briefly dimming its silvery luminance. For a heartbeat, the entire forest seemed to hold its breath in a suspended hush, the creatures uniting their spirits with the ever-turning cycles of the natural world. As the assembly began to disperse, a young badger lingered behind, his dark eyes shining with admiration and yearning. He had always felt a connection to the forest that went beyond the physical, a pull that seemed to come from somewhere deep within the earth. Noble oak, the badger murmured, shuffling his flat feet. I am but at the beginning of my days, and still have so much to learn. Will you grant me the honor of being your apprentice? I wish to steep myself in nature's rhythms and gather your ancient wisdom as a squirrel stores nuts for the winter moons. The ancient tree seemed to smile through the craggles in his bark, leathery leaves rustling in a warm breeze. Look always with eyes of wonder and an open heart, young badger. The greatest secrets of this emerald realm have been here since the dawn of time, awaiting those few souls who can attune themselves to nature's eternal song of beauty, sacrifice, and resilience. Your journey will be filled with challenges, but also with moments of profound understanding. As the badger ambled off through the shadowed glades, he fancied he could sense the wild magic pulsing in cadence with his own ebbing and flowing life force. The forest, he knew, would never cease to amaze with its healing splendors and spiritual mysteries. He felt a newfound sense of purpose, a determination to learn and grow, much like the ancient trees that stood tall around him, their roots entwined with the secrets of the earth. The path ahead was winding and uncertain, but he embraced it with an open heart, ready to discover the wonders that lay hidden in the heart of the forest. Story 2. In the heart of a tranquil valley surrounded by whispering woods and shimmering streams lay the quaint village of Willowbend. This village was a tapestry of life, where the simple cottages, snug with thatched roofs and chimney stacks, sent curls of smoke up into the crisp, starlit sky. The air was filled with a gentle enchantment, not in grand gestures, but in the subtle, everyday miracles that infused warmth into the villagers' hearts. The villagers of Willowbend were a peaceful people, known far and wide for their kindness and hospitality. Every doorstep boasted a pot of blooming flowers, and the aroma of freshly baked bread lovingly wove its way through the cobblestone streets. However, a curious mystery had begun to ripple through the village, tickling the minds of everyone, young and old. This enigma began one early autumn morning, when the first golden leaves fell like gentle rain, carpeting the village in hues of amber and ochre. The village baker, a jovial man named Thistle, with hair perpetually dusted with flour and a smile as warm as his ovens, discovered something peculiar. Each dawn he would find the loaves of bread he had carefully set to rise the night before, shaped into whimsical patterns, swirls and stars, spirals and hearts. These transformations were charming, if not slightly bewildering. Thistle's friend, a young girl named Lila, with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart full of curiosity, took a keen interest in these strange happenings. Lila was known for her cleverness and her ability to see what others often overlooked. She had a special knack for understanding the language of nature, and the gentle creatures of the forest were her friends. Determined to unravel the mystery, Lila decided to seek the wisdom of the elder tree, the oldest and wisest tree in the woods. Its branches stretched wide, providing shelter and comfort to all who sought its counsel. As Lila approached, she marveled at the dappled sunlight that danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. "Dear elder tree," Lila began, her voice a soft whisper, "can you help me understand the magic that is shaping the baker's loaves?" The elder tree rustled its leaves in thoughtful consideration. "Ah, young Lila," it replied in a voice like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "The answer lies not in what is seen, but in what is felt. Open your heart to the whispers of the night, and listen to the stories they weave." Intrigued by the elder tree's advice, Lila thanked it and made her way back to the village, pondering its words. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds, Lila took a seat on the stone wall that bordered the village square. She closed her eyes, letting the cool night air wrap around her like a soft blanket, and listened. The gentle hoot of an owl echoed from the nearby woods, and the distant sound of a babbling brook provided a soothing melody. As Lila attuned herself to the rhythm of the night, she began to notice a faint, melodious humming. It was a sound so soft and ethereal, she wondered if it was merely the breeze playing tricks on her ears. Guided by the mysterious melody, Lila tiptoed through the village, following the sound as it grew clearer. It led her to a grove just beyond the village, where moonlight spilled across the ground like liquid silver. There, she found a gathering of tiny, luminescent creatures flitting about, their wings shimmering like the petals of a morning glory kissed by the dew. These were the glimmer sprites, known in folklore but seldom seen. They were gentle beings, drawn to places of joy and warmth, and they had made Willowbend their home. Lila watched in awe as they danced and sang, their voices weaving the very magic that had been shaping Thistle's bread. One of the sprites, noticing Lila's presence, fluttered over and landed softly on her shoulder. "Fear not, dear child," the sprite whispered, its voice like the tinkling of bells. "We have come to share our joy with those who dwell here. The bread we shape is our gift, a token of the happiness we find in this village." Lila's heart swelled with understanding and gratitude. She realized then that the sprite's magic was a reflection of the warmth and kindness that filled Willowbend. The patterns were not just whimsical designs, but symbols of harmony and friendship, crafted in gratitude for the hospitality of the villagers. The next morning, Lila shared her discovery with Thistle and the other villagers. They were delighted to learn of the glimmer sprites and their enchanting gifts. Thistle decided to leave a small bowl of honey near the hearth each night as a thank you to the sprites, for he knew they loved sweet things. As the days turned to weeks, the mystery of the enchanted bread became a cherished tale, often told by the fireside as the villagers gathered in the evening. Lila had learned that sometimes the most magical things happen when we open our hearts to the world around us and listen to its quiet melodies. As Willowbend flourished under the gentle magic of the glimmer sprites, Lila grew more curious about the world beyond her village. Her friendship with the sprites had opened a door to a deeper understanding of the world's mysteries. One day, she ventured into the woods, seeking not only the wisdom of the elder tree, but the stories of all the creatures that made the forest their home. She learned the songs of the nightingales and the secrets of the foxes, gaining a profound respect for the delicate balance of nature's wonders. During one of her wanderings, Lila met an old wanderer named Bram, whose cloak was as tattered as his tales were rich. Bram had traveled far and wide, collecting stories and wisdom from lands beyond the valley. He spoke of distant mountains, where the snow glowed with an inner light, and deserts where the sands sang in the wind. Fascinated by his tales, Lila invited Bram to stay in Willowbend for a while, hoping to learn from his vast experiences. Bram, in turn, was enchanted by the village and its people, finding a peace he had long sought in his travels. He shared with the villagers the art of storytelling, teaching them to weave their experiences into narratives that inspired and united. Under his guidance, Willowbend began hosting gatherings where everyone shared tales, both old and newly created, strengthening the bonds within the community. Lila's adventures became legendary, not only for her discoveries but for the way she shared them. She taught the children of Willowbend the language of the forest, encouraging them to see with their hearts as much as with their eyes. The villagers, inspired by Lila's insights, began to foster a deeper connection with the world around them, leaving offerings of seeds for the birds and planting flowers that attracted the bees. In the following years, Lila's influence extended beyond Willowbend. Travelers passing through would often stop to hear the stories of the village, and many stayed, drawn by the warmth and magic that seemed to linger in the air. The village square, once a quiet meeting place, became a vibrant hub of cultural exchange, where ideas and customs from distant lands melded with the traditions of Willowbend. One spring, a young artist named Elara arrived, her heart set on capturing the beauty she had heard so much about. She spent her days painting the village, rendering the cottages and streams with strokes that seemed to hum with life. Her work, inspired by Lila's tales and the serenity of Willowbend, soon adorned the walls of many homes, each piece a testament to the village's unique charm. Elara's presence sparked a new wave of creativity in the village. Inspired by her art, the villagers began to express their own stories through crafts and music. The village square was often filled with the sound of fiddles and flutes, while the aroma of new and exotic dishes wafted through the air, delighting the senses of all who gathered. And so, Willowbend continued to be a place of warmth and wonder, where mysteries were solved not by cleverness alone, but by kindness and a willingness to see the magic in everyday life. The glimmer sprites remained, their presence a gentle reminder that joy, when shared, multiplies and returns in the most delightful ways. As the village settled into the comforting embrace of another peaceful night, the stars twinkled above, and the gentle hum of the glimmer sprites filled the air, carrying dreams of friendship and magic to all who listened. Under the watchful eyes of the elder tree, the valley sighed contentedly, cradled in a world where the boundaries between the seen and the unseen were as thin as the veil of mist that kissed the morning ground. Thus, in the heart of Willowbend, wrapped in the cozy arms of magic and camaraderie, everyone slept soundly, knowing that the world was a wondrous place, full of gentle surprises and the promise of new adventures with each dawn. Story 3. In the heart of the ancient verdantwood forest, where the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and wildflowers, the creatures lived in harmony under the perpetual watch of towering oaks whose branches seemed to brush against the sky. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant greens and earthy browns, stitched together by the soft golden light that filtered through the canopy, creating a dappled pattern on the forest floor below. The soil, rich and loamy, cradled the roots of flora that thrived in this enchanted environment, each leaf and petal whispering tales of the forest's deep-seated magic. In this tranquil sanctuary, a gentle breeze carried the whispers of old stories, told and retold by the rustling leaves. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of birds, creating a symphony that echoed the eternal rhythms of nature. Among the forest's inhabitants was Bramble, a wise and kind-hearted hare with fur as soft as down and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of youth and the wisdom of the ages. Bramble lived near the babbling brook of echoes, which sang a soothing lullaby as it meandered through its rocky path. The brook's waters were clear as crystal, reflecting the sky and the canopy above like a mirror, and its banks were lined with wild mint and forget-me-nots, their scents mingling in a fragrant bouquet. Bramble's days were spent exploring the forest's secrets, befriending creatures of all shapes and sizes. His closest companion was a wise old owl named Thistle, whose feathers were mottled like the bark of the ancient trees, blending into the forest as if he were a part of it. Thistle had seen many seasons come and go, and his stories were as rich and deep as the roots of the forest itself. His eyes, large and deep as pools of wisdom, seemed to contain the mysteries of the world. Thistle's voice, when he spoke, was a gentle murmur, like the rustling of the leaves in a gentle breeze, and held the power to calm even the most agitated of souls. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn cast a rosy hue across the sky, Bramble noticed something unusual. The normally vibrant forest seemed a little less lively. The leaves drooped as if sighing under an invisible weight, and the air had a strange stillness. The usual chorus of birdsong was muted, as if the forest were holding its breath. Concerned, Bramble hopped to his usual meeting spot, a clearing carpeted with soft moss where Thistle awaited him. The clearing, a sacred place of gathering, was encircled by elder trees whose gnarled branches wove an intricate canopy overhead. "Something feels different today, Thistle," Bramble said, twitching his sensitive nose. "The forest seems quieter, as if it's holding its breath." Thistle hooted softly, a sound that resonated with the wisdom of countless nights. "Indeed, young Bramble, the forest speaks in whispers today. It is the season of the great balance, when the scales of nature must be tipped back to harmony." Bramble tilted his head, listening intently. "The great balance?" Thistle explained. "Every so often, the magic that binds our forest requires renewal. The elements of earth, water, air, and fire must align, and the creatures of the forest must play their part in this dance of harmony." As Thistle spoke, the wind picked up, carrying with it the scent of rain and the distant rumble of thunder. It was a reminder that nature's rhythms were at play, and the time for action was at hand. The sky above seemed to darken slightly, as clouds gathered with purpose, adding urgency to their mission. The air was charged with the electric anticipation of a storm, a reminder of the power and unpredictability of the natural world. Bramble, filled with determination, decided to gather the creatures of the forest. With Thistle's guidance, they would find a way to restore the balance and ensure the forest's well-being. The first stop was the Meadow of Whispers, where flowers of every color swayed gently in the breeze, their petals like a painter's palette. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the ground hummed with the energy of life. Each step Bramble took stirred the hidden life beneath the surface, the unseen roots and burrowing creatures that completed the intricate web of the forest. There, Bramble and Thistle found Petal, a cheerful squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves. Her nimble movements and bright eyes were a constant source of joy. Petal was busily gathering acorns when she noticed her friends approaching. Her bushy tail flicked with curiosity, and her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 adventures shared with her companions. "Hello, Bramble, and you too, Thistle," Petal chirped, her voice as lively as the brook. "What brings you here?" Bramble explained the situation, and Petal's eyes widened with understanding. "Oh, the great balance! I remember my grandmother speaking of it. She said that every creature, no matter how small, has a role to play." Together they set off to rally the forest's denizens. Along the way, they met Ripple, a wise old turtle who lived by the crystal pool. Ripple's shell was etched with intricate patterns, like a map of the stars reflecting in the water on a clear night. His presence was calming, his movements deliberate and steady. The pool itself was a place of reflection, its waters mirroring the sky above, a serene oasis amidst the lush chaos of the forest. "The crystal pool has seen many such times," Ripple said in his slow, deliberate manner. "We must gather at the sacred glade, where the elements converge." As they journeyed deeper into the forest, Bramble found himself reflecting on his own place within the grand scheme of things. He realized that though he was small, his actions carried weight. This newfound understanding gave him a sense of purpose he had never felt before. He was reminded of the stories told by the brook, of heroes and creatures who had once stepped up to ensure the forest's survival. The path was lined with fragrant ferns and mushrooms that glowed faintly in the dim light, like tiny lanterns guiding their way. The air was cool and refreshing, filled with the earthy aroma of the forest after rain. The journey was not merely a physical one. It was an awakening, a call to a deeper connection with the world around them. The forest, with its towering trees and hidden glens, seemed to open its heart to them, revealing secrets long held by the shadows. As they reached the sacred glade, a hush fell over the crowd. The glade was a circle of ancient stones, overgrown with moss and vines, where the air shimmered with an unseen magic. The elements were present in their full glory. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. The sound of water echoed softly. The earth underfoot was solid and reassuring, and a distant flicker of light hinted at the fireflies that would soon dance in the twilight. Thistle took his place upon a grand stone, his feathers catching the light as he spread his wings. "We are gathered here to restore the great balance," he began, his voice carrying the weight of tradition. "Each of us holds a piece of the puzzle, a thread in the tapestry of our world." Bramble, feeling the importance of the moment, stepped forward. "Let us work together, as we always have. With unity and care, we can bring back the harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in agreement, their hearts beating as one. Petal scampered to the center of the glade, her bushy tail twitching with excitement. "I'll spread the seeds of renewal," she declared, scattering acorns and nuts that would grow into new life. Ripple, moving with a graceful slowness, placed stones in a circle, creating a path for the water to flow freely and nourish the earth. The sound of trickling water filled the air, a soothing melody that spoke of life and growth. Bramble, with his keen sense of the land, dug small furrows in the soil, planting the seeds that Petal had sown. The earth felt warm and welcoming under his paws, promising new beginnings. In the midst of their efforts, a sudden gust of wind swept through the glade, carrying with it not only the fragrance of the forest, but also the distant echo of a melody, a tune that seemed both ancient and familiar. The creatures paused, entranced by the music that wove through the air like a silken thread. From the shadows emerged a newcomer, a fox named Ember, whose coat shimmered as if kissed by the embers of a dying fire. Her eyes held a depth of knowledge that suggested she had traveled far and seen much. Ember had been drawn to the glade by the call of the Great Balance, recognizing its significance to the forest's survival. "Welcome, Ember," Thistle greeted the fox, his voice resonating with warmth. "Your presence here is a blessing." Ember nodded gracefully, her movements exuding a quiet confidence. I have heard the call of the great balance, she said, her voice like the soft crackle of a campfire. I am here to lend my aid. As they resumed their work, Ember's nimble paws deftly arranged fallen branches into a protective barrier that encircled the glade, symbolizing the unity and strength of the forest's inhabitants. Her actions spoke volumes of her commitment to the forest's well-being, and her presence infused the gathering with renewed energy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the glade, the fireflies emerged, their lights twinkling like stars. They danced above the gathering, weaving patterns of light that mirrored the constellations above. Finally, Thistle spoke once more, his voice a gentle caress. The balance is restored. With each of us playing our part, we have ensured the forest's future. Let us remember this day and carry its lessons in our hearts. As the creatures dispersed, returning to their homes beneath the sheltering boughs, a sense of peace settled over the forest. The leaves whispered their gratitude, and the brook sang a song of renewal. The night was filled with the soothing sounds of nature in harmony, a lullaby for all who called the forest home. Bramble, feeling the warmth of friendship and the satisfaction of a job well done, nestled into his burrow beneath the roots of an ancient oak. His dreams were filled with visions of a vibrant forest, thriving with life and magic, and the gentle promise of another dawn. As he drifted off to sleep, the forest hummed its ancient lullaby, a soft reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. And so the verdant wood forest continued to flourish, its inhabitants bound by the wisdom of the ages and the enduring spirit of cooperation. For in the heart of nature, they had found the true magic of harmony, a gift that would last for all time. The forest, with its secrets and stories, remained an eternal guardian of life's delicate balance, a symbol of hope and unity in a world that thrived on the strength of its bonds. Some days later, Bramble found himself wandering alone, contemplating the recent events. He wandered to a part of the forest he seldom visited, the grove of echoing pines. Here the air was thick with the crisp scent of pine resin, and the towering trees stood like silent sentinels. The floor was carpeted with a soft bed of needles, a testament to centuries of growth and decay, the cycle of life in its purest form. As he hopped between the towering trunks, Bramble's thoughts turned inward. The events of the Great Balance had stirred something within him, a yearning to understand more of the forest's mysteries. He realized that his curiosity was not just a trait of his youth, but a calling, a need to be in tune with the world around him. In a small clearing, Bramble paused, his nose twitching as he sensed another presence. It was Elder Moss, a venerable badger with a coat as gray as the morning mist. Elder Moss was known for his deep knowledge of the forest's history, a keeper of tales long forgotten by others. Elder Moss, Bramble greeted with respect, his ears perked to catch every word the badger might share. What brings you to the grove of echoing pines? Elder Moss's eyes twinkled with the light of shared secrets. Ah, Bramble, I often come here to listen to the echoes of the past, he replied, his voice a deep rumble that resonated through the grove. These trees have witnessed more than we can ever imagine. Intrigued, Bramble sat beside the wise badger, eager to learn. Tell me, Elder Moss, what stories do these pines hold? The badger chuckled softly, a sound like the gentle roll of distant thunder. Many tales, young Bramble, tales of change and growth, of the endless dance of life and death. The forest is a living library, each tree a page, each leaf a word. As Elder Moss spoke, the wind rustled through the pines, creating a harmony of whispers that seemed to echo his words. Bramble listened intently, feeling a profound connection to the history that enveloped him, the stories of those who had come before and those who would follow. Elder Moss continued, "The Great Balance is but one chapter in the long saga of our forest. It reminds us of our role as caretakers, guiding each generation through the cycles of life. You, Bramble, have begun your own chapter." Bramble felt a surge of pride and responsibility. The forest had become his mentor, his guide in understanding the delicate balance of life. He realized that his journey was only beginning, a path that would take him deeper into the heart of the forest and its mysteries. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Bramble thanked Elder Moss for his wisdom. The badger nodded, his expression one of encouragement and trust in the young hare's potential. With a newfound sense of purpose, Bramble returned to the heart of the forest, his mind alight with possibilities. The verdant wood forest, with its ancient trees and timeless tales, had claimed his heart, and he vowed to protect its secrets and nurture its magic for all who called it home. And so, with each passing day, Bramble continued to explore the depths of the forest, forging new bonds and uncovering the wonders that lay hidden beneath the canopy. His journey was one of discovery and growth, a testament to the enduring spirit of the verdant wood, a living symbol of the unity and strength that bound its creatures together in harmony. Story 4. In the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, where the trees stretched so high they seemed to brush the heavens, there lay a hidden world known only to those who believed in the magic of imagination. This was a place where the air was always fragrant with the scent of pine and moss, and the ground was soft underfoot, carpeted with ferns and fallen leaves that whispered secrets under the gentle pressure of footsteps. In this enchanted forest, the light danced through the canopy in 1,000 shades of green and gold, creating dapples that played on the forest floor like mischievous fairies. The birds sang songs that told tales of old, and the babbling brook, which wound its way through the trees, carried stories from the mountains to the sea. It was here, amidst this tranquil beauty, that a journey of transformation was about to unfold. Our tale begins with a young boy named Rowan, whose heart was as kind as the winter's first snowflake is pure. Rowan lived in a small cottage at the forest's edge with his grandmother, a wise old woman who knew the language of the trees and the stories of the stars. She had raised Rowan since he was a babe, weaving tales of wonder and magic into the fabric of his upbringing. Rowan was often found wandering the forest paths, his eyes wide with curiosity and his pockets full of treasures: an acorn cap, a peculiar stone, a feather from a bluebird. He had a special knack for finding things that others might overlook, and it was this gift that would soon lead him on an extraordinary adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blazed in fiery hues of amber and scarlet, Rowan set out on one of his usual explorations. The air was crisp, carrying with it the promise of change, and as Rowan walked, his breath mingled with the mist that clung to the earth like a silken veil. It was not long before he stumbled upon the entrance to a hidden grove, a place he had never seen before despite his many wanderings. The entrance was marked by 2 ancient oaks, whose gnarled branches wove together to form a natural archway. As Rowan stepped through, he felt a tingling sensation course through him, as if he were crossing the threshold into another world. The grove was unlike any place he had ever been. The trees here were older, their trunks twisted and thick with age, and their leaves whispered in a language that seemed both familiar and foreign. In the center of the grove stood a stone pedestal, and upon it rested a simple wooden box, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled light. Rowan approached the pedestal with a sense of awe and curiosity. He could feel a gentle warmth emanating from the box, and as he reached out to touch it, the carvings glowed softly, as if acknowledging his presence. With a deep breath, Rowan lifted the lid. Inside the box lay a peculiar object, a small, golden acorn that shimmered with an inner light. It was unlike any acorn Rowan had ever seen, and as he held it in his palm, he felt a connection to it, as if it were speaking to him in a language beyond words. Unbeknownst to Rowan, this acorn was no ordinary seed. It was a magical object, a gift from the forest itself, imbued with the power to reveal the hidden world within the natural environment. But it was a gift that came with a purpose, one that would require Rowan to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation. As Rowan cradled the acorn in his hand, he heard a soft rustling in the leaves behind him. Turning, he saw a small gray squirrel watching him with bright, intelligent eyes. The squirrel chattered at him in a friendly manner, and Rowan, feeling an inexplicable sense of trust, followed the creature deeper into the grove. The squirrel led him to a part of the forest he had never explored, where the trees grew closer together and the light was dimmer, creating an atmosphere of mystery and wonder. Here, Rowan discovered a hidden world teeming with life and magic. Tiny creatures flitted about, their wings shimmering like gossamer in the diffused light. Mushrooms glowed with a soft luminescence, and flowers bloomed in colors so vibrant they seemed to pulse with life. Rowan's heart swelled with joy and amazement as he explored this hidden realm. Each step he took revealed new wonders, and he felt a deep sense of connection to the forest and all its inhabitants. The squirrel, who he affectionately named Nibbles, became his constant companion, guiding him through this enchanted landscape. Days turned into weeks, and Rowan embraced the rhythms of the forest, learning the language of the trees, the songs of the birds, and the whispers of the wind. He discovered that the golden acorn allowed him to see and hear things that were hidden from ordinary eyes and ears, revealing the magic that lay beneath the surface of the natural world. With this new understanding, Rowan began to see the forest as a living, breathing entity, a tapestry of life where each thread was connected to the next. He realized that his actions, no matter how small, had an impact on this delicate balance, and he became more mindful and respectful of the world around him. One day, as Rowan sat by the brook, listening to its melodic babble, he noticed a group of creatures gathered at the water's edge. Among them was a fox with a sleek, russet coat and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. The fox approached Rowan, and to his amazement, spoke to him in a gentle voice. "Young Rowan," the fox said, "the forest has chosen you as its guardian, a protector of its secrets, and a friend to all who dwell here. But there is a darkness that threatens our world, a blight that spreads through the forest like a shadow. You have the power to help us, to restore balance and harmony to our home." Rowan listened intently, feeling the weight of the fox's words settle upon his shoulders. He knew that this was the purpose of the golden acorn, the reason he had been granted the gift of seeing the hidden world. With Nibbles and the fox by his side, Rowan set out on a quest to uncover the source of the darkness. They journeyed through the forest, following the signs left by the creatures who had been affected by the blight. Their path led them to a part of the forest where the trees were withered and dying, their leaves brittle and brown. Rowan felt a pang of sorrow at the sight before him, but he knew that he could not let despair take hold. With the guidance of the forest's inhabitants, he learned that the blight was caused by a disruption in the natural balance, a result of carelessness and neglect by those who lived beyond the forest's borders. Determined to make a difference, Rowan used the power of the golden acorn to heal the land. He planted seeds, tended to the ailing trees, and encouraged new growth. As he worked, he was joined by the creatures of the forest, each offering their own unique gifts to aid in the restoration. Slowly, the forest began to recover. The trees regained their vibrant colors, the flowers bloomed once more, and the air was filled with the joyful songs of birds. Rowan's heart swelled with pride and gratitude as he witnessed the transformation, knowing that he had played a part in restoring the forest to its former glory. As the sun set on the final day of his quest, casting a warm golden glow over the forest, Rowan felt a sense of peace and fulfillment wash over him. He had discovered the true magic of the forest, a magic that lay not in the acorn or the hidden world, but in the connections he had forged and the friendships he had made. The fox approached him once more, a look of gratitude in its eyes. "You have done well, young guardian," the fox said. "The forest is grateful for your kindness and wisdom. Remember that you are never alone, for the forest will always be with you, guiding and protecting you on your journey through life." Rowan nodded, understanding that his journey was far from over. Though he had restored balance to the forest, he knew that he would continue to learn and grow, to discover new wonders and face new challenges. But he was no longer afraid, for he had the strength of the forest and the support of his friends to guide him. As he made his way back to his grandmother's cottage, the golden acorn nestled safely in his pocket, Rowan felt a deep sense of contentment. He had found his place in the world, a place where he belonged and where he could make a difference. And so, with the forest whispering its lullaby and the stars twinkling like diamonds in the night sky, Rowan drifted off to sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the magic that awaited him in the hidden world of the forest. Later that night, the forest stirred with a gentle breeze, as if in response to Rowan's dreams. The trees swayed, and the leaves rustled, sharing secrets among themselves. The fox and Nibbles watched over Rowan's resting form, the moonlight casting a silver sheen on the forest floor. In the stillness of the night, Rowan's grandmother sat by the window of their cottage, a soft smile playing on her lips. She had seen the change in Rowan, the light in his eyes that spoke of wisdom beyond his years. She knew the forest had chosen him for a reason, and as she gazed at the sky, she whispered a silent thank you to the stars, knowing they had guided her grandson well. Rowan's journey had only just begun, and as he slept, the forest prepared for a new dawn. The creatures of the forest, now flourishing in health and happiness, celebrated their young guardian with songs and dances under the moonlit sky. They knew that with Rowan as their protector, the forest would thrive for generations to come. As morning light filtered through the trees, Rowan awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. The golden acorn, now glowing softly in his pocket, served as a reminder of the magic that lay both within him and around him. With the forest as his guide and his friends by his side, Rowan knew he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. And so, with the forest as his sanctuary and the magic of imagination as his compass, Rowan ventured forth, ready to embrace the wonders of the world and the adventures that awaited him in the hidden realm of the forest. As Rowan ventured further into the forest, he began to notice subtle changes in his surroundings. The air seemed to hum with an energy he hadn't felt before, and the colors of the leaves and flowers appeared more vivid, as if the forest itself was coming alive in response to his presence. The creatures of the forest appeared more frequently, watching him with a knowing gaze, as if they recognized him as one of their own. One afternoon, as he rested beneath the shade of an ancient willow, Rowan met an elderly tortoise named Elder Moss. With eyes that gleamed like polished stones and a shell etched with the history of the forest, Elder Moss shared tales of the forest's past, recounting stories of times when the balance was threatened and how it was restored by those who believed in the magic of harmony. "Elder Moss," Rowan asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice, "how do you know so much about the forest?" The tortoise chuckled, a deep, resonant sound. "Child, I have lived many seasons and seen the forest change with each one. Our lives are woven into the fabric of this world, and if you listen closely, the forest will share its stories with you." Rowan pondered Elder Moss's words, realizing that his journey was not only about protecting the forest, but also about learning from it. As he continued to explore, he began to understand the importance of listening to the wisdom of the forest's oldest inhabitants, who carried the knowledge of ages within their hearts. One evening, as Rowan sat by a crackling fire, Nibbles curled up beside him. He reflected on his journey so far. The forest had become his home, and its creatures his family. He had learned that true magic lay in the bonds he had formed and the understanding he had gained. With renewed determination, Rowan vowed to protect the forest and all its inhabitants, to be a guardian not just in title but in spirit. He knew that the path ahead would not always be easy, but with the golden acorn as his guide and the forest as his ally, he was ready to face whatever challenges awaited him. As Rowan continued his exploration, he encountered a small clearing he had never seen before. In the center stood a majestic tree, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. He approached, feeling a pull toward its ancient presence. As he laid a hand on its bark, he felt a surge of warmth and knew he had found the heart of the forest. Suddenly the tree began to glow softly, and Rowan heard a voice, gentle and wise, echoing in his mind. "Welcome, young guardian. You have shown great courage and wisdom. The forest has chosen you, and now it is time for you to choose the forest." Rowan listened, understanding the significance of the choice before him. He nodded, feeling a deep sense of belonging. "I choose the forest," he whispered, sealing his bond with the hidden world. The tree's glow intensified, enveloping Rowan in a cocoon of light. He felt the forest's magic flowing through him, a sensation of unity and strength. When the light faded, Rowan stood beneath the tree, feeling transformed, his connection to the forest stronger than ever. With a newfound sense of purpose, Rowan returned to his grandmother's cottage, the golden acorn nestled safely in his pocket. As he lay in bed that night, he knew that his journey was only beginning, and with the forest as his ally, he was ready to face whatever adventures lay ahead. And so, with the stars as his guide and the forest as his sanctuary, Rowan embraced the magic of imagination and the wonders of the hidden world, knowing that he was never truly alone. Story. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the leaves rustled like silk and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, there lay a quaint little village known as Moonhaven. The villagers of Moonhaven had always felt a comforting embrace from the forest, as if the trees themselves were guardians of their peaceful lives. The village was dotted with cottages that seemed to lean into one another, their thatched roofs dusted with the gentle glow of moonlight. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, mingling with the night air, while the soft sound of a bubbling brook threaded through the village like a lullaby. The whispering wood was not just a backdrop to the villagers' lives. It was an integral part of their existence. It was said that the forest had a soul, a consciousness that watched over Moonhaven with a benevolent eye. The villagers often spoke of the wood with reverence, recounting tales of its ancient wisdom passed down through generations. In this idyllic setting, there lived a young girl named Leora. Leora was known for her curious nature, her eyes always wide with wonder, and her heart open to the mysteries of the world. She had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, a talent that often led her to adventures that danced just on the edge of the extraordinary. Her room was filled with little trinkets she had collected during her explorations. Feathers, peculiar stones, and pressed flowers, each with its own story that Leora could recount with meticulous detail. Her favorite was a shard of crystal, which she believed captured the essence of moonlight itself. One cool autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Leora noticed something peculiar. A shimmering trail of light wound its way through the forest, glistening like diamonds scattered across the ground. Intrigued, Leora followed the trail, her lantern casting a warm glow that flickered against the trees. The forest, usually a cacophony of sounds, seemed to fall silent, as if holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. The trail led her to a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches sprawling like the arms of an old friend. Beneath its boughs sat a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves. The fox looked up at Leora with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. "Good evening, young one," the fox spoke, its voice as smooth as velvet. Leora, though surprised, was not afraid. The animals of Whispering Wood often held secrets and stories, and she had learned to listen to their tales. "Good evening," Leora replied, her voice soft and respectful. "I followed this shimmering trail. Do you know what it is?" The fox nodded, its ears twitching as if catching the whispers of the wind. "This is the Trail of Echoes," it explained. "It appears when the forest wishes to speak to us, when something is amiss and requires our attention." With curiosity piqued, Leora asked, "What does the forest wish to tell us?" The fox's eyes sparkled with a mix of mischief and wisdom. "There have been strange happenings in Moonhaven, lights flickering in the night, footsteps where none should tread, and whispers drifting through the air like forgotten songs." Leora's heart fluttered, a mix of excitement and concern. Her mind raced with possibilities, each more intriguing than the last. "How can we help?" The fox rose, shaking its fur as if to shed the weight of the world. "We must seek the advice of Eldra the owl. She is wise and might guide us to uncover the truth." With a nod of agreement, Leora and the fox set off deeper into the forest, their footsteps light, and their spirits buoyed by the gentle song of crickets. The moon painted their path in silver as they walked, and soon they reached a towering sycamore where Eldra made her home. Eldra was perched high in the branches, her feathers gleaming like moonlit snow. As they approached, she opened her great eyes, eyes that seemed to see into the very soul of the world. "Welcome, Leora and friend," she hooted softly. "What brings you to my humble abode?" The fox explained the strange occurrences, and Eldra listened intently, occasionally nodding as if in deep thought. When the tale was told, she closed her eyes, contemplating the mysteries presented to her. After a moment, Eldra spoke. "The forest is unsettled by the shadows that have crept into Moonhaven. There is a place where the light has been forgotten, where the echoes of joy have faded. It lies beyond the river, in the Vale of Mists." Leora shivered slightly at the name, for the Vale of Mists was a place of legend, a place where time seemed to weave in and out like a teasing breeze. "What must we do?" she asked. "You must bring back the light," Eldra replied gently. "Find the source of the shadows, and let the warmth of friendship and understanding chase them away." With Eldra's blessing, Leora and the fox set off towards the Veil of Mists. The journey was not long, but as they drew closer, the air grew cooler, and a soft mist began to swirl around their feet like a living thing. The veil was silent, save for the distant call of a nightingale, its song a lonely echo in the fog. In the heart of the vale stood a small stone cottage, its windows dark and unwelcoming. Leora approached cautiously, her heart steady with courage. She could feel the shadows here, a sadness that hung in the air like a forgotten melody. Inside the cottage, they found a small figure huddled by the hearth, a sprite named Thistle who had lost his way. His glow, once bright and cheerful, was dim and flickering. "Who goes there?" Thistle's voice was a mere whisper, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "We mean you no harm," Leora assured him, stepping forward with the fox by her side. "We've come to help." Thistle looked up, his eyes wide with surprise and hope. "I have been trapped in this place, my light fading with each passing day. I cannot remember the joy I once knew." Leora knelt beside him, her heart aching for the little sprite. "We will help you remember," she promised. "Together, we can find your light again." The fox, ever wise, suggested a circle of friendship, a gathering of warmth and laughter to banish the shadows that clung to Thistle like cobwebs. With Leora's guidance, they began to share stories and songs, their voices mingling like a gentle stream. Slowly, the shadows began to recede, and Thistle's glow brightened, his laughter bubbling up like a spring. The cottage filled with light, the windows now aglow with the warmth of camaraderie and understanding. The veil of mists, once shrouded in gloom, now shone with the gentle glow of friendship restored. With the shadows banished, Leora and the fox escorted Thistle back to Moonhaven, where the villagers welcomed him with open arms. The strange occurrences ceased, and the village was once again at peace, cradled in the embrace of the whispering wood. As the nights grew colder and the stars shone brighter, Leora often thought back to the adventure in the Veil of Mists. She had learned that sometimes the light we seek is found in the simple act of reaching out, of offering kindness and understanding to those in need. One evening, as the village gathered around a bonfire to celebrate the harvest moon, Leora found herself reflecting on her journey. Her brother, Arlen, a quiet boy with a penchant for sketching the world around him, sat beside her. He had always admired Leora's courage, though he often preferred the quiet of his own thoughts. "Did you ever doubt yourself in the Veil of Mists?" Arlen asked, his voice barely audible over the crackle of the fire. Leora considered his question, her gaze drifting to the stars above. "I did for a moment," she confessed. "But then I realized that doubt is a shadow, just like the ones we chased away. It only lingers if we let it." Arlen nodded, his fingers tracing patterns in the dirt. "I wish I were as brave as you." "You are, in your own way," Leora replied, a gentle smile touching her lips. "Bravery isn't always about facing the unknown. Sometimes it's about staying true to yourself, even when the world tries to change you." Under the starry sky, as the villagers sang songs of old, Leora felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging that anchored her to this place, to these people. The Whispering Wood had taught her many things, but perhaps the greatest lesson was that of interconnectedness, that each life, no matter how small, was a part of a much larger tapestry. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, the villagers began to share their own stories of courage and kindness. Eldra, perched silently above, watched with wise eyes, her presence a comforting reminder of the forest's protection. Even the fox, now a beloved presence in Moonhaven, padded around the circle, nudging hands for gentle strokes and occasional treats. When the songs and stories had been told, and the fire was reduced to glowing embers, Leora stood and gazed around at her friends, her family, and the forest that held them all. "We've been given a great gift," she said softly, her voice carrying across the clearing. "The gift of understanding, of knowing that we are never alone in our journey." Her words resonated with the villagers, who nodded in agreement, feeling the truth of them deep within their hearts. It was a truth that the Whispering Wood had imparted to each generation, a legacy of light, love, and unity. And so the story of Leora and the Trail of Echoes became another cherished tale in Moonhaven, a reminder that in the heart of every shadow lies the potential for light, and in every heart the capacity for friendship and love. The village thrived under the watchful eyes of the forest, its inhabitants bound together by the shared magic of their home and the adventures that kept their spirits alive. In the days that followed, Leora found new ways to nurture the bonds she had strengthened. She initiated a tradition known as the Gathering of Lights, where once a month, villagers would bring lanterns to the heart of the Whispering Wood, each representing a personal wish or dream. The forest became a tapestry of glowing orbs, and as they shared their aspirations and fears, the bonds among them grew ever stronger. One particular evening, as the lanterns wove a constellation among the trees, Leora noticed a newcomer, a young boy named Finn, who had recently moved to Moonhaven. He stood alone, clutching a lantern with uncertainty. Leora approached with a gentle smile. "Hello, I'm Leora. Would you like to share your wish?" Finn hesitated, then spoke in a voice as soft as the breeze. "I wish to find a place where I belong." Touched, Leora took his hand. "You belong here," she assured him, her voice warm and inviting. "In Moonhaven, we are all part of something larger, just like the stars in the sky." As the night unfolded, Finn's lantern joined the others, its light mingling with the rest, a symbol of his newfound place within the community. The forest echoed with laughter and stories, its whispers a comforting chorus of acceptance and unity. Thus Moonhaven flourished, its people intertwined with the soulful forest that embraced them, each individual a vital thread in the ever-growing tapestry of friendship and love. The Whispering Wood, with its ancient wisdom and gentle mysteries, continued to safeguard the village, a timeless reminder that even in the depths of the unknown, there is always a guiding light. Meanwhile, in the heart of the forest, another story was quietly unfolding. A pair of sisters, Miriam and Alara, had recently arrived in Moonhaven, seeking refuge from a distant land torn by strife. They had heard tales of the Whispering Wood's magic and hoped it would offer them solace. On a crisp morning, as the sun bathed the forest in golden light, Leora met the sisters by chance while exploring a forgotten path. Miriam, the elder, had a gentle demeanor, her eyes reflecting a world of unspoken stories. Alara, younger and fiery, wore her heart on her sleeve, her spirit as untamed as the wind. As they talked, Leora sensed their longing for peace and connection. "The wood welcomes all who seek its embrace," she assured them, her voice a soothing balm. "Perhaps you can help us uncover its secrets." Eager to belong, Miriam and Alara joined Leora in her explorations, their footsteps weaving new paths through the forest's tapestry. They discovered hidden groves where sunlight wove through the leaves like a dance, and ponds where reflections told tales of old. In time, the sisters found their place within Moonhaven, their laughter mingling with the brook's song, their stories shared by the fireside. Miriam's gentle wisdom and Alara's fiery passion became threads that enriched the village's tapestry, each stitch a testament to the power of community and kinship. As the seasons turned, Leora marveled at how the forest had not only offered protection, but also nurtured bonds that transcended words and distance. The Whispering Wood, with its ancient soul, had woven them all into its eternal embrace, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the light that guides us through even the darkest of shadows. Story 6. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the leaves sang soft lullabies and the moonlight danced upon the gentle crests of Silver Lake, there lay a quaint village named Mistwood. Mistwood was a place where magic flowed as freely as the brook that wound its way through the moss-covered stones, and the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of blooming night flowers. The villagers of Mistwood were accustomed to the gentle quirks of their enchanted home. It was not unusual for the rain to fall upwards on occasion, or for the stars to wink with such brilliance that one could almost see their reflections in the clear waters of the lake. However, one evening, a peculiar mystery began to unfold that had everyone in Mistwood exchanging puzzled glances over their evening tea. It started with the fireflies. Every night, as twilight draped its velvet shawl over the village, the fireflies would begin their luminescent dance, painting the air with dots of golden light. But on this particular night, they seemed to be in a state of disarray. Instead of their usual graceful patterns, they spun in frantic circles, forming glowing whirlpools in the air. This odd behavior continued for several nights, and the villagers began to wonder what could have caused such a change. Young Marin, a curious and kind-hearted girl with eyes as bright as the morning sun, decided to uncover the reason behind the fireflies' unusual behavior. She was known in the village for her gentle spirit and her knack for finding solutions to even the most puzzling of problems. Her heart brimmed with the warmth of the hearth, and her mind was as sharp as the clear, cool air of a winter's night. Armed with a small lantern and her grandmother's thick woolen shawl, Marin set out one evening to follow the fireflies into the heart of the whispering woods. The path was lined with soft, dewy grass that tickled her ankles, and the night air was filled with the fragrant whispers of lavender and pine. As she walked, the fireflies flickered around her like a starry cloak, leading her deeper into the forest. In the heart of the woods, Marin encountered an old, wise owl named Eldrin, whose feathers shimmered with the hues of twilight. Eldrin was known as the keeper of secrets and the guardian of ancient knowledge. Perched upon a gnarled branch of an ancient oak, he gazed at Marin with eyes that held the depths of 1,000 starry nights. "Greetings, young seeker," Eldrin hooted softly, his voice as soothing as the wind through the leaves. "What brings you to this secluded part of the woods?" Marin explained the curious behavior of the fireflies and her desire to understand the cause. Eldrin listened thoughtfully, nodding his head in time with the rustling leaves. "The fireflies are indeed troubled," Eldrin mused, "but their dance is not without purpose. They are trying to convey a message, young one. There is something amiss in our world, something that requires gentle hands and a wise heart to mend." With Eldrin's guidance, Marin learned to watch the fireflies with new eyes. She observed their patterns, noting the way they spiraled and swirled, and slowly began to decipher their glowing language. The fireflies were drawn to a place deep within the woods, a place where the magic of the land was strongest, and where a small, shimmering pool lay hidden beneath the boughs of ancient trees. Upon reaching the pool, Marin discovered that the water was not as it should be. It bubbled and frothed as if in distress, the surface marred by ripples that spoke of a disturbance. Kneeling beside the pool, Marin reached out to touch the water, and as she did, she felt a soft nudge against her hand. Startled, she looked down to find a small, translucent creature gazing up at her with eyes that sparkled like droplets of dew. It was a water sprite, its form as delicate as the finest mist, and its presence as soothing as a lullaby sung by the wind. "Fear not, child of the earth," the sprite whispered, its voice a gentle ripple upon the night air. "We are the guardians of this pool, and we seek your aid. The balance of our world has been disturbed by a missing piece of the moonstone, a stone that holds the harmony of our realm." Understanding dawned upon Marin like the first rays of dawn. The fireflies had been trying to lead her to this very spot, to the heart of the disturbance. With patience and kindness, she listened to the sprite's tale of how the moonstone had once rested safely upon a pedestal at the pool's edge, but had recently been removed, causing the fireflies' distress and the pool's unrest. Marin knew she must find the missing piece to restore harmony to her beloved woods. She began her search by retracing her steps through the forest, her mind as focused as a stream finding its way to the sea. She spoke to the creatures of the forest, from the chatty squirrels to the wise old tortoise who meandered slowly but surely through life. It was the tortoise, with his slow and steady gaze, who provided the next clue. "I saw a glint of moonstone carried away by the mischievous zephyr," he said, his voice a slow rumble. "The wind spirits often play tricks, but they mean no harm." With this new insight, Marin turned her gaze skyward, feeling the gentle caress of the wind upon her cheeks. She followed the playful breeze as it wound through the trees, leading her to a sun-dappled clearing where the zephyr was resting, a shimmering piece of moonstone nestled within its swirling tendrils. "Oh, little breeze," Marin called softly, her voice a melody that blended with the rustling leaves. "I seek the moonstone to restore balance to our world. Will you help me return it to its rightful place?" The zephyr, mischievous yet kind, swirled around Marin in a dance of airy delight. It understood the importance of Marin's quest and, with a gentle sigh, released the moonstone into her waiting palms. With the moonstone safely cradled in her hands, Marin returned to the pool, where the water sprite awaited her arrival with hopeful eyes. Carefully, she placed the moonstone upon its pedestal, and as she did, a soft glow enveloped the clearing. The water stilled, its surface smoothing into a mirror of tranquility, and the fireflies resumed their gentle dance, their golden lights weaving a tapestry of peace across the night sky. Eldrin, perched high above, nodded in approval, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Well done, young seeker," he called down. "You have restored harmony with your kindness and clever mind." Marin smiled, her heart light with the joy of accomplishment and the warmth of a job well done. As she made her way back to Mistwood, the fireflies guided her path, their gentle glow a reminder of the magic that dwelled in the quiet corners of the world. That night, as the village settled into slumber, Marin lay beneath the star-studded sky, her thoughts as serene as the moonlit waters of Silver Lake. The mystery had been solved, the balance restored, and the gentle creatures of the Whispering Woods could once again dance to the rhythm of the night. And so, in the heart of Mistwood, nestled between the whispers of the trees and the songs of the stars, peace reigned once more, and the world turned softly, cradled in the gentle embrace of night. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a quiet and reserved child, content to spend her days tending to the garden behind her family's cottage. The vibrant blooms and lush greenery brought her a sense of peace and familiarity that she found comforting. However, as Lily grew older, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing from her life. She watched as her friends embarked on new adventures, exploring the world beyond the village boundaries, while she remained rooted in the same familiar routines. One crisp autumn morning, as Lily was carefully pruning the rose bushes, a gentle breeze carried a peculiar sight her way. A small, shimmering creature fluttered before her, its delicate wings leaving a trail of golden sparkles in the air. "Hello, Lily," the creature spoke in a melodious voice. "I am a garden sprite, and I've come to guide you on a journey of self-discovery." Lily's eyes widened in disbelief, but the sprite's warm smile put her at ease. "You have tended to this garden with such love and care, but now it's time for you to blossom in your own way," the sprite explained. Hesitantly, Lily agreed to follow the sprite, and together they ventured into the heart of the enchanted forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to bend and sway, creating a canopy of dancing leaves overhead. Lily marveled at the vibrant hues of autumn that painted the landscape, a stark contrast to the familiar greens of her garden. Along the way, they encountered a wise old oak tree, whose gnarled branches appeared to twist and turn with each passing breeze. "Greetings, travelers," the tree spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. "I sense your journey is one of growth and transformation." The sprite nodded, and the oak tree continued. "Lily, you must learn to embrace change, for it is the natural cycle of life. Just as the leaves fall and the seasons shift, so too must you shed the layers that confine you and allow yourself to bloom anew." Lily listened intently, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding. As they continued their journey, the sprite introduced her to a family of playful rabbits who taught her the value of curiosity and exploring new horizons. "The world is vast and full of wonders," one of the rabbits said, her nose twitching excitedly. "You mustn't let fear hold you back from discovering all that life has to offer." Lily watched in awe as the rabbits effortlessly bounded through the forest, their carefree spirits inspiring her to step outside her comfort zone. As the days passed, Lily found herself transforming in ways she never could have imagined. The once timid girl blossomed into a confident young woman, her eyes shining with a newfound sense of wonder and adventure. On the final night of their journey, the sprite led Lily to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of the full moon. There, a magnificent willow tree stood, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. "This is where our paths must diverge," the sprite said, a hint of sadness in its voice. "But fear not, for the lessons you've learned will remain with you forever." Lily embraced the sprite, tears glistening in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. "You've shown me the beauty of growth and the courage to embrace the unknown." As the sprite disappeared in a shimmer of golden light, Lily turned her gaze to the willow tree. Its branches seemed to beckon her forward, inviting her to embark on a new chapter of her life. With a deep breath, Lily stepped forward, her heart filled with gratitude for the magical journey that had transformed her from the inside out. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with resilience, wisdom, and an open heart, forever changed by the lessons she had learned in the Enchanted Forest. Story 8. Once upon a time, in the heart of a quaint little village nestled between whispering woods and rolling hills, there lay a cobblestone street lined with cottages that seemed to hum with secrets of old. It was in one such cottage, with ivy-clad walls and a chimney that puffed out the sweetest scents of baked apples and cinnamon, where a young girl named Mabel discovered something quite unexpected. Mabel was a curious soul, her eyes always wide with the wonder of the world around her. One blustery autumn afternoon, as she meandered through her grandmother's attic, a place filled with trinkets and treasures from years gone by, she stumbled upon a peculiar object. Hidden beneath a pile of dusty quilts was an ornate silver hand mirror. Its handle was intricately carved with swirls and stars, and its surface was so polished that it seemed to glow in the dim light. Gently, Mabel picked up the mirror, marveling at its weight and balance. When she peered into its reflective surface, expecting to see her own curious face, she was instead met with a mesmerizing sight. The mirror's reflection showed not the dusty attic, but a lush, verdant forest bathed in dappled sunlight. Birds of every hue flitted through the trees, and a gentle breeze seemed to ripple through the leaves, though the attic air was still. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Mabel decided to share her discovery with her grandmother, a wise woman with a twinkle in her eye and stories woven into the very fabric of her being. Her grandmother listened carefully, nodding thoughtfully as Mabel described the enchanted forest within the mirror. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother said with a soft smile, "you have found the Mirror of Whispers. It is said to reveal the heart's true journey and guide those who seek answers not with might, but with insight and kindness." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Mabel held the mirror close, feeling a sense of anticipation and adventure. That evening, as the last rays of the sun kissed the horizon, Mabel decided to follow the path the mirror revealed. As she stepped into the reflection, she found herself in the heart of the mirrored forest. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. She was greeted by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant song of a stream weaving through the landscape. Not long into her journey, Mabel encountered her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled oak. The owl's feathers were the color of moonlight, and its eyes glimmered with the wisdom of ages. "Who are you?" the owl queried in a voice as smooth as twilight. "I am Mabel," she replied, "and I seek the guidance of this wondrous forest." The owl nodded, flapping its wings to alight upon her shoulder. "Then let us journey together, for the forest holds many secrets, and two pairs of eyes see more than one." With the owl's gentle guidance, Mabel ventured deeper into the forest, each step revealing new wonders. She met a family of squirrels who chattered in delight as they offered her acorns to nibble, and a deer with a coat like burnished copper who led her to a meadow where wildflowers danced in the breeze. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Mabel reached the heart of the forest where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in a ring of ancient trees. The lake's waters shimmered with an ethereal light, reflecting the stars that began to twinkle above. Here the owl spoke once more. "The greatest challenge lies ahead, dear Mabel. To find your way, you must listen not with your ears, but with your heart." Mabel knelt by the lake's edge, looking into its depths. At first, all she saw was her own reflection, but as she gazed deeper, she noticed a delicate ripple spreading across the surface. The ripple transformed into a series of gentle waves that carried the soft, melodious hum of a lullaby, a tune her grandmother often sang to her. Listening closely, Mabel realized the song was a message, a reminder of the love and wisdom her grandmother had always shared with her. It spoke of courage and kindness, strength and understanding, and the power of gentle persistence. With newfound clarity, Mabel understood that the true magic of the mirror was not in the forest it revealed, but in the journey it inspired within her. The mirror was a guide, leading her to the realization that her heart held all the answers she sought. As the night deepened, Mabel bade farewell to her forest friends, the owl gifting her a feather as a token of their journey together. With the mirror in hand, she stepped back through the reflection, returning to the familiar warmth of her grandmother's attic. There, by the glow of the hearth, she shared her adventure with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. "Remember, my dear," her grandmother whispered, "the greatest magic lies not in what we see, but in what we feel and understand." From that day forward, Mabel kept the mirror close, not as a window to another world, but as a reminder of the journey within. And whenever she looked into its silvered surface, she saw not just her reflection, but the endless possibilities that lay in the depths of her own heart. And so, with the gentle crackling of the fire and the soothing lullaby of the forest echoing in her mind, Mabel drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comfort of home. And thus ends the tale of Mabel and the Mirror of Whispers, a journey of discovery, friendship, and the gentle power of wisdom. Story 9. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where the leaves whispered secrets to those who would listen, there was a small, enchanted village called Whimsywood. This village was unlike any other, for it was a place where magic danced through the air like dandelion fluff on a summer breeze, and laughter echoed among the trees like a bubbling brook. In Whimsywood lived a quirky little gnome named Pippin. Pippin was known for his bright red hat that bobbed merrily with every step he took, and his penchant for collecting the most peculiar objects. His cozy home, a hollowed-out toadstool, was filled to the brim with shiny acorns, peculiar pebbles, and feathers of every hue imaginable. One sunny morning, as the golden rays of the sun filtered through the leaves, Pippin discovered an unusual object nestled between his favorite patch of daisies. It was a teacup, but not just any teacup. It was a teacup that shimmered with a rainbow of colors and hummed softly as if singing a secret song. Curious and delighted, Pippin carefully carried the teacup back to his home. As Pippin examined the teacup, he noticed a tiny inscription on its base: "To every sip, a wish shall slip." Intrigued, Pippin decided to test its magic by brewing a pot of chamomile tea, sweetened with a hint of honey. As he took the first sip, he closed his eyes and wished for something small, a surprise visit from his dear friend, Oliver the Owl. No sooner had Pippin set down the teacup than a gentle tapping sounded at his window. To his amazement, there was Oliver, perched on the sill, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Good day, Pippin," hooted Oliver, fluttering inside. "I felt a curious tug in the wind, and here I am." Pippin chuckled, delighted by the teacup's magic. "Oh, Oliver, you won't believe what I've found," he exclaimed, showing his feathered friend the extraordinary teacup. Oliver inspected the cup with a knowing gleam in his eyes. However, as word of the magical teacup spread throughout Whimsywood, other villagers became eager to try their own wishes. The teacup was passed from one hand to another, each wish more whimsical and wondrous than the last. But soon, the village discovered a peculiar problem. The teacup's wishes began to overlap and tangle in the most unexpected ways. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, the village found itself in delightful chaos. The baker's bread had turned into fluffy clouds that floated away, the pond had transformed into a sea of lemonade, and the fireflies twinkled in hues of emerald and sapphire. Realizing that their wishes had become a bit too exuberant, the villagers gathered at the heart of the village, beneath the ancient oak tree. Pippin stepped forward, his red hat bobbing resolutely. "Friends," he began, his voice warm and reassuring, "perhaps we've been a bit too hasty with our wishes. What if we work together to untangle this magical muddle?" The villagers nodded in agreement, their eyes bright with hope and camaraderie. They decided to hold a wish-weaving festival, where everyone would come together to share their wishes and help each other find creative solutions. The festival was a sight to behold. Bunting made of flower petals fluttered in the gentle breeze, and tables were laden with the most scrumptious treats. Laughter and music filled the air as the villagers, young and old, gathered to share their stories and dreams. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over Whimsywood, Pippin and Oliver stood by the teacup, guiding each villager in crafting thoughtful, harmonious wishes. With each sip, the magic of the teacup began to weave a tapestry of wonder and joy, bringing the village's dreams to life in the most delightful ways. The baker's bread clouds transformed into fluffy pillows, perfect for a midday nap under the sun. The lemonade pond became a fountain of refreshing citrus mist, and the fireflies painted the night with their vibrant dance. As the festival came to a close, the villagers gathered around the ancient oak tree once more, their hearts full of gratitude and joy. Pippin, with a twinkle in his eye, raised his teacup in a toast. To friendship, to laughter, and to the magic that lives in each of us, he declared. And so, under the starlit sky, the villagers of Whimsywood drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams woven with the gentle magic of a teacup and the love of a community united. Story 10. The Whispering Woods and the Song of the Shores. On the edge of a quaint village, nestled between the emerald hills and the shimmering sea, there lay a forest known to the villagers as the Whispering Woods. It was a place of mystery and wonder, where tales of enchantment were passed down through generations. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of a hidden world within its depths, a realm where magic lingered in the air like the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Among the villagers, there lived a young girl named Lila. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the ocean on a stormy day, and a heart as wild and free as the wind that danced through the treetops. Lila had always felt a pull towards the Whispering Woods, a magnetic lure that she couldn't quite resist. Her grandmother often told her stories of the woods, tales of ancient trees that could speak and creatures that hid in shadows, promising that those who entered with an open heart would find more than they sought. One misty morning, with the sun casting golden threads through the fog, Lila decided to follow that pull. She wrapped herself in a warm cloak, the fabric soft and comforting against the chill of dawn, and set off towards the woods with a satchel packed with bread, cheese, and her grandmother's stories tucked safely in her mind. As Lila stepped into the Whispering Woods, she was greeted by the symphony of birdsong and the rustle of leaves, a melody that seemed to dance just beyond the edge of hearing. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, grounding her with each breath. She wandered deeper, her footsteps light and careful, as if she were treading upon sacred ground. The trees stood tall and ancient, their trunks twisted and gnarled, as though each had a lifetime of tales etched into their bark. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that played upon the forest floor like sprites at play. It wasn't long before Lila found herself in a clearing, a hidden glade bathed in gentle light, where the air felt different, charged with an almost tangible magic. In the center of the glade stood a stone, smooth and worn, as if shaped by centuries of whispers. Upon it lay a small, intricately carved box, its wood dark and polished, glinting invitingly in the soft light. Lila hesitated, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and caution. Her grandmother's tales echoed in her mind. In the forest, things are not always as they seem. With a deep breath, she approached the stone and reached out, her fingers tingling as they brushed against the box. The moment her hand made contact, the woods fell silent, as if holding its breath. Lila opened the box, revealing a shimmering pendant nestled within, its surface iridescent and alive with color. Cradling it in her palm, she felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle hum that resonated with the beating of her heart. Just then, a soft voice pierced the stillness, melodic and clear, emanating from the pendant itself. "Thank you for finding me," it sang, its tone as soothing as a lullaby. Startled, Lila almost dropped the pendant, but caught it just in time, clutching it tightly as she glanced around the clearing. There was no one in sight, only the trees swaying gently as if nodding in approval. "Who are you?" Lila whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "I am the Song of the Shores," the pendant replied, "entrusted to this forest long ago. I hold the power to reveal hidden worlds, to unveil the beauty unseen by ordinary eyes." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. She had always dreamed of discovering the secrets of the Whispering Woods, of seeing the world through a lens of magic. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady with determination. "To unlock my power, you must journey to the heart of the woods," the pendant instructed, "where the ancient tree stands. There you will find the key to the hidden world. With a nod, Lila tucked the pendant safely into her cloak and set off deeper into the forest, her path illuminated by the pendant's gentle glow. As she walked, the woods seemed to shift around her, the trees parting to reveal new paths, guiding her with an unseen hand. The journey was not without its challenges. Brambles and thorns threatened to snag her cloak, and shadows danced at the edge of her vision, whispering secrets she couldn't quite catch. Yet Lila pressed on, her heart buoyed by the sense of purpose that filled her. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Lila arrived at the heart of the forest. Before her stood the ancient tree, its trunk massive and sturdy, its branches reaching skyward like the arms of a guardian. The air here was thick with age-old magic, a feeling of reverence that made Lila's skin tingle. She approached the tree, her footsteps careful, and placed her hand upon its bark. The pendant hummed in response, its glow brightening as if in recognition. "Speak the words of the heart," it murmured, "and the door shall open." Closing her eyes, Lila took a deep breath, allowing the warmth of the pendant to guide her. She thought of her grandmother's stories, of the love and wisdom they held, and whispered, "I seek to see the unseen, to understand with an open heart." As the last word left her lips, the ground beneath the tree shimmered and shifted, revealing a doorway carved into its roots. Lila stepped back, her breath catching in wonder as the door swung open to reveal a world bathed in light. Beyond lay a realm unlike any she had imagined, a hidden world where colors danced and sang, where creatures of myth roamed freely. The air was alive with magic, a tapestry of sound and scent that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. Lila stepped through the doorway, her heart alight with awe and gratitude. In this enchanted world, Lila discovered friends in the most unexpected places. A mischievous fox with eyes like liquid amber, a wise owl who spoke in riddles, and gentle fae who wove dreams from stardust. Together, they explored the hidden wonders of the forest, each day bringing new adventures and lessons learned through laughter and love. As the days turned to weeks, Lila found herself transformed by the magic of the whispering woods. She learned to listen with her heart, to see beyond the surface to the beauty that lay within. Her journey had opened her eyes to the interconnectedness of all things, a lesson that would stay with her long after she returned to the village. When it was time to leave, Lila stood once more at the threshold of the hidden world, the pendant warm in her hand. "Thank you," she whispered to the woods, her voice filled with emotion, "for showing me the world through your eyes." The pendant glowed softly, its voice a gentle caress. "The magic lies within you now. Carry it with you, and the door will always be open." With a heart full of wonder and a mind alight with possibilities, Lila stepped back through the doorway, returning to the familiar embrace of the whispering woods. As the doorway closed behind her, she felt a sense of peace, knowing that the magic of the hidden world would always be a part of her. Back in the village, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, her stories now rich with the magic and wonder she had discovered. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts touched by the beauty of her journey. And so, Lila continued to live her life with an open heart and a curious spirit, forever changed by the magic of the whispering woods and the song of the shores. The forest remained a place of mystery and enchantment, its secrets whispered on the wind, waiting for those who dared to listen. And in the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered beneath a blanket of stars, the woods would sing their song, a gentle lullaby that echoed in the hearts of all who had heard it, a reminder that magic was always just a heartbeat away, waiting to be discovered by those who believed. Story 11. In the heart of the ancient Eldergrove forest, where the trees reached skyward like wise old giants, their canopies a tapestry of greens and golds, life hummed in a harmonious symphony. The forest was a realm where the whisper of the wind through the leaves carried secrets of ages past, and the gentle babbling of streams sang lullabies to the creatures nestled within its embrace. The forest was a sanctuary where creatures of all kinds lived in a delicate balance. Among them was a gentle fox named Sylvan, whose russet fur glowed like embers kissed by the setting sun. His sharp amber eyes were ever watchful, and his heart was as warm as a summer breeze. Sylvan had a knack for listening, truly listening to the forest. He could hear the songs of the birds, the murmurs of the brook, and even the rustle of the leaves when the wind shared its tales. Sylvan's companion in this vibrant world was a wise old owl named Bramble. Her feathers were the color of moonlight, and her eyes were deep and knowing, like pools of starlit night. Bramble had seen many seasons turn and knew the forest's secrets like no other. She was the keeper of the forest's lore, her wisdom passed down through generations. One crisp autumn evening, as the air was filled with the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Sylvan and Bramble gathered beneath the great oak, a venerable tree whose roots ran deep and whose branches seemed to cradle the sky. The great oak was the heart of the forest, a silent guardian that had witnessed centuries of life and change. "Sylvan," Bramble began, her voice soft and melodic, "the seasons are shifting, and with it comes the time of the harvest moon. It is during this time that the balance of our forest faces its greatest test." Sylvan nodded, understanding the significance of the harvest moon. It was a time when the forest's magic was at its peak, and the creatures had to work together to ensure harmony was maintained. "The harvest moon brings with it a special magic," Bramble continued, her eyes reflecting the dusky twilight. "The veil between worlds grows thin, and the spirits of the forest are more vibrant. But if we are not careful, imbalance can creep in, like shadows stealing across the forest floor." Sylvan listened intently as Bramble spoke, his mind painting pictures of the challenges they might face. Yet he felt a gentle determination growing within him, a desire to protect the home he loved. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the forest, Sylvan and Bramble began their journey. They moved quietly through the underbrush, their steps guided by the light of the rising harvest moon, which bathed the world in a silvery luminescence. The forest was alive with magic that night. Fireflies danced in the air, their glow weaving patterns like constellations come to earth. The leaves rustled with a musical quality, and the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine. As they walked, Sylvan and Bramble met with other creatures of the forest. There was Thistle, the gentle deer whose presence was as calming as a lullaby. With her were her fawns, their eyes wide with wonder at the magic of the night. They also encountered Brook, the wise old turtle, who moved slowly but spoke with a voice as steady and deep as the river itself. Together they shared stories passed down from their ancestors, tales of how the forest had faced trials and triumph through unity and understanding. Each story was a thread in the tapestry of their world, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life. As the night deepened, they reached the heart of the forest where the magic was strongest. Here the air shimmered with a gentle luminescence, and the ground was soft underfoot, carpeted with moss that glowed faintly in the moonlight. At the center of this magical clearing stood the Spirit Stone, an ancient monolith etched with runes that glowed with an inner light. It was here that the creatures gathered each year to renew the balance of the forest. Sylvan stepped forward, his heart full of purpose. "Tonight, we stand together as guardians of this forest," he spoke, his voice carrying the strength of the trees and the gentleness of the brook. "Let us honor the wisdom of our ancestors and pledge to uphold the harmony of our home." Bramble nodded, her eyes shining with pride. "The harvest moon is a time of renewal and remembrance. Let us be guided by the light of the moon and the wisdom of the forest." One by one, the creatures of the forest approached the Spirit Stone, each offering a token of their respect and gratitude. Thistle placed a garland of flowers, Brook offered a smooth pebble from the riverbed, and Bramble laid a feather, soft as a whisper. Sylvan, too, offered his token, a single, perfect leaf, vibrant with the colors of autumn. As it touched the stone, the runes glowed brighter, casting a warm, golden light over them all. With the ritual complete, the forest seemed to sigh in contentment, the balance restored for another year. The creatures lingered, basking in the peace that spread like a gentle wave through the trees. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in hues of pink and gold, Sylvan and Bramble made their way back through the forest. The air was crisp and fresh, filled with the promise of a new day. "Thank you, Bramble," Sylvan said, his voice soft with gratitude. "Your wisdom is the light that guides us." Bramble chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of leaves. The wisdom of the forest is ours to share, dear Sylvan. It lives in all of us, as long as we listen and learn. Together they returned to the great oak, where the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of morning. The birds sang a new song, and the leaves shimmered with dew. The balance maintained, Eldergrove Forest breathed in harmony, a testament to the enduring bond between its creatures and the magic that tied them together. And so, under the dappled light of a new day, Sylvan and Bramble rested, knowing they were part of a world where every creature, from the smallest insect to the tallest tree, played a vital role in the dance of life. In the heart of the ancient forest, peace reigned, and the stories of the harvest moon would be told for generations to come. With the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hum of the forest's lullaby, the world drifted into a serene slumber, cradled by the magic of the harvest moon and the promise of tomorrow. Story 12. The Whispering Grove. In a quaint little village, nestled between soft hills and thick forests, there was a tale that every child would hear before they could even tie their own shoes. It spoke of a magical pendant, a heart-shaped locket that glowed with the warm light of the sun. Legend had it that this pendant could reveal hidden worlds and grant the wearer a glimpse into places unseen by ordinary eyes. The village, known for its lush, ever-blooming gardens, was home to many who believed in the magic whispered by the winds through the trees. Among them was a gentle soul named Clara, whose bright eyes always seemed to be searching for something beyond the horizon. Clara lived with her grandmother, the village's storyteller, in a cottage that always smelled of lavender and honey. The walls of their home were lined with books, each telling tales of magic and wonder, of far-off lands and hidden realms. Clara often spent her days in the garden, tending to the vibrant flowers that swayed in the breeze, their petals whispering secrets only she seemed to understand. It was here, amidst the fragrant blooms, that Clara would dream of adventures and the possibility of discovering the magical pendant herself. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves carpeted the ground and the air was filled with the scent of apples and cinnamon, Clara's grandmother called her over. Her eyes twinkled with the kind of mischief that only grandmothers possess. "Clara, my dear," she said, her voice a warm, comforting melody, "I think it's time you heard the story of the Whispering Grove." Clara settled into her grandmother's embrace, ready to be transported to another world. Her grandmother began, her voice weaving through the air like a delicate thread. "Long ago, before our village was more than just a few cottages by the river, there was a young girl much like you. Her name was Lila. She was curious and kind-hearted. One day, while exploring the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where the trees whispered secrets to one another. In the center of this grove stood an ancient willow tree, its bark carved with symbols that glowed faintly. Lila, drawn to its beauty, discovered a pendant nestled among its roots. Clara listened, her imagination painting vivid pictures in her mind. "Did she take the pendant, Grandma?" she asked, already knowing the answer, but eager to hear the rest. Her grandmother nodded, continuing, "She did. And from that moment on, Lila could see the hidden world within the forest. She befriended the woodland creatures and learned of their stories and wonders. But more importantly, she learned that with the pendant came a responsibility, to protect the balance between the seen and the unseen." Clara sighed, imagining herself in Lila's place, feeling the weight of the pendant against her chest. "What happened to Lila?" she asked, her curiosity insatiable. Lila grew wise and strong, her adventures shaping who she became. But eventually, she knew it was time to pass on the pendant to someone else. And so, she returned it to the willow, where it waits for the next kind soul to find it. Clara leaned back, her mind awash with possibilities. The idea of finding the pendant and discovering the hidden world filled her heart with a longing she couldn't quite explain. The next morning, Clara awoke with a sense of purpose. She decided to explore the forest, her heart guiding her deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The air was crisp and cool, the scent of pine and earth enveloping her as she walked along the narrow path. As she wandered, she felt a gentle tug, as if the forest itself was leading her. She followed the whispers of the leaves, the rustle of the branches, until she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden light. Clara's heart skipped a beat. This was the Whispering Grove. In the center stood the ancient willow, its bark etched with glowing symbols, just as her grandmother had described. Clara approached, her heart pounding with excitement and anticipation. There, nestled among the roots, she saw it, the heart-shaped pendant, resting as if waiting for her all along. Clara hesitated for a moment, the weight of the stories she had heard pressing on her mind. But then, with a deep breath, she reached out and took the pendant in her hand. It was warm to the touch, pulsing with a gentle light that seemed to resonate with her very being. As soon as the pendant was in her grasp, the world around her shifted. The air shimmered, and Clara gasped as she saw the hidden world come to life. Creatures of all shapes and sizes emerged from the shadows, their eyes twinkling with curiosity and kindness. Birds with feathers like rainbows flitted through the air, singing songs that filled her heart with joy. Among them was a small fox with fur as white as snow and eyes like amber. He approached her cautiously, and Clara knelt down to greet him. "Hello," she said softly, her voice carrying the warmth of 1,000 sunrises. The fox tilted his head, his eyes thoughtful. "You've found the pendant," he said, his voice gentle and melodic, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. Clara nodded, feeling a sense of kinship with the creature. "I have," she replied, her heart full of wonder. The fox smiled, his eyes twinkling with a wisdom beyond his years. "Then you are the new guardian of the Whispering Grove. It is your task to learn its secrets and protect its magic." Clara felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging she had never known before. "I'll do my best," she promised, her voice unwavering. And so Clara's days were filled with discovery and wonder. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the language of the birds, and to see the beauty in every leaf and petal. The creatures of the forest became her friends, each with a story to tell and a lesson to teach. As the seasons changed, so did Clara. She grew wiser and more compassionate, her heart expanding to hold the love and magic of the hidden world. She learned that true strength lay not in power or might, but in kindness and understanding. One day, as she sat beneath the willow, the fox approached her, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Clara," he said softly, "there is something you must know." Clara looked at him, her heart open and ready. "What is it?" she asked, her voice steady. The fox sat beside her, his gaze distant. "The pendant does not belong to any one person. It is a gift to be shared, a bridge between worlds. There will come a day when you must pass it on, just as Lila did before you." Clara nodded, understanding the weight of his words. "I will know when the time is right," she said, her voice filled with certainty. The fox nodded, his eyes warm with approval. "You will, and until then, cherish the magic and the friendships you have found." Clara smiled, her heart full of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. She knew that she was forever changed, her life richer and more meaningful for the adventures she had experienced. As she sat beneath the willow, the pendant glowing softly against her chest, Clara felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that the magic of the Whispering Grove would always be with her, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that existed in the world. And so Clara's story became part of the village's lore, a tale of friendship and magic, of courage and compassion. It was a story that inspired generations, reminding them of the hidden wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. As the years passed, Clara grew older, her heart still as curious and kind as the day she had found the pendant. She continued to tend to the garden, its blooms more vibrant than ever, each petal a testament to the love and magic she had discovered in the Whispering Grove. And when the time came, when the whispers of the forest called to her once more, Clara knew it was time to pass on the pendant. She returned to the grove, her heart filled with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. There, beneath the ancient willow, she placed the pendant back among the roots, its glow a beacon of hope and wonder for the next kind soul who would find it. Clara stood for a moment, her heart full of peace and contentment. She knew that the magic of the Whispering Grove would continue to inspire and transform those who dared to listen to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the birds. And so, with a final glance at the grove that had changed her life, Clara turned and walked back towards the village, her heart light and full of joy. The pendant lay waiting, its magic as enduring as the whisper of the wind through the trees, ready to guide and transform the next guardian who would find it. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village slept, cradled in the gentle embrace of the forest and its hidden wonders. And somewhere, a new story was beginning, waiting to unfold in the soft glow of the pendant's light. And so the whispers of the grove continued, a timeless melody of magic and friendship, echoing through the ages, a gentle reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay just beyond the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. Story 13. Once upon a moonlit evening, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, the air was filled with the enchanting scent of lilacs and the gentle hum of nightingales. The village, known for its warm-hearted residents and curious happenings, buzzed with talk of a peculiar mystery that had draped itself over the community like a shadowy veil. In the center of Willowbrook stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the starlit sky. It was said that the tree had been there since time began, its roots weaving stories into the very soil of the village. Yet of late, the villagers noticed something strange. Every morning, the ground surrounding the oak was strewn with delicate silver feathers, shimmering like moonbeams caught in dew. The villagers were puzzled. The feathers appeared without a sound or a trace of their origin, and no one had seen any birds in Willowbrook that bore such luminous plumage. The mystery deepened when the village's wise old owl, Orin, known for his sagacity and keen sense of observation, found himself at a loss. Amidst the whispers and wonderings, a gentle soul named Lena decided to unravel the mystery. Lena was a kind-hearted girl with a curious mind and a love for the forest's secrets. Her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of the woods, and her heart beat in time with the rustling leaves. One crisp evening, as the village lay under a blanket of stars, Lena gathered her courage, wrapped herself in a cloak of emerald wool, and set off towards the oak tree. The path was softly lit by the glow of fireflies, their light dancing like tiny lanterns leading the way. As Lena approached the ancient oak, she noticed a soft rustling among the leaves, distinct from the usual whisper of the wind. She paused, her breath mingling with the cool night air, and listened closely. The sound was gentle, like the murmur of a brook, and it seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. Curiosity piqued. Lena circled the oak, inspecting its rough bark and the mysterious feathers that adorned the ground like a silvery carpet. She observed closely and noticed something others had missed. Each feather was etched with intricate patterns, telling stories of the night sky and the creatures that dwelled within it. As she pondered the significance of these patterns, a soft voice, as light as a breeze, reached her ears. "Lena," it whispered, "thank you for hearing our call." Startled but comforted by the gentle tone, Lena looked around, searching for the source. Her gaze fell upon a small, shimmering creature nestled in the crook of a nearby branch. It was a moon sprite, a rare and magical being known for its ability to weave light into dreams. The sprite's wings fluttered softly, casting a gentle glow. "We have a story to share," the sprite continued, "a tale of our kin and the magic that binds us to this land." Lena listened intently as the sprite explained how the moon sprites had long lived in harmony with the whispering woods, their luminous feathers a gift to the ancient oak, which in turn protected the village with its magical presence. But recently, the sprites had been troubled by a shadowy figure that crept into the woods at night, disturbing their peace and scattering their feathers. Determined to help her newfound friend, Lena devised a plan. She would watch over the oak tree through the night, her senses attuned to the slightest stirrings. She knew she would need the wisdom of Orin, the owl, who perched silently in the branches above, his eyes gleaming with ancient knowledge. Together, Lena and Orin kept watch, their vigil illuminated by the gentle glow of the sprite's wings. The night was serene, the air filled with the soothing symphony of the forest. Just as the moon reached its zenith, a shadow flickered at the edge of the clearing. Lena held her breath, her eyes fixed on the figure, moving stealthily through the underbrush. With Orin's guidance, she observed closely and noticed the telltale signs of a trickster fox, known for its mischievous antics. The fox, drawn by the allure of the shimmering feathers, had been inadvertently causing the mysterious disturbances. Understanding dawned upon Lena like the first light of dawn. She realized that the fox meant no harm. It was simply entranced by the beauty of the sprite's feathers. With a soft voice, she called to the fox, her tone gentle and reassuring. The fox paused, its eyes meeting Lena's with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Lena spoke kindly, explaining the significance of the feathers and the harmony they brought to the forest. The fox, moved by her words and the warmth of her heart, nodded in understanding. From that night on, the fox became a guardian of the ancient oak, ensuring the peace of the sprites and the village alike. The mystery of the silver feathers was solved, and a new friendship blossomed amidst the moonlit branches. As the first rays of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lena returned to the village, her heart light with the joy of newfound understanding and camaraderie. The villagers, upon hearing her tale, celebrated the harmony restored to their beloved home. And so, in the gentle embrace of Willowbrook, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oak and the twinkling stars, life continued, each day a testament to the power of kindness and the magic of friendship. And as Lena drifted into a peaceful slumber that night, she knew that the village's heart beat stronger than ever, united by the gentle mystery of the silver feathers. Story 14. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a gentle soul named Amara. Her cottage, a charming abode of sun-dappled windows and ivy-clad stone, sat at the edge of the woods where the ancient trees stood sentinel, their leaves murmuring secrets to the wind. Amara was known for her quiet kindness and the way her laughter, like a soft chime, danced through the air. Yet despite the warmth she spread, she often felt like a fluttering leaf caught in a whirlwind, struggling with the winds of change that life inevitably brought her way. The village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden gardens, was a place of tradition and routine, where every day unfurled much like the one before. Amara found comfort in the predictability, but a part of her yearned for something more, a spark of magic, a sense of transformation that she couldn't quite grasp. One cool autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Amara decided to take a stroll through the forest. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and fires crackling in distant hearths. As she wandered deeper among the trees, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the heart of this hidden glade stood an ancient oak, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Beneath the oak, a gentle glow emanated from a circle of mushrooms, their caps glistening with a faint luminescence. Amara, drawn by an inexplicable pull, knelt beside them, feeling the earth's heartbeat beneath her fingertips. As she closed her eyes, a soft voice, like the rustle of leaves, whispered to her, "Change is the dance of life, dear one. Embrace it, and you shall find your true self." Startled but intrigued, Amara opened her eyes to find a small, luminous creature hovering before her, a sprite with wings as delicate as frost-kissed petals. Its eyes, bright and knowing, twinkled with kindness. "Fear not, Amara," the sprite said, its voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Lyra, a guardian of the forest. I sense your struggle with change, but know this, transformation is the soul's journey to wisdom." Amara listened intently, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. Lyra continued, "Within you lies a seed of magic, dormant yet yearning to bloom. You must nurture it with courage and trust, for only then will you see the beauty of your own becoming." With those words, the sprite vanished, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced around the clearing. Amara felt a newfound resolve take root within her, a gentle determination to embrace the changes life offered, rather than shy away from them. In the days that followed, Amara began to notice the subtle magic woven into the fabric of her everyday life. She found joy in the vibrant colors of the changing leaves, each a reminder of the beauty in letting go. She cherished the laughter shared with friends, like dear old Oliver, the baker, whose warm smile and stories of yesteryears filled her days with comfort. As winter approached, the village prepared for its annual festival, a celebration of hearth and home. Amara, inspired by the sprite's words, decided to create something special, a tapestry that wove together the essence of her journey. With each stitch, she poured her heart, capturing the stories of her growth and the wisdom she had gained. The night of the festival arrived, and the village square buzzed with laughter and the scent of spiced cider. Amara's tapestry, hung for all to see, shimmered under the lantern light. It told a tale of transformation, of a heart learning to dance with change, guided by the gentle wisdom of friendship and the magic of self-discovery. As the villagers admired her work, Amara felt a warmth bloom within her, a glow that mirrored the magic of the forest glade. She realized that within her lay the power to embrace change, to transform and grow with each season of life. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the world settled into a peaceful slumber, Amara stood beside the crackling fire, her heart full of gratitude. She understood now that change was not a storm to be feared, but a gentle breeze guiding her toward her true self, a testament to the beauty of personal discovery. In the quiet of the night, with the embers glowing softly, Amara whispered a silent thank you to the forest sprite, knowing that the magic of transformation would forever be a part of her story, woven into the tapestry of her life. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the promise of new beginnings. Story 15. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young woman named Lila. This village, with its cobblestone streets and thatched roof cottages, was a place where time seemed to linger, allowing the gentle rhythm of life to unfold at its own pace. Lila, with her flowing auburn hair and eyes the color of chestnuts, was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit. However, beneath her serene exterior, she struggled with an inner restlessness, a yearning for change and self-discovery that she didn't quite understand. Lila's life was as predictable as the sunrise. Each day she would help her grandmother, a wise and loving woman, in their small apothecary shop. Together they mixed herbs and brewed potions, providing remedies and comforts to the villagers. Yet, as Lila ground lavender and chamomile into fine powders, she often found her thoughts drifting to the mysterious forest that bordered the village, an ancient woodland whispered to be alive with magic. One crisp autumn morning, with the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke in the air, Lila decided to take a walk through the forest. The path was carpeted in gold and russet leaves that crunched softly underfoot. As she ventured deeper, the sunlight slanted through the canopy in dappled patterns, and the forest seemed to hum with a quiet, expectant energy. In the heart of the forest, Lila came upon a clearing where a magnificent old oak tree stood. Its branches stretched out like welcoming arms, and its bark was etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. As she rested against the tree, a soft, melodic voice filled the air. "Welcome, dear child," the voice murmured, as if carried on a breeze. Startled but intrigued, Lila looked around. From behind the tree stepped a figure, a woodland nymph with skin as smooth as birch bark and hair woven with wildflowers. "I am Sylva," the nymph said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "This forest has watched over your village for centuries. It feels your longing, your desire for transformation." Lila felt a stirring of hope mingled with apprehension. "But I don't know how to change," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. Sylva smiled, her eyes sparkling like dew-kissed leaves. "Change is a journey, not a destination. It begins with understanding yourself and the world around you. Let me show you the magic within this forest, and perhaps the magic within yourself." With Sylva as her guide, Lila embarked on a journey of discovery. They visited a grove where the trees sang a gentle chorus, their leaves shimmering with silvery light. They wandered through meadows where flowers bloomed in impossible colors, each petal a brushstroke of nature's artistry. And as they traveled, Sylva shared stories of the forest's ancient wisdom, tales of resilience and growth. As the days turned into weeks, Lila found herself changing in subtle ways. She learned to listen more deeply to the rustle of leaves, the calls of distant owls, and most importantly, to her own heart. She discovered a newfound strength in her ability to adapt, to embrace the unknown with curiosity rather than fear. One evening, under a sky studded with stars like scattered diamonds, Sylva led Lila to a tranquil pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the night sky and the flickering glow of fireflies. "Look into the water," Sylva urged softly. As Lila gazed into the pond, She saw not just her reflection, but a vision of herself as she could be, confident, compassionate, and at peace with the ebb and flow of life. The sight filled her with a warmth that spread through her chest, as if the forest's magic had kindled a light within her. "Change begins with acceptance," Sylva said gently. "Accept who you are now and who you are becoming. Trust in the journey." Her heart full, Lila thanked Sylva and returned to the village, carrying the forest's magic with her. She approached her duties in the apothecary with newfound enthusiasm, infusing each potion and salve with the wisdom she had gained. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the quiet confidence that now radiated from her like the soft glow of a candle. Lila's grandmother, wise and perceptive, took her aside one day. "I see the forest has taught you well," she said, her eyes twinkling with pride. Lila nodded, a serene smile gracing her lips. "Yes, grandmother, I've learned that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. It's the essence of life itself." As the seasons turned and the village thrived, Lila became a beacon of hope and transformation. Her story inspired others to seek their own paths of growth, to find magic in the everyday moments of life. And though she often returned to the forest to visit Sylva and the enchanted world she had come to love, Lila knew that the true magic lay within her, an ever-present reminder that change, like the forest's gentle whisper, was a gift to be cherished. And so, in the heart of that timeless village, Lila found her place, her purpose, and her peace. The crackling fires of hearths warmed the villagers on cold nights, and the stories of the magical forest and Lila's own transformation were told and retold, passed down through generations like treasured heirlooms. The gentle lessons of the forest lived on, woven into the fabric of their lives, a testament to the enduring beauty of personal growth and the magic of discovering one's true self. Story 16. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, a gentle symphony of nature played in perpetual harmony. This was no ordinary forest. It was a realm where the boundaries between reality and magic faded away like mist in the early morning light. The forest was home to creatures both familiar and fantastical. Rabbits with fur like spun silver darted through underbrush, while owls with eyes like golden moons watched over the night. Among them lived a host of enchanted beings who tended to the forest's delicate balance, ensuring each season flowed seamlessly into the next. On the cusp of autumn, when the air turned crisp and leaves began to blush with shades of amber and crimson, a whisper spread through the forest. It was a time when all creatures, from the tiniest insect to the grandest stag, gathered to witness the magical dance of the seasons, a transformation marked by the first fall of golden leaves. In a hollow where the roots of an ancient oak embraced the earth, lived Nettle, a wise and gentle fox. Her fur, the color of russet and earth, blended with the fallen leaves, and her eyes held the warmth of the forest itself. Nettle was known for her wisdom and gentle heart, and she carried the stories of the woods as if they were her own. One morning, as the forest was bathed in the soft light of dawn, Nettle felt a stirring in the air, a signal that something was amiss. The whispers of the leaves and the murmurs of the streams spoke of a disruption, a slight imbalance that had crept into their harmonious world. It was said that the northern winds, who guided the seasonal changes, had grown weary and lost their way. Determined to restore balance, Nettle set out on a journey through the forest, accompanied by her dearest friend, Bramble, a small, nimble squirrel with a bushy tail and a heart full of curiosity. Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, guided by the gentle hum of the earth and the songs of the birds. As they traveled, the forest unfolded around them in a tapestry of sights and sounds. The air was filled with the earthy scent of pine and moss, and the ground beneath their paws was soft with fallen leaves. Sunlight danced through the branches, painting the forest floor with dappled gold. Their path led them to the Glade of Echoes, a sacred place where the seasons converged and the air shimmered with magic. It was here that the northern winds were said to rest, gathering strength for their journey across the earth. In the heart of the glade, they found a circle of stones, ancient and wise, marking the center of the forest's magic. Nettle and Bramble paused, feeling the weight of the forest's history around them. The stones were cool to the touch, and as they sat within the circle, They felt the pulse of the land, steady and strong. Nettle closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest. She felt the presence of the northern winds, their voices mingling with the rustling leaves. They spoke of their weariness, of the burden of carrying the seasons across the world, and of their longing for renewal. With gentle words and a heart full of kindness, Nettle and Bramble began to weave a tale of the forest's beauty, of the joy found in the changing seasons, and of the strength that comes from unity and balance. Their voices rose and fell like the wind through the trees, carrying their message to the very heart of the glade. As their story unfolded, the air around them began to shimmer with light. The winds, touched by the warmth of the tale, found comfort and strength. They rose from their slumber, swirling with renewed energy, and promised to carry the forest's harmony to all corners of the world. The forest sighed with relief, and the creatures who had gathered watched as the northern winds danced through the trees, scattering leaves like golden confetti. The balance was restored, and the promise of autumn's beauty was renewed. With their task complete, Nettle and Bramble returned to their hollow beneath the ancient oak. The forest, once again harmonious and serene, embraced them with its familiar warmth. As night fell, a gentle rain began to patter against the leaves, a lullaby to soothe the forest to sleep. In the quiet of the night, as the stars peeked through the canopy, Nettle and Bramble curled up together, their hearts content. They knew that the forest's magic was not just in its enchantments, but in the connections between all who called it home. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures continued to thrive in a world where wisdom and friendship held the key to harmony. The seasons turned, as they always had, guided by the gentle hands of those who cherished the world and its wonders. And as the forest settled into the embrace of autumn, a sense of peace and balance reigned once more. Story 17. Once upon a time, in the charming village of Whimsy Hollow, nestled in the heart of a lush, rolling valley, there lived a peculiar assortment of delightful characters. The village was a place where cobblestone streets wound lazily through meadows of wildflowers, and laughter bubbled like a brook through the air. The residents of Whimsy Hollow were known for their idiosyncrasies, all of which contributed to the village's unique charm. First, there was Poppy Puddlefoot, a sprightly young sprite with hair as green as new leaves and a penchant for collecting raindrops in her silver thimble. Poppy could often be found skipping along the dew-drenched grass, her laughter tinkling like tiny bells as she caught the rain's first kisses in her trusty thimble. Then there was Barnaby Bumble, a rotund bumblebee with a penchant for storytelling. His wings were as large as dinner plates, making him the talk of the hive. Barnaby loved to regale his friends with tales of daring honey heists and midnight nectar raids, his booming voice echoing through the meadow as he hovered lazily in the warm afternoon sun. And let's not forget Finnegan Fizzwhistle, the village's resident tinkerer. Finnegan was a gnome with a wild, unruly beard that seemed to have a mind of its own. His workshop, a jumble of gears and gadgets, was a wonderland of invention. Whenever Finnegan felt a burst of inspiration, his beard would twirl and sway in excitement, much to the amusement of his friends. One bright and breezy morning, as the village was waking to the soft glow of sunrise, an unusual commotion rippled through Whimsy Hollow. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces alight with curiosity. In the center of the square stood a mysterious shimmering bubble. It was as large as a cottage, hovering gently above the cobblestones, its surface swirling with iridescent colors that danced in the morning light. The bubble had appeared overnight, silent and serene, yet its presence was anything but ordinary. The villagers watched in awe, whispering and wondering about its origins. It was clear that the bubble was magical, for it defied all logic and physics they knew. Poppy, Barnaby, and Finnegan were among the first to step forward, their eyes wide with wonder and excitement. Poppy, always the brave one, reached out a delicate finger to touch the bubble, only to pull back with a giggle as it shimmered and sent ripples across its surface. "This is no ordinary bubble," Barnaby declared, his voice buzzing with excitement. "It must come from the Bubblegum Valley, where the bubble witches weave their spells." Finnegan nodded, his beard swirling in agreement. "If it is from the Bubblegum Valley, then perhaps it holds a secret or a message for us. We must discover its purpose. The villagers nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued. They knew that whatever magic was within the bubble, it required a touch of their own village's ingenuity to unravel. And so they set about devising a plan. Poppy, Barnaby, and Finnegan gathered their friends, each bringing their unique talents to the task. Poppy, with her nimble fingers and keen eye, began to gather the morning dew, believing it might hold the key to unlocking the bubble's secret. Barnaby, with his vast knowledge of tales and legends, recounted stories of Bubble's past, hoping to spark inspiration. Meanwhile, Finnegan rummaged through his workshop, creating a peculiar contraption that clattered and whirred with possibility. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the villagers worked together, each contributing their piece to the puzzle. Laughter echoed through the village as they collaborated, their friendship and camaraderie shining brightly. Finally, as the afternoon sun cast golden hues across the village, Poppy, Barnaby, and Finnegan gathered around the bubble, their creation complete. Poppy poured the dew into Finnegan's contraption, while Barnaby recited an ancient rhyme of bubble magic. The device began to hum and glow, its gears spinning faster and faster until, with a sudden burst of light, the bubble began to transform. The villagers watched in awe as the bubble shimmered and shifted, revealing a vibrant scene within. It was a glimpse into the Bubblegum Valley, a land of sugary mountains and rivers of fizzy soda. There, the Bubble Witches danced and played, their laughter as sweet as the candy air. With a delighted gasp, the villagers realized the bubble was a portal, a connection to the Bubblegum Valley. It was a gift, an invitation to explore and play in a world of wonder and magic. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Whimsy Hollow accepted the bubble's invitation. They stepped through the shimmering portal, hand in hand, into a land where dreams and imagination knew no bounds. In the Bubblegum Valley, they discovered candy-coated adventures and sugary delights beyond their wildest dreams. The Bubble Witches welcomed them with open arms, sharing their secrets of bubble magic and whimsy. When the time came to return to Whimsy Hollow, the villagers carried with them the joy and wonder of their magical journey. The bubble had brought them together, teaching them the power of friendship and the endless possibilities of imagination. And so, as the sun set over Whimsy Hollow, the villagers gathered once more in the square, their hearts light and their spirits high. The bubble had vanished, but its magic lingered, a reminder that the world was filled with wonder, and that, with a little creativity and a lot of heart, anything was possible. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, the villagers drifted to sleep, their dreams filled with candy-colored skies and laughter that echoed like the sweetest melody. And so, in the cozy warmth of their dreams, they knew that they would always find their way back to the magic of Whimsy Hollow. Story 18. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies to the moonlit sky, lay the small village of Lumendale. It was a place where the air was perfumed with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender, and the cobblestone paths were warmed by the sun's gentle rays. At night, the village glowed with the soft light of enchanted lanterns, guiding the way for travelers and villagers alike. One cool autumn evening, as leaves danced upon the breeze, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the gentle tinkle of the silver stream, which wound its way through Lumendale, had stopped altogether. The stream had always been a source of comfort and melody, its waters whispering tales of lands far and wide as they flowed. Without its song, a curious hush settled over the village, and the villagers felt an unfamiliar knot of unease. A young girl named Maya, with eyes as bright as a robin's egg and a heart full of wonder, decided to unravel this gentle mystery. Maya was known for her keen sense of observation and an unwavering belief that even the smallest beings had stories worth hearing. With her loyal cat, Whiskers, who had fur as soft as thistledown, by her side, Maya set off toward the forest. As Maya walked, the forest greeted her with rustling leaves and the scent of pine needles. She paused now and then, listening intently, hoping to catch even the faintest murmur of the stream. But there was nothing, only the sound of her footsteps and Whiskers' playful purrs. Reaching the edge of the silver stream, Maya noticed something unusual. The stream bed was dry, its pebbles glistening under the starlight like scattered jewels, yet there was no sign of where the water had gone. As she pondered, a soft, fluttering sound drew her attention upward. Perched on a low-hanging branch was a wise old owl, her feathers a tapestry of gold and brown. She regarded Maya with eyes as deep and knowing as the midnight sky. "Good evening, Maya," the owl hooted gently. "I see you have come to discover the secret of the silent stream." Maya nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, wise owl. Do you know what has happened?" The owl ruffled her feathers thoughtfully. "The answer lies upstream, where the stream's journey begins. But beware, for not all that glitters is gold, and sometimes the simplest answer is hidden in plain sight." Thanking the owl, Maya continued her journey, her heart buoyed by the owl's cryptic advice. Whiskers trotted beside her, occasionally dashing ahead to chase a falling leaf. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the path became a tapestry of shadows and moonbeams, each step a whisper in the night. Eventually they arrived at the source of the stream, a serene pool surrounded by ancient stones that shimmered with a gentle luminescence. Yet something was amiss. The pool's surface was still, reflecting the stars like a mirror, but no water flowed from it. Maya knelt beside the pool, noticing tiny footprints in the soft earth, a trail leading away into a thicket of ferns. Intrigued, she followed the trail, her steps quiet and careful. There, nestled among the ferns, Maya found a gathering of small, magical creatures, water sprites with translucent wings and laughter like tinkling bells. They were busy at work, weaving a tapestry of shimmering threads across a narrow gap in the rocks. "Hello, little friends," Maya greeted them softly. "What are you doing here?" The water sprites paused their work, their eyes twinkling like dewdrops. "We are mending the stream's whisper," one of them explained in a voice as light as a breeze. "A mischievous gust of wind tore the veil that gives the stream its voice, so we are fixing it." Maya watched in fascination as the sprites continued their delicate weaving. Their nimble fingers moved with the grace of dancers, and soon the tapestry was complete, a gossamer bridge over the gap, glowing with a silvery light. As the last thread was set in place, a gentle murmur began, soft at first, then growing into a melody as the water resumed its dance through the rocks. The stream sang once more, its voice a symphony of joy and relief. "Thank you," Maya said, her heart full of gratitude. "You have restored the stream's song." The sprites giggled, their wings fluttering with delight. The stream's voice was always there, waiting to be heard. Sometimes all it needs is a gentle nudge. With the mystery solved, Maya and Whiskers made their way back to Lumendale, their spirits lifted by the night's adventure. The village was aglow with the soft light of lanterns, and the air was filled with the familiar, comforting melody of the silver stream. As Maya climbed into bed that night, she felt the warmth of Whiskers curled up beside her and the gentle hum of the stream in the distance. She closed her eyes, knowing that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and that even the smallest creatures could hold the key to great mysteries. And so, under the watchful eye of the wise old owl perched outside her window, Lumendale drifted into a peaceful slumber, the village once again cradled in the arms of the whispering woods. Story 19. Once upon a dreamy eve, as the last rays of sunset danced through the towering treetops, the ancient forest came alive with the hushed whispers of its countless inhabitants. This was a realm where the veil between the seen and unseen grew thin, where every breeze carried the enchanting melodies of nature's symphony. Deep within the emerald embrace of the forest dwelled a clan of gentle woodland sprites, guardians of the delicate balance that sustained all life. These tiny beings, with gossamer wings and faces carved from bark and moss, had tended to the needs of the forest since time immemorial, their very existence woven into the tapestry of the seasons. As the first crisp notes of autumn carried upon the cool breeze, the sprites would gather in their hidden glades, their luminous forms aglow with the golden hues of fallen leaves. It was during this time of transition that they would perform their most sacred rites, coaxing the trees to shed their vibrant cloaks and prepare for the long slumber of winter. One such sprite, a wise elder named Willow, would lead the ceremonies, her voice a gentle melody that seemed to whisper the very language of the trees. With a touch as light as a dewdrop, she would trace the intricate patterns of bark, whispering ancient incantations that had been passed down through countless generations. As Willow's enchantments drifted through the forest, the trees would respond in kind, their leaves taking on brilliant hues of crimson and amber before drifting gracefully to the earth below. It was a breathtaking spectacle, a dance of nature's rhythms that had played out since the dawn of time. Yet the sprite's reverence for the cycles of life extended far beyond the changing of the seasons. They were the unseen caretakers of the forest, tending to the needs of every creature, great and small. In the depths of winter, when the world lay hushed beneath a blanket of snow, the sprites would flit among the slumbering trees, their luminous forms casting a warm glow upon the frozen landscape. It was during these quiet months that they would work their most profound magic, whispering words of encouragement to the dormant seeds and bulbs, coaxing them to dream of the vibrant blooms they would soon bring forth. As the first tender shoots of spring began to emerge, the sprites would rejoice, their tinkling laughter mingling with the songs of returning birds. They would dance among the fragrant blossoms, their gossamer wings stirring the air with the sweet sense of renewal and rebirth. In the heart of summer, when the forest was awash in a verdant sea of green, the sprites would revel in the abundance of life that surrounded them. They would frolic among the wildflowers, their tiny forms flitting from petal to petal, ensuring that every blossom received the gentle caress of the warm summer breeze. Yet, even in the midst of their joyous celebrations, the sprites never lost sight of the delicate balance that governed all things. They understood that every creature, every plant, every drop of dew played a vital role in the intricate tapestry of the forest. And so they tended to their sacred duties with unwavering dedication, nurturing the intricate web of life that sustained the ancient woodland realm. For they knew that their ethereal existence was inextricably intertwined with the rhythms of nature, and that the fate of the forest rested upon their tiny, luminous shoulders. As the cycles of life continued to turn, the sprites would pass on their ancient wisdom to the next generation, ensuring that the harmonious dance between the seen and unseen worlds would endure for ages to come. And in the soft whispers of the wind, one could almost hear the echoes of their timeless incantations, a gentle reminder of the magic that dwelled within the verdant heart of the ancient forest. Story 20. Once, in the heart of a quaint little village surrounded by rolling green hills and fields of wildflowers, there was an inviting bookshop named Whispering Pages. The bookshop was nestled between a bakery that always smelled of fresh bread and a toy store where laughter danced through the air. The shop was small, with a wooden sign creaking gently as it swung in the breeze, and windows that twinkled with the promise of countless tales. Inside, the air was filled with the comforting aroma of aged paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender that wafted from a vase on the counter. The walls were lined with shelves that stretched up to the ceiling, each one filled with books of every size and color imaginable. In a cozy corner, beside a crackling fireplace, sat a plush armchair that seemed to beckon visitors to sit and lose themselves in the magic of stories. The bookshop was run by a gentle, wise old woman named Matilda. Her hair was a silvery gray, always neatly pulled back into a bun, and her eyes sparkled with kindness and a hint of mischief. She had an uncanny ability to find the perfect book for each visitor, as if she could see into their hearts and know exactly what they needed. One rainy afternoon, a young girl named Lily wandered into the bookshop, seeking refuge from the drizzling rain. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold, and her clothes were slightly damp. She looked around, wide-eyed, at the towering shelves and rows upon rows of books. Lily loved stories, but she had never seen so many books in one place before. "Welcome, dear," Matilda greeted her with a warm smile. "Feel free to explore. You'll know the right book when you find it." Lily nodded shyly and began to wander through the aisles, running her fingers lightly over the spines of the books. She paused now and then to read a title or admire a cover, but nothing seemed to call out to her. That is, until she reached the very back of the shop, where she found an old dusty book tucked away on a bottom shelf. The book was bound in faded blue leather, with a gold emblem embossed on the cover. It looked as though it hadn't been touched in years. Curious, Lily picked it up and opened it to the first page. To her astonishment, the words began to shimmer and rearrange themselves, forming a new story entirely different from the one she initially saw. Her heart skipped a beat, and she knew she had found something truly special. Intrigued by this discovery, Lily carried the book to Matilda, who looked at it with a knowing smile. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," Matilda said softly. "It's a magical tome that reveals a new story to each reader, showing them what they most need to learn or see." Lily's eyes widened. "May I borrow it?" she asked, her voice almost a whisper. "Of course, my dear," Matilda replied, her eyes twinkling. "But remember, the stories it tells are meant to guide and teach. Listen to them well." With her heart alight with wonder, Lily tucked the book under her arm and thanked Matilda before stepping back out into the drizzling rain. She felt a strange warmth in her chest, as if the book itself was glowing with a gentle light. That evening, Lily sat in her small bedroom, the sound of raindrops tapping softly against the window. She opened the Book of Whispers and began to read the story it had chosen for her. The tale was of a young girl named Calla, who lived in a village much like Lily's own. Calla had discovered she could hear the thoughts of plants and animals, a magical ability that she found both wondrous and overwhelming. At first, Calla was frightened by the voices and tried to ignore them, but as she began to listen more closely, she realized the plants and animals had much to teach her. The story followed Calla's journey as she learned to use her gift to help her village. She befriended a wise old oak tree, whose deep voice spoke of the history of the land and the secrets held within the soil. A cheerful sparrow became her constant companion, offering advice and encouragement with a song in its heart. Through her new friends, Calla learned of a looming drought that threatened the village's harvest. Instead of panicking, she listened to the wisdom of the earth and devised a plan to save the crops. With the help of the villagers, who came to trust her guidance, they worked together to collect and store rainwater, ensuring everyone would have enough to drink until the rains returned. As Lily read the story, she felt as though she were walking alongside Calla, feeling her hopes and fears, and learning with her every step of the way. When the story came to an end, Lily closed the book with a sigh of contentment, feeling a newfound sense of courage and understanding within herself. The next morning, Lily returned to the bookshop, eager to share her experience with Matilda. "The story was wonderful," she said, a smile lighting up her face. "It taught me so much about listening and understanding, and how we can find solutions through wisdom and friendship." Matilda nodded, her eyes soft with approval. "You see, my dear, the Book of Whispers has a way of showing us what we need to see. It helps us grow, just as Calla grew through her journey." Lily nodded, feeling grateful for the magical book and the lessons it had imparted. She returned the Book of Whispers to its place on the shelf, knowing that its magic would be there for someone else to discover when the time was right. As the days turned into weeks, Lily found herself more attuned to the world around her. She listened more carefully, not only to the people she met, but also to the gentle whispers of nature. In her heart, she carried the wisdom of Calla's story, knowing that understanding and friendship held the power to overcome any challenge. And so, in the cozy bookshop of whispering pages, nestled within the heart of a village, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the magic of stories continued to weave its gentle spell, guiding and comforting those who ventured through its doors. And Lily, with her newfound understanding, knew that she would always cherish the lessons she had learned from the Book of Whispers. Story 21. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the air was perpetually tinged with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves, whispered ageless secrets, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. This was a place where the line between the world of the ordinary and the realm of the magical danced like the shifting patterns of sunlight through the boughs. Here, in this enchanted forest, the creatures were as much a part of the landscape as the towering oaks and shimmering streams. The wise old owl, with feathers as soft as velvet and eyes that glinted with the wisdom of ages, was known as the Keeper of Seasons. He watched over the delicate balance of nature, ensuring that each creature played its part in the grand symphony of life. The forest was alive with the soft hum of harmony. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and bright, inquisitive eyes, were the acrobats of the canopy, leaping from branch to branch with effortless grace. They were the forest's messengers, carrying news through the rustling leaves, their chatter echoing like laughter in the breeze. The deer, with their gentle eyes and swift, silent steps, moved like shadows through the underbrush, their presence a reminder of grace and serenity. They were the caretakers of the forest paths, keeping them open and clear for all who wandered through the woods. In the heart of the forest, where the sunlight dappled the ground in golden patches, there lay a hidden glade known as the Circle of Seasons. It was here that the magic of the forest was most potent, a place where time seemed to stand still, and the air was filled with the soft music of nature's rhythm. One early spring morning, when the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying with it a message of change. The Keeper of Seasons, perched high in the branches of an ancient oak, opened his eyes and listened. The time had come for the forest to awaken from its winter slumber. The owl spread his wings, and with a silent swoop he descended into the Circle of Seasons. There he called forth the council of the forest. From every corner of the woods the creatures came, the rabbits with their twitching noses, the foxes with their fiery coats, and the birds in a riot of colors, each more brilliant than the last. As they gathered around, the owl began to speak in a voice as soft as the breeze, yet as commanding as the call of the wild. The time has come for us to welcome the spring. The sun grows warm, the earth awakens, and life stirs anew. We must prepare to greet the season of growth and renewal. The forest creatures listened intently, their hearts swelling with excitement and purpose. Each had a role to play in this grand transformation. The squirrels would help scatter the seeds, ensuring new life would spring from the earth. The bees, with their gentle hum, would dance among the flowers, carrying the promise of fruit and bloom. The deer would lead the way, showing the young shoots where to find the sun. As the creatures set to work, the forest began to transform. The bare branches of winter were soon adorned with tender green leaves, and the forest floor burst into a tapestry of wildflowers, their colors bold and bright. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil and fresh rain. Days turned into weeks, and under the watchful eye of the Keeper of Seasons, the forest thrived. The sun rose higher in the sky, and the days grew long and warm. The creatures of the forest basked in the glow of summer, their hearts filled with the joy of life. But as the summer days began to wane, a subtle change swept through the forest. The leaves, once vibrant green, turned to shades of amber and gold, their edges kissed by the gentle touch of autumn. The air grew crisp, and the scent of wood smoke curled through the trees, a sign that the cycle of seasons was once again in motion. The Keeper of Seasons gathered the creatures once more in the Circle of Seasons. "Autumn is upon us," he announced, his voice carrying the weight of time. "We must prepare for the coming winter, when the forest will rest and renew." The creatures nodded in understanding. They had learned from the owl that each season brought its own gifts, its own challenges, and its own beauty. The squirrels hurried to gather nuts, storing them in secret caches. The bears prepared their dens, readying themselves for a long winter's sleep. The birds sang their farewell songs, their melodies a promise to return with the spring. As the first snowflakes fell, dusting the forest in a blanket of white, the creatures retreated to their warm homes. The forest, now hushed and still, seemed to hold its breath, waiting patiently for the return of the sun. And so the seasons turned, each one a chapter in the timeless story of the forest. Through it all, the Keeper of Seasons watched over his domain, his heart filled with the quiet contentment of knowing that the balance of nature was preserved. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined like the branches of the trees, the creatures lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the wisdom of the ages. They knew that each season brought with it the promise of change, and with it, the opportunity to grow and learn. And so, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the shadows danced upon the walls, The story of the Whispering Woods was told once more, a tale of harmony, of wisdom, and of the gentle, timeless dance of the seasons. In the depths of winter, when the nights were longest and the stars sparkled like frosty diamonds in the velvet sky, the forest was cloaked in a serene, otherworldly silence. The air was crisp and clear, carrying the faint scent of pine and the whisper of snowflakes falling gently to the ground. It was in these quiet moments that the true magic of the Whispering Woods was most evident. Beneath the snow-laden branches, the creatures of the forest found warmth and comfort in their hidden burrows and nests. The bears snuggled deep in their dens, their breath slow and steady as they dreamed of honey-laden summers. The rabbits huddled together in their cozy warrens, their fur a soft, warm blanket against the chill. Even the tiniest of mice found refuge in the hidden nooks of the ancient trees, their nests lined with the softest down. The Keeper of Seasons, perched high in his oak, watched over the sleeping forest with a gaze as gentle as moonlight. He knew that beneath the stillness, life thrummed with quiet vigor, awaiting the first signs of spring to burst forth anew. One particularly bright winter's night, when the moon hung low and golden, casting long shadows across the snow, a curious event occurred. A soft, shimmering light began to dance across the sky, painting the heavens in shades of emerald and rose. The northern lights had come to visit the Whispering Woods, their celestial ballet a rare and wondrous sight. The light stirred the creatures from their slumber, drawing them from their cozy retreats to gaze in awe at the sky. The foxes, with their fiery coats, stood silhouetted against the snow, their eyes reflecting the celestial glow. The deer, with their graceful forms, moved silently through the trees, their breath misting in the cold air. The owl, his feathers luminous in the moonlight, called out to the forest. "Gather, my friends, and behold the beauty of the night. The sky dances to remind us that even in the deepest of winters, there is magic and wonder to be found." The creatures gathered in the circle of seasons, their eyes turned skyward, hearts filled with awe and gratitude. The northern lights wove their spell, the colors shifting and swirling in a mesmerizing dance that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth itself. As the night wore on, a gentle wisdom spread among the creatures. They realized that just as the northern lights brought light to the darkest nights, so too did their community bring warmth and joy to the coldest of seasons. The bonds they shared, the harmony of their lives, was a light that could never be dimmed, a fire that burned bright through the longest winters. With this understanding, the creatures returned to their homes, their spirits lifted by the beauty they had witnessed. The forest settled once more into its serene embrace, the snow falling softly, blanketing the world in quiet peace. As the days passed, the promise of spring began to stir beneath the snow. The sun lingered a little longer each day, its warmth coaxing tender shoots from the frozen ground. The air filled with the scent of thawing earth, rich and loamy, mingling with the fresh, clean smell of melting snow. The Keeper of Seasons, sensing the change, called forth the creatures once more. "The time has come," he proclaimed, his voice resonant with the joy of renewal. "Let us awaken the forest and greet the spring." The creatures set to work with joyful hearts, their movements a graceful dance of cooperation and purpose. The squirrels scampered through the trees, scattering seeds and waking the slumbering branches. The bees emerged from their hives, their gentle hum a song of life and promise. The deer led the way, guiding the new growth towards the sun's warmth. The forest awoke in a riot of color and sound, each creature playing its part in the grand tapestry of nature. The streams, once silent under their icy coats, began to babble and sing, their waters clear and cold. The flowers burst into bloom, their petals vivid against the lush green of the forest floor. Through it all, the Keeper of Seasons watched with a heart full of pride and contentment. The forest, his beloved home, was alive with the magic of balance and harmony, a testament to the timeless wisdom passed down through generations. And so, the story of the Whispering Woods continued, a tale of seasons and cycles, of life and renewal. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, the creatures of the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the wonders of their enchanted world. In this ancient place, where magic and reality were intertwined like the branches of the trees, the creatures lived in harmony. their lives a gentle dance through the seasons. They knew that with each turn of the earth there came the promise of new beginnings, the chance to grow and learn with each passing day. And as the stars twinkled in the vast sky above, the Whispering Woods stood as a sanctuary of wisdom and peace, a reminder of the beauty and balance that can be found when nature and magic are in perfect harmony. Story 22. In the heart of the gentle Whispering Wood, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the brook sang a soft lullaby, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. It was a place where the sun always seemed to set in hues of lavender and gold, and where the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Willowbrook was a village blessed with magic in the most subtle of ways. The baker's bread always rose to the perfect fluffiness, the cobbler's shoes never wore out, and the lanterns cast a warm glow that never flickered. Among the villagers, there lived a young girl named Tilda, who had a curious mind and a heart as big as the moonlit sky. One autumn evening, as the first stars began to twinkle, Tilda sat by the window of her snug little cottage, wrapped in a quilt of soft wool. She gazed at the forest where the leaves had turned to shades of amber and crimson when she noticed something peculiar. A faint, shimmering light danced between the trees, flickering like a firefly, but larger and more dazzling. Intrigued, Tilda decided to investigate. She donned her warmest cloak and set out, her boots crunching over the carpet of fallen leaves. As she ventured deeper into the wood, the light led her to a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a grand, ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, and nestled among its roots was a small, glowing orb. As Tilda approached, the orb pulsed gently with light, casting a warm glow that filled her with a sense of peace. Suddenly a soft voice emanated from the orb, as if the wind itself were speaking. "Greetings, dear one," it whispered. "I am Lumina, the guardian of the Whispering Wood. There is a mystery afoot, and I need your help to solve it." Tilda, though surprised, felt no fear. Instead, she felt honored to be chosen by such a magical presence. "Of course, Lumina," she replied, her voice as gentle as the forest breeze. "What seems to be the trouble?" "The balance of our wood has been disturbed," Lumina explained. "The creatures are restless, and the harmony we cherish is fading. I sense a misunderstanding at the root of this unease, but I need your keen eyes and kind heart to uncover the truth." Determined to help, Tilda set off the next morning with a basket of provisions and a heart full of resolve. Her first stop was the home of Mr. Thistle, an elderly hedgehog known for his wisdom and knowledge of the forest. His little burrow was nestled beneath a holly bush, surrounded by patches of clover. "Good morning, Mr. Thistle," Tilda called softly, kneeling by the entrance. "I've come seeking your wisdom." The hedgehog emerged slowly, adjusting his tiny spectacles. "Ah, Tilda, my dear," he greeted, his voice as warm as honey. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Tilda explained the situation, and Mr. Thistle listened intently, his quills rustling like the pages of an ancient book. "I've noticed the change, too," he mused, "particularly among the birds. They seem to be avoiding the old oak. Perhaps there's something there they find unsettling." Thanking Mr. Thistle, Tilda continued her journey, her mind abuzz with possibilities. She decided to visit the meadow, where the butterflies danced like living petals. There she found Flutter, a wise old butterfly with wings that shimmered like stained glass. "Dear Flutter," Tilda began, watching as the butterfly alighted on a dandelion, "have you noticed anything unusual among your kin?" Flutter fluttered her wings thoughtfully. "Indeed, my dear," she replied, her voice as delicate as a whisper. "The flowers near the oak have been closing early, as if night approaches too soon. It's most peculiar." Tilda pondered this new information as she made her way back to the oak tree. She found Lumina waiting, her light casting gentle shadows that danced across the forest floor. "I've spoken with Mr. Thistle and Flutter," Tilda reported, settling beside the orb. "The birds and flowers are avoiding the oak, but I don't know why." Lumina glowed softly, considering Tilda's words. "Perhaps there is something hidden, something unseen that troubles them," she suggested. "Something that only the heart can sense." With this in mind, Tilda decided to spend the night near the oak, hoping the quiet of the stars would reveal the forest's secret. She wrapped herself in her cloak and lay on the soft moss, the gentle hum of crickets lulling her into a serene state. As the moon rose high, a faint sound reached her ears, like a melody played on a distant flute. Tilda sat up, her heart quickening with curiosity. The music seemed to ebb and flow, guiding her gaze to the base of the oak, where the roots intertwined like the fingers of an ancient hand. There, she noticed something she hadn't before, a small, hidden hollow. Within it lay a flute, carved from the branch of a silver birch, its surface etched with intricate patterns. Tilda carefully lifted the flute, feeling its smooth, cool surface. At that moment, Lumina's voice returned, as soft and knowing as ever. "You found the key, dear one. This flute belongs to the forest, its music meant to soothe and guide, but it was misplaced, and without its song, the creatures grew uneasy." Tilda smiled, understanding now. "I'll play it," she promised, raising the flute to her lips. As she played, a gentle, harmonious tune filled the air, weaving through the branches and beyond, wrapping the forest in a comforting embrace. The birds returned, their chirps blending with the melody, and the flowers opened, basking in the moon's glow. The forest sighed with relief, its balance restored. "Thank you, Tilda," Lumina whispered, her light brighter than ever. "Your kindness and courage have brought peace back to our wood." Tilda returned to her cottage, her heart light with the joy of her adventure. As she slipped beneath the quilt, she thought of the whispering trees and the glowing orb, and how sometimes the simplest of things, a melody, a kind word, a gentle heart, could solve the greatest of mysteries. With a contented sigh, Tilda drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, the forest's lullaby echoing softly in her dreams. And in Willowbrook, the stars shone a little brighter that night, as if smiling down on her and her magical world. Story 23. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the moon, and the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, there lived a gentle creature named Amara. Amara was a curious, tender-hearted fox, with fur as soft as downy feathers, and eyes that shimmered like pools of starlit water. Although she adored the tranquility of her home, she often felt a restlessness in her heart, a yearning for something unknown that danced just out of reach, like the fireflies that flickered in the night. Amara had always been apprehensive about change. She cherished her routines, the morning dew that cooled her paws, the rustle of leaves that accompanied her afternoon naps, and the comforting whispers of the forest that lulled her to sleep. But deep within her, there was a spark, a flicker of magic that whispered of transformation, of a world beyond the familiar paths she knew so well. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, Amara awoke to find an unexpected visitor at the edge of her den, a tiny, shimmering dragonfly named Leora. Leora's wings glistened like fragments of rainbow glass, and her voice was as light and melodious as the tinkling of a distant chime. "Good morning, Amara," Leora greeted with a warm smile, hovering gracefully in the air. "I've come to share a tale of change, for I can see that your heart is restless." Amara sat up, her curiosity piqued. "Change is a daunting thing," she admitted, her voice as soft as the gentle breeze. Leora nodded knowingly, landing delicately on a nearby flower. "Indeed, change can be daunting, but it is also the doorway to growth and discovery. Would you like to come with me on a journey? A journey that might help you understand the beauty of transformation?" With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Amara agreed, her heart fluttering like the wings of the dragonfly beside her. Together they ventured deeper into the whispering woods than Amara had ever dared before. The forest was alive with magic, each step revealing new wonders. The trees here were ancient and wise, their bark etched with the stories of time, and the air was filled with the sweet perfume of blooming wildflowers. As they walked, Leora shared tales of the forest's magic, of creatures who had embraced change and discovered new strengths within themselves. "Look at the caterpillar," Leora said, pointing to a plump, striped creature inching along a leaf. "It surrenders to transformation, trusting the process, and emerges as a butterfly, free to dance on the wind." Amara watched in awe, her fear of change slowly unraveling like the threads of an old cocoon. Further along the path, they encountered a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of swirling colors, a testament to the many journeys he had taken. "Ah, Amara," Thistle greeted with a slow, gentle nod. It's good to see you exploring beyond your familiar trails. Amara smiled, feeling the warmth of friendship in Thistle's gaze. I'm learning about change, she said, her voice growing steadier. Thistle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. Change is the heartbeat of life, dear one. It is the soil in which we plant our dreams and the sun that helps them grow. With newfound courage, Amara continued her journey, her heart swelling with the possibilities that lay before her. As dusk began to weave its tapestry of twilight across the sky, they reached the Enchanted glade, a place where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the colors of a watercolor painting. Here, the air hummed with a gentle, magical energy, and the stars seemed to hang lower, as if listening to the secrets of the earth. In the center of the glade stood a crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the world with a perfect stillness. Leora and Amara approached the water's edge, and Amara peered into the depths, seeing not just her reflection but something more, a glimpse of what she could become. Embrace the magic within you, Amara, Leora whispered, her voice a gentle caress. Let it guide you, and you will find the courage to grow. As Amara gazed into the pond, she felt a warmth blooming in her chest, a gentle light spreading through her being. The fear that had once held her back began to dissolve, replaced by a sense of wonder and possibility. Just then the water rippled, and from its depths emerged a vision of Amara as she had never seen herself, a graceful, radiant creature, her fur glowing with an ethereal light, her eyes filled with wisdom and joy. Amara stepped back, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Is that truly me? Leora nodded, her wings fluttering in encouragement. It is who you can become, should you choose to embrace the journey of transformation. The realization washed over Amara like a gentle rain, and she understood that the magic she sought was not something to be feared, but embraced. It was the very essence of who she was, the key to unlocking her true potential. With a heart full of gratitude and courage, Amara turned to her friends. Thank you, Leora. Thank you, Thistle. You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but to welcome. As they made their way back through the whispering woods, the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over the path. Amara felt lighter, her steps more confident, as if she were already partway through her own transformation. The forest, once filled with unknowns, now felt like a place of endless possibility, a canvas on which she could paint her dreams. Amara realized that the true magic lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself, in the willingness to embrace change and discover the beauty within. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle rustle of the leaves, Amara found peace in the knowledge that she was not alone. With friends by her side and a heart open to the wonders of the world, she was ready to step into the light of her own becoming. In the quiet of the whispering woods, where the trees sang their timeless lullabies and the air was always sweet with the promise of new beginnings, a gentle fox named Amara had discovered the power of transformation, and with it, the beauty of her own soul. Story 24. In the heart of the galaxy, where stardust danced upon the cosmic winds, 2 planets orbited a sun that shimmered like a jewel. One was a lush, verdant world named Lyriath, where the gentle hum of nature was as familiar as a lullaby, and the other, Zintar, a crystalline realm where light refracted in a kaleidoscope of colors, creating an ethereal beauty that was both breathtaking and serene. From Lyriath came Nira, a being as graceful as the willow trees that lined her homeland. Her skin was the color of moss, and her eyes gleamed with the wisdom of the forest. She walked with the soft tread of one who was at peace with the earth, her touch as soothing as the whisper of leaves in the wind. From Zintar came Kelt, a figure of striking luminosity. His form seemed carved from the very crystals of his world, with facets that caught and played with light in a mesmerizing dance. He moved with a precision that mirrored the crystalline structures of his home, his presence a gentle reminder of the beauty and complexity. Their meeting was as unexpected as it was fated. It occurred on a small moon that served as a neutral ground for travelers from all corners of the universe. The moon's surface, a tranquil meadow under a sky that shimmered with unfamiliar stars, was a place where differences were celebrated and stories exchanged like cherished gifts. Nira and Kelt found themselves drawn to the same grove, a place where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers, and the ground was soft beneath their feet. It was here that their paths first crossed, and here that the seeds of misunderstanding were sown. Though Nira spoke with the gentle cadence of rustling leaves, her words were often wrapped in the metaphors of her world. "The heart listens in silence," she would say, her voice a melody of the forest. Kelt, accustomed to the directness of crystalline communication, found her words puzzling. He responded with clarity, his voice resonating like the chime of glass. "To understand is to see clearly," he countered, his words a reflection of his world's logic. Their initial conversations were fraught with misinterpretations, each struggling to comprehend the other's ways. Yet beneath these misunderstandings lay a curiosity, a yearning to bridge the gap between their worlds. The turning point came with the arrival of a cosmic storm, a rare celestial event that swept across the moon with a ferocity that was both beautiful and terrifying. The skies darkened, and the winds howled with a force that threatened to uproot even the sturdiest of trees. Faced with this daunting challenge, Nira and Kelt were forced to seek shelter together in a cave, its entrance hidden by a curtain of vines. Inside, the air was cool and damp, the walls glistening with moisture that caught the dim light filtering through the storm. In the confines of the cave, their differences seemed less significant. Nira, with her affinity for nature, found comfort in the earth's embrace, while Kelt, his crystalline structure glowing softly, provided a gentle light that illuminated the darkness. They shared stories to pass the time, their voices blending with the sound of rain against the rocks. Nira spoke of the ancient trees of Lyriath, their roots entwined in a symphony of life, while Kelt described the crystalline caverns of Zintar, where light danced in a perpetual play of colors. As they talked, a deeper understanding began to form, an awareness of the beauty within their differences. Nira realized that Kelt's clarity was not a lack of depth, but a different kind of wisdom, one that saw the world in precise detail. Kelt, in turn, came to appreciate the richness of Nira's metaphors, recognizing them as windows into the soul of her world. When the storm finally subsided, leaving the moon's surface washed clean and glistening under the resumed starlight, Nira and Kelt emerged from the cave, forever changed by their shared experience. The air was fresh and new, carrying with it the promise of beginnings. Their journey continued, no longer as strangers from distant worlds, but as companions bound by friendship and mutual respect. Together they explored the moon's wonders, discovering hidden groves and crystalline formations that mirrored their own unique blend of perspectives. In their travels, they encountered other beings, each with their own stories and challenges. With each new encounter, they drew upon the lessons learned in the cave, using their combined strengths to offer support and understanding. Through their journey, Nira and Kelt taught others that true friendship was not about sameness, but about celebrating differences and finding harmony in diversity. They showed that misunderstandings need not be barriers, but opportunities for growth and connection. As the stars wheeled overhead, they often returned to the grove where they first met, sitting in companionable silence as the night unfolded its tapestry across the sky. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of distant galaxies, they reflected on their journey, grateful for the unlikely friendship that had transformed their lives. And in the quiet moments before sleep, as the world around them hushed into stillness, they knew that they had found something precious, a bond that transcended worlds, a friendship that illuminated the path forward like the brightest star. The story of Nira and Kelt became a cherished tale among travelers, a reminder that even in the vast expanse of the universe, hearts could find each other, and in doing so, discover the true meaning of friendship. And so, under the gentle glow of 1,000 stars, their story whispered the promise of hope and connection to all who listened. Story 25. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees wove a dense canopy above, and the earth was carpeted in soft emerald moss, there existed a world that thrived in quiet harmony. Here, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of pine and damp earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the ages. This was a place where the mundane and the magical intertwined seamlessly, where every creature played a part in the grand symphony of nature. In this enchanted forest lived a wise old turtle named Thistle. Thistle's shell was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old, and his eyes, though soft and gentle, held the deep wisdom of countless seasons. He was revered by all forest creatures as a sage and a friend, always ready with a comforting word or a guiding thought. Thistle's closest companions were a lively squirrel named Pippin and a gentle doe called Willow. Pippin was a sprightly creature with a bushy tail that seemed to dance with every movement, his eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Willow, on the other hand, moved with a grace that seemed almost ethereal, her presence calming and nurturing like the first warm breeze of spring. The forest thrived under the watchful care of its inhabitants, each creature understanding its role in maintaining the balance of their home. It was said that the forest itself was alive, its spirit entwined with the cycles of the seasons. And it was this spirit that Thistle often communed with during his quiet moments by the shimmering brook. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Thistle awoke to a peculiar sound. It was a soft, melodic tinkling, like the distant chime of bells. Intrigued, he slowly made his way to the brook, where the sound seemed to resonate most strongly. There, on the smooth stones by the water's edge, lay a cluster of delicate frost flowers, their crystalline petals glistening in the early light. Thistle had seen frost flowers before, but never quite like these. They seemed to pulse with an inner glow, a soft luminescence that flickered in time with the gentle ripples of the brook. As he gazed at them, a warmth spread through his old bones, as if the flowers themselves were whispering a tale of ancient magic and renewal. Pippin, ever the explorer, tumbled down from a nearby branch, eyes wide with wonder at the sight before him. "Thistle, look at these! They're like stars fallen to earth!" he exclaimed, his voice a blend of awe and excitement. Willow, who had quietly approached, nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the frost flowers. "They are beautiful, Thistle. Do you know what they mean?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. Thistle pondered for a moment, his mind sifting through the layers of wisdom passed down through generations. "These frost flowers," he began, "are a gift from the spirit of the forest. They bloom when the world is in harmony, a reminder of the delicate balance we all must maintain." As the three friends sat by the brook, enveloped in the serene beauty of the morning, Thistle shared stories of the forest's past. Tales of great winters and bountiful springs, of times when the balance was tested and restored through friendship and understanding. Long ago, Thistle recounted, there was a winter so harsh that the forest seemed to groan under the weight of its burden. The creatures were frightened, their hearts heavy with worry. But it was the unity of the forest that saw them through. The birds shared their songs to lift spirits. The trees offered shelter with their branches, and even the wind softened its bite to carry warmth instead of chill. Pippin listened intently, his tail wrapped around him like a cozy scarf. "So, the forest took care of its own because everyone worked together?" he asked, the lesson resonating in his young heart. "Exactly, my dear friend," Thistle replied, his voice a soothing balm against the chill of the morning. "When we act with kindness and understanding, when we work together, we maintain the balance that sustains us all." Willow, touched by the story, leaned closer to Thistle. "The frost flowers are a reminder of that unity, aren't they? A sign that we are doing our part in keeping the harmony." "Yes, Willow," Thistle affirmed, his eyes crinkling with warmth. "And it's important to remember that even the smallest creatures play a vital role in this dance of life." As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the frost flowers began to melt, their beauty transitioning into the gentle flow of the brook. The forest awoke fully, its inhabitants stirring to the rhythm of the day. And though the frost flowers were gone, the memory of their glow lingered in the hearts of Thistle, Pippin, and Willow. In the days that followed, the forest buzzed with a renewed sense of purpose. Each creature, from the tiniest ant to the grandest stag, carried the lesson of the frost flowers within them. They shared food during lean times, offered protection to the vulnerable, and celebrated together under the starlit canopy of the ancient trees. As winter slowly gave way to spring, the forest burst into life with a vibrant tapestry of colors and sounds. Flowers unfurled their petals to greet the sun, streams babbled joyfully, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming life. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with shades of lavender and gold, thistle, pippin, and willow gathered once more by the brook. The water shimmered with the last light of day, and a gentle breeze carried the promise of warmer days. "We did well," Pippin said, his voice brimming with pride and contentment. "The forest is thriving, and we all had a part to play." Thistle nodded, a deep satisfaction settling over him. "Yes, my friends, we've honored the spirit of the forest, and as long as we remember the lessons of the frost flowers, our home will continue to flourish." Willow, her eyes reflecting the fading light, added softly, "And we will pass these stories to those who come after us, ensuring the wisdom endures." As twilight descended, wrapping the forest in its gentle embrace, the three friends sat in peaceful silence, their hearts intertwined with the rhythm of nature. The forest, in all its magic and mystery, stood as a testament to the enduring power of harmony and friendship. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the spirit of the forest continued its timeless dance, a beacon of unity and balance for all who called it home. Story 26. In the heart of a lush and sprawling forest, where the whispering pines met the sky, there lived a young girl named Leora. The forest was a place of subtle magic, where sunlight played tricks with shadows, and the air was thick with the scent of pine needles and wildflowers. The gentle rustle of leaves was like a constant lullaby, and the babbling brook that wound through the trees sang a song of its own. Leora had always been a part of this woodland world, her days filled with the simple joys of nature. Yet, as she grew, a restlessness began to stir within her, a yearning for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like the first breath of autumn in the summer air, a change that was both exciting and unsettling. Despite the forest's comforting embrace, Leora felt a tug to explore beyond its familiar bounds. But the idea of change was daunting, and she often found herself hesitating at the edge of her cozy world. She would sit for hours beneath her favorite oak tree, its ancient branches a canopy of wisdom, pondering what lay beyond. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the forest in hues of gold and amber, Leora's thoughts were interrupted by a curious sight. A shimmering butterfly, its wings a mosaic of azure and silver, fluttered down and landed on her outstretched hand. It was unlike any creature she had seen, a creature of pure magic, and in that moment, Leora felt a spark of courage ignite within her. With newfound resolve, Leora decided it was time to seek guidance from the wise elder of the forest, an owl named Sylvan who lived in the tallest pine. Sylvan was known for his gentle wisdom and had watched over the woodland creatures for many seasons. As twilight descended, Leora approached Sylvan's tree. Her heart beat in time with the soft hooting that welcomed her. "Dear Sylvan," she began, her voice barely above a whisper, "I feel a change inside me, like the shifting of seasons, but I'm afraid to leave what I know." The owl pondered her words, his eyes gleaming in the moonlight. "Ah, dear one," he replied, "change is a dance of the soul, and fear is but a shadow. To grow is to embrace the unknown, to find harmony in the new." Encouraged by Sylvan's words, Leora set her sights on the horizon. The forest, though beloved, was but a chapter in her story. She knew it was time to step into a world that beckoned with possibilities. The next morning, Leora prepared for her journey. Her friends from the forest gathered to bid her farewell. A gentle breeze, like a mother's touch, swept through the clearing as the animals gathered round. A wise fox, a playful squirrel, and a songbird with a voice like honey, each offering their own words of encouragement. The fox, with eyes as keen as the stars, spoke first. "Remember, Leora, that every step you take is a brushstroke on the canvas of your life. Paint it boldly." The squirrel, ever the optimist, chattered, "And though the path may twist and turn, you'll always have us by your side, cheering you on." Lastly, the songbird sang a melody of hope, its notes weaving through the air like a soft embrace. "Let your heart be light and your spirit free. The world awaits your song." With their words echoing in her heart, Leora set off into the unknown. The forest watched her go, its leaves whispering secrets of courage and adventure. As she ventured beyond the trees, Leora discovered a landscape that was both strange and beautiful. Hills rolled like waves, capped with wildflowers of every hue, and rivers sparkled under the sun like ribbons of silver. She met kind souls along her journey, a wise old woman who spun tales of distant lands, a gentle musician who played tunes that spoke to the heart, and children whose laughter rang like bells in the air. Each encounter taught Leora something new, patience, kindness, and the strength that lay within her. And with each lesson, she felt herself transforming, much like the magical butterfly that had first inspired her. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of a fading day, Leora reached the edge of a vast ocean. The waves whispered secrets of the deep, and the breeze carried the scent of salt and mystery. Here, she sat on the shore, watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the water with trails of gold and crimson. In that moment, Leora understood that change was not something to fear, but a gift to embrace. It was the promise of growth, the unfolding of dreams yet woven. The ocean, vast and eternal, seemed to nod in agreement, a gentle reminder of the endless possibilities that lay ahead. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora turned her gaze back to the forest she had left behind. She realized that she was not leaving it, but carrying it within her. The love, the lessons, the magic. Her journey was just beginning, and she knew that wherever it led, she would be guided by the wisdom of friendship and the courage of a heart unafraid to grow. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora lay back on the sandy shore, lulled by the rhythmic lullaby of the waves. She closed her eyes, feeling a peaceful contentment settle over her, a warmth that whispered of home, both within and beyond. And in the quiet of that moonlit night, she dreamed of adventures yet to come, cradled by the gentle embrace of the world she was learning to love, one step at a time. Story 27. In a quaint village nestled within a lush emerald valley, where the gentle hum of bees mingled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, there lived a young woman named Seraphina. Her auburn hair glistened like copper under the sun, and her eyes, a deep shade of forest green, often gazed longingly at the distant, mist-veiled mountains. Seraphina was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, but she harbored a quiet discontent, a restlessness that fluttered like a caged bird within her heart. Seraphina worked in the village apothecary, where the air was filled with the earthy aroma of dried herbs and the tang of healing tinctures. Each day she would grind and mix, her hands moving deftly as if guided by some ancient unseen force. Her work was valued and her presence cherished, yet she felt a yearning for something more, a transformation she could not quite name. One crisp autumn morning, Seraphina set out on her daily walk along the riverbank, a path she knew as intimately as her own reflection. The river sang a soft melody, its waters shimmering under the dappled sunlight. As she walked, the leaves whispered secrets of the forest, rustling in the gentle breeze. It was here, among the golden foliage, that she encountered an unexpected visitor, a wise, old tortoise named Thaddeus. Thaddeus was known throughout the village for his sage advice and gentle humor. His shell, worn and etched with the passage of time, glimmered with hues of amber and jade. "Good day, dear Seraphina," he greeted her warmly, his voice as soothing as the river's flow. "I see a question dances in your eyes, like a leaf caught in the wind." Seraphina nodded, sitting beside him on the soft, moss-carpeted ground. "I feel as though I'm standing still while the world around me transforms," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "I long for change, but I'm afraid of what it might bring." Thaddeus listened intently, nodding slowly. "Change is the river's current, ever flowing and shaping the land. It can be daunting, yet within it lies the promise of growth," he said, his eyes twinkling like stars peeking through a twilight sky. "Sometimes it is the smallest steps that lead to the grandest journeys." Taking his words to heart, Seraphina began to observe the subtle transformations around her. She noticed how the caterpillars in the garden wrapped themselves in silken cocoons, surrendering to the mystery of metamorphosis. Bees danced in the air, their movements a harmonious ballet as they gathered nectar, unwittingly pollinating the flowers and ushering in new life. Inspired by these gentle teachers, Seraphina decided to embrace her own transformation. She began to experiment with new potions and remedies, blending traditional wisdom with her own intuitive creativity. At first, her attempts were met with uncertainty, like the first tentative notes of a lullaby. But as days turned to weeks, her confidence grew, and her concoctions became as vibrant and varied as the wildflowers in the meadows. Seraphina's newfound courage did not go unnoticed. Her friends in the village, a merry band of artisans and storytellers, encouraged her, each offering their unique gifts. There was Cedric, the carpenter, whose laughter was as warm as his hearth, and who crafted beautiful wooden vessels to hold her potions. And Amara, the weaver, whose tapestries told tales of ancient magic, and whose friendship was a tapestry of its own, woven with threads of understanding and empathy. Together, they celebrated the small victories, the moments of clarity and discovery that illuminated Seraphina's path. And in their companionship, she found a mirror of her own burgeoning transformation, a reminder that change, much like friendship, was a journey best shared. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Seraphina returned to the riverbank where she had first met Thaddeus. The moon cast a silver glow across the water, and the air was filled with the soothing symphony of crickets and frogs. Seraphina closed her eyes, breathing in the cool, crisp air, and felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. Thaddeus appeared once more, his presence as comforting as a soft blanket on a chilly night. "Ah, Seraphina," he said, his voice rich with approval. "I see the river of change has carried you to new shores." Seraphina smiled, her heart light with gratitude. "You were right, dear Thaddeus," she replied softly. "Change is not to be feared, but embraced. It has taught me to trust in the flow of life, and in my own ability to adapt and grow." The old tortoise nodded, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "Remember, dear one, that transformation is a dance, a delicate balance between holding on and letting go. And in that dance, you will find your true self." As Seraphina made her way back to the village, the path illuminated by the gentle glow of fireflies, she felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The journey of transformation had not only reshaped her world, but had also revealed the beauty of her own inner landscape. And so, in the quiet embrace of the night, with the promise of a new dawn on the horizon, Seraphina discovered the magic of personal growth, a wondrous alchemy of courage, friendship, and the timeless wisdom of the river's flow. Story 28. Once upon a time, nestled in a quiet village surrounded by whispering forests and gently rolling hills, there was a quaint little home where a young girl named Lila lived with her grandmother. This village was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the night sky was a brilliant tapestry of stars that twinkled like a million tiny lanterns. Lila was a curious girl, with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart full of wonder. Her grandmother, a wise woman with a voice as soothing as the rustle of autumn leaves, often shared stories of the world beyond the village, weaving tales of far-off lands and hidden magic. But it was on one particular evening, as the fireplace crackled softly and shadows danced on the walls, that Lila's life took an unexpected turn. As Lila prepared for bed, her grandmother handed her a small, unassuming wooden box. It was smooth to the touch and carried the faint aroma of cedar. "This," her grandmother said with a gentle smile, "is no ordinary box. It holds secrets and wonders, but it will only open when the time is right." Intrigued, Lila placed the box by her bedside, its presence filling her with both excitement and curiosity. That night, as she drifted into slumber, she dreamed of the box opening, revealing a world of sparkling lights and soft whispers. The next morning, Lila awoke to find the box glowing faintly in the morning light. As she reached out to touch it, the lid creaked open, revealing a small, intricately carved key that seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. Alongside it lay a note, written in her grandmother's elegant hand. To unlock the magic within, follow the path of kindness and courage. And so began Lila's journey. With the key safely tucked in her pocket, she set out to uncover its secret, guided by the whispers of the forest and the wisdom of her heart. Her first stop was the village square, where she met an old clockmaker named Mr. Whittle, whose eyes twinkled behind thick spectacles. He was known for his eccentricity and love for telling time in the most peculiar ways. As she approached his shop, filled with the gentle ticking of countless clocks, Lila felt a sense of warmth and welcome. "Ah, young Lila," Mr. Whittle greeted her with a nod. "I see you found the key to discovery. Remember, time is not always what it seems." Lila shared her quest with Mr. Whittle, who in his quirky manner pointed her towards the enchanted meadow, a place said to be alive with magic and mystery. With a heart full of anticipation and the key clutched tightly, Lila made her way through the village and into the vibrant embrace of the meadow. The air in the meadow was thick with the scent of wildflowers, and the ground beneath her feet felt soft as a velvet carpet. As she ventured further, she met a group of friendly creatures, a wise old owl, a jubilant squirrel, and a gentle deer, each with their own tale to tell and a lesson to share. The owl, with feathers as soft as the night sky, spoke of wisdom and patience. In your journey, dear Lila, remember that the most profound answers often lie in the quietest places. The squirrel, with eyes bright as amber, chattered about joy and play. Never forget the power of laughter and lightness, for they can open doors even the strongest key cannot. And the deer, with a gaze as serene as the moonlit night, whispered of courage and compassion. It is our kindness that lights the way through the darkest of woods. With each encounter, Lila felt her heart swell with understanding, and with every step, the key in her pocket seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth. Her journey through the meadow led her to an ancient oak, its branches reaching towards the sky like welcoming arms. There, nestled among the roots, she found a hidden door, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. With a deep breath, Lila inserted the key, and the door opened with a soft sigh. Inside, she discovered a world bathed in soft golden light, a place where time seemed to stand still, and every sound was a gentle whisper. It was a library, filled with books that sang stories of the world and beyond, and at the center of this magical realm stood a grand mirror, its surface rippling like water under the moonlight. As Lila gazed into the mirror, she saw reflections of her journey, the faces of Mr. Whittle, the wise owl, the jubilant squirrel, and the gentle deer. She saw her own kindness and courage reflected back at her, and she understood that it was these very qualities that had unlocked the magic within the box. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila stepped away from the mirror, the warmth of its light enveloping her like a comforting embrace. She knew then that the true magic lay not in the objects or places she had discovered, but in the friendships she had forged and the lessons she had learned. Returning to the village, Lila felt a newfound sense of belonging and purpose. She shared her adventure with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling like the stars. And so, under the glow of the moonlit sky, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, the gentle hum of the forest and the warmth of her grandmother's stories wrapping around her like a cozy blanket. In the days that followed, the village seemed to hum with a quiet magic, as if the very air was alive with possibility. Lila's journey had not only unlocked the magical world, but it also opened her heart to the wonders that existed all around her. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Lila learned that the greatest magic of all was the power of kindness, courage, and the wisdom found in friendship. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars danced in the sky, the village slept peacefully, knowing that in the heart of one curious girl lay the key to a world of endless wonder. Story 29. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between lush emerald hills and whispering forests, there was a legend told as the evening sun dipped below the horizon. It spoke of the Whispering Key, a magical object said to unlock the secrets of the hidden world that lay just beyond the veil of sight. This key was said to be crafted by the ancient guardians of the forest, beings of immense wisdom and kindness who had long since faded into the realm of myth. At the heart of Eldergrove stood a small cottage, its walls lined with ivy, and its windows adorned with lace curtains that fluttered gently in the breeze. Inside lived an elderly woman named Adeline, known to all as Granny Ada. Granny Ada was a beloved figure, her eyes always twinkling with the secrets of 1,000 stories. Her days were spent tending to her garden and sharing tales with the village children, who would gather around her like moths to a flame. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves drifted lazily from the trees in a cascade of gold and crimson, a young girl named Lila wandered into Granny Ada's garden. Lila was a bright and curious soul, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with a hint of mischief. She loved nothing more than to explore the woods and fields surrounding Eldergrove, always on the lookout for something extraordinary. "Granny Ada," Lila called out, her voice carrying on the gentle wind. "Do you have a new story for us today?" Granny Ada smiled warmly, her hands gently brushing soil from a freshly picked carrot. "Ah, Lila, my dear," she replied, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "I do indeed. Today I shall tell you of the Whispering Key." Lila's eyes widened with excitement as she settled down on a patch of soft moss at Granny Ada's feet. The other children soon joined her, their faces aglow with anticipation. The Whispering Key, Granny Ada began, is not just a legend, but a true wonder, hidden where the forest meets the sky. It is said to reveal a world within our own, a place where the trees speak and the rivers sing. As Granny Ada wove her tale, Lila found herself captivated by the thought of such a place. She imagined herself walking through the forest, the Whispering Key in hand, unlocking the hidden wonders that lay beyond. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over Eldergrove, Lila lay awake in her cozy attic bedroom. The sounds of the night were a soothing symphony, a gentle rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the soft murmur of the nearby brook. But Lila's mind was filled with thoughts of the Whispering Key, and a longing to discover its secrets grew within her. The following morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila set off into the forest. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. She walked along the well-trodden paths, her footsteps softly crunching the fallen leaves underfoot. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Lila's heart guided her towards a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. Something about the tree called to her, and she felt an inexplicable pull towards it. Drawing closer, Lila noticed something glinting at the base of the tree. Kneeling down, she found a small, intricately carved key nestled among the roots. Its surface shimmered with an ethereal light, and as she held it in her hand, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers. Lila knew, with a certainty that resonated deep within her, that this was the Whispering Key of legend. Her heart swelled with a mix of awe and excitement as she looked around, wondering what wonders this key might unlock. And so began Lila's journey into the hidden world of Eldergrove. With each turn of the key, she discovered new marvels. A grove where the flowers sang harmonies that danced in the air, a glade where the trees shared tales of ancient times with voices as soft as the wind. She met creatures that seemed both familiar and fantastical. A wise old fox with eyes like amber jewels, a family of rabbits with fur as soft as clouds, and a deer whose antlers glowed with a gentle luminescence. As the days turned into weeks, Lila found herself changed by her adventures. Her heart grew lighter, her mind more open to the wonders of the world around her. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to understand the language of the birds and the rivers. Each encounter taught her something new, a lesson wrapped in friendship and shared in laughter. Yet, amidst the joy of discovery, a mystery unfolded before her. There was a presence in the hidden world, a guardian whose voice was a melody of wisdom and kindness. It was said that this guardian held the knowledge of the forest's deepest secrets, and Lila felt drawn to seek it out. Guided by the gentle whispers of the trees, Lila ventured further into the hidden world. She journeyed through sun-dappled glades and moonlit meadows, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and wonder. Along the way, she met other travelers, kindred spirits who shared her love for the magical world and joined her quest. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and wisdom. They navigated through mazes of shimmering mist, solved puzzles crafted by the forest itself, and helped creatures in need, earning their trust and friendship. Through these trials, Lila discovered the strength within her, a strength born of kindness and empathy, of the bonds she forged with her companions. She learned that true magic lay not in the Whispering Key alone, but in the connections she made and the love she shared. At last, after a journey filled with trials and triumphs, Lila and her companions reached the heart of the hidden world, a place where the forest's magic was at its strongest. Here the guardian awaited them, a figure of light and grace whose presence filled the air with warmth. "You have come far, dear Lila," the guardian spoke, its voice a soothing melody that wrapped around her like a gentle embrace. You have unlocked not just the secrets of this world, but the treasures within your own heart. As the guardian shared its wisdom, Lila realized that her journey had been one of personal transformation. She had grown in ways she never imagined, discovering the beauty of friendship, the power of kindness, and the magic of believing in herself. With the guardian's blessing, Lila returned to Eldergrove, her heart brimming with the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her tales with Granny Ada and the village children, her voice filled with the joy and wisdom she had gained. And so, under the starlit sky, as the fire crackled in Granny Ada's hearth, Lila's story came to an end. But the magic of the Whispering Key lived on, a reminder that there were wonders to be discovered in every corner of the world, if only one had the heart to seek them. As the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, the moon casting its silver glow over the land, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber. Her dreams were filled with the melodies of the hidden world, a symphony of whispers that promised new adventures and endless possibilities. And in the heart of Eldergrove, the ancient oak tree stood as a silent sentinel, its branches swaying softly in the breeze, cradling the secrets of the forest and the dreams of a young girl whose journey had only just begun. Story 30. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Rowan. A young woman with a heart as tender as the first blush of dawn, Rowan was loved by all who knew her. Yet she harbored a quiet fear of change, preferring the comforting embrace of routine over the unpredictable winds of transformation. Rowan's life flowed like the gentle stream beside her cottage, predictable and serene. She tended to her garden with the same devotion she showed to her friendships, cultivating vibrant blooms that painted her world in comforting hues. Every morning, she would wander the winding path through the woods, drawing strength from the ancient trees that had stood steadfast through countless seasons. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to drift from their branches, Rowan set out on her familiar walk. The air was rich with the scent of earth and pine, a gentle reminder of the cycles of life. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she noticed a curious glow emanating from a grove of ancient oaks. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Rowan stepped into the clearing. In the heart of the grove stood an ancient tree, its bark etched with runes that shimmered like silver in the dappled sunlight. Nestled among its roots was a small, luminescent cocoon, its surface shifting with iridescent hues. Rowan felt a strange connection to this cocoon, as if it mirrored her own hesitations and dreams. She sat by the tree, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the cocoon, feeling an unfamiliar warmth seep into her veins. As days turned into weeks, Rowan returned to the grove, sharing her hopes and fears with the cocoon. She began to weave tales of her dreams, of a life unfettered by fear, of embracing the unknown with open arms. The forest became Rowan's sanctuary, a place where her heart could unfurl like the ferns in spring. As she spent time in the grove, she noticed subtle changes within herself. Her once timid voice grew stronger, her laughter more frequent, and her eyes, once clouded by doubt, now sparkled with newfound clarity. The villagers, noticing Rowan's transformation, were drawn to the grove, each finding their own solace beneath the ancient tree. Among them was Maeve, an elder with eyes like the night sky and a voice as soft as velvet. Maeve, wise and knowing, became a steadfast companion to Rowan, nurturing her growth with gentle words and stories of her own journey through change. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Rowan and Maeve sat together beneath the tree. The cocoon, now pulsating with a soft, rhythmic glow, began to tremble. With bated breath, they watched as it slowly unfurled, revealing a delicate creature with wings that shimmered like molten gold. The creature, a butterfly of ethereal beauty, danced in the twilight, its wings whispering secrets of transformation. Rowan watched in awe, understanding that the butterfly's journey mirrored her own. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a natural part of life's tapestry, weaving new patterns of beauty and strength. With Maeve's guidance and the butterfly's gentle reminder, Rowan embraced her own metamorphosis. She learned that within the heart of change lay endless possibilities, each one a chance to grow and discover the depths of her own resilience. As the seasons turned and winter's chill kissed the land, Rowan continued to nurture her garden and her friendships with a newfound zest for life. The village of Willowbrook thrived, its people inspired by Rowan's courage to embrace the unknown. In the cozy warmth of her cottage, as snowflakes danced outside the window, Rowan penned her tales of transformation, sharing her journey with others who faced the same fears. Her words became a beacon of hope, a reminder that within the cocoon of uncertainty lay the promise of flight. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, beneath the watchful gaze of ancient oaks and the gentle hum of the forest, Rowan's story continued to unfold, a testament to the beauty of personal growth and the magic of transformation. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a secluded valley hidden deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her home was a quaint little cottage nestled among towering oak trees and a bubbling brook that danced over smooth pebbles. Though her life seemed ordinary, Willow harbored a secret. She possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with nature itself. From the moment she could toddle, Willow had felt a deep connection to the world around her. The whispers of the wind carried messages only she could decipher, and the rustling of leaves spoke a language she understood instinctively. Her closest friends were the animals that roamed the forest, and she could converse with them as easily as she could with her own kind. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the vibrant foliage, she heard a faint cry for help. Following the sound, she discovered a tiny field mouse caught in a tangle of vines. With gentle fingers, she freed the terrified creature and listened intently as it conveyed its gratitude. "Dear child," the mouse squeaked, "you have a heart as pure as the first snowfall. As a token of my appreciation, I shall bestow upon you a remarkable gift." With those words, the mouse scampered away, leaving behind a single acorn that gleamed with an otherworldly light. Willow cradled the acorn in her palms, and as she did, a warmth spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder and possibility. From that day forward, she discovered that the acorn held the power to reveal hidden realms within the very forest she called home. Whenever she desired, Willow could press the acorn to her forehead and whisper a silent incantation, and the world around her would shift and transform. Suddenly, she would find herself in a realm where the trees towered like ancient giants, their branches intertwined in an intricate canopy that filtered the sunlight into ethereal patterns on the mossy ground. In this enchanted world, the animals spoke with voices as clear as a babbling brook, and Willow could converse with them as equals, learning their secrets and forging bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of their respective species. One day, as Willow wandered through this wondrous realm, she encountered a wise old owl perched on a gnarled branch. The owl fixed her with a piercing gaze and spoke in a voice that resonated with ancient wisdom. "Willow, your kind heart and respect for nature have earned you a great responsibility," the owl intoned. "Deep within this forest lies a hidden grove, a sanctuary where the most sacred creatures dwell. But a dark force threatens to disturb the balance, and only you can restore harmony." Intrigued, Willow listened as the owl revealed a tale of a cunning fox who had discovered a way to exploit the power of the enchanted acorn for his own selfish desires. The fox sought to control the hidden realms, bending them to his will and disrupting the delicate equilibrium that had existed for centuries. Without hesitation, Willow vowed to embark on a journey to find this sacred grove and confront the treacherous fox. Armed with her acorn and an unwavering determination, she set forth into the depths of the forest, her steps guided by the whispers of the trees and the calls of the animals who pledged their allegiance to her quest. As she ventured deeper into the heart of the enchanted realm, Willow encountered challenges that tested her resolve. Twisted paths led her astray, and mischievous sprites tried to distract her with their playful antics. But through it all, her connection to nature remained steadfast, and she found solace in the company of her newfound animal friends. After days of traversing through winding trails and crossing crystalline streams, Willow finally reached the sacred grove. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where ancient trees intertwined their branches in a magnificent canopy, filtering the sunlight into a dappled pattern on the mossy ground. As she stepped into the grove, Willow was greeted by a gathering of creatures unlike any she had ever encountered. Majestic unicorns with coats that shimmered like freshly fallen snow, graceful phoenixes with feathers of brilliant flames, and wise centaurs with piercing gazes all turned to regard her arrival. In the center of the grove stood the cunning fox, his eyes glinting with malice. Brandishing a twisted version of the enchanted acorn, he unleashed a wave of dark energy that threatened to corrupt the very essence of the sacred realm. With courage burning in her heart, Willow raised her own acorn, allowing its pure light to pour forth and counter the fox's evil intentions. A battle of wills ensued, with the forces of light and darkness clashing in a spectacular display of elemental power. As the struggle intensified, Willow's animal friends rallied to her side, lending their strength and unwavering loyalty. The wise owl swooped down, its talons raking the fox's fur, while a mighty stag charged forward, its antlers glinting in the dappled light. In a climactic moment, Willow's acorn pulsed with a blinding radiance, and a shockwave rippled through the grove, vanquishing the fox's dark magic and restoring balance to the enchanted realm. The fox, humbled by the power of Willow's pure heart and her connection to nature, slunk away, his tail tucked between his legs. The sacred creatures gathered around Willow, bowing their heads in reverence and gratitude. From that day forward, Willow became the guardian of the sacred grove, her bond with nature stronger than ever before. She continued to explore the hidden realms, forging friendships with creatures great and small, and using her gift to protect the delicate balance that existed within the enchanted forest. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Willow grew into a wise and respected figure, her stories of adventure and courage becoming legends whispered among the trees. And whenever a child wandered too deep into the forest, they would catch glimpses of a figure moving among the ancient oaks, surrounded by a swirl of glittering lights and the soft laughter of unseen companions. For Willow had learned that true power lies not in domination, but in harmony with the natural world. Her journey had taught her that friendship can transcend boundaries, and that the greatest magic of all is the ability to open one's heart to the wonders that surround us, if only we take the time to listen. And so, as the sun set over the enchanted forest, painting the sky in vibrant hues of orange and crimson, Willow would settle beneath the boughs of a mighty oak and share her tales of wonder and wisdom. Her voice, carried on the evening breeze, would weave its way through the trees, inviting all who heard it to embrace the magic that lies within nature's embrace. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush, rolling hills and a serene, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on a spider's web. She was known throughout the village for her kindness and her insatiable curiosity about the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched under her feet and the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples, Clara set out on her usual walk to the edge of the village. Her path meandered past the bubbling brook, where silver fish danced beneath the surface, and through fields of wild flowers that swayed gently in the breeze. But today, something different caught her eye. Tucked beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree, Clara spotted a glint of something unusual. Her heart skipped a beat as she crouched down, brushing aside the golden leaves to reveal an old wooden compass. It was unlike any compass she had ever seen, for its needle was not pointing north, but instead spun slowly in a circle, glowing softly with an ethereal light. Clara picked up the compass, feeling its gentle warmth in her hands. As she stood, a sense of wonder enveloped her, as if the world around her had suddenly expanded with possibilities. Little did she know, this compass held a secret that would lead her on an adventure filled with discovery and wonder. Intrigued and a little nervous, Clara decided to follow the compass's lead. The needle began to slow its spin, pointing steadily towards the heart of the forest. Clara hesitated for a moment, glancing back at her familiar village, but her curiosity won over her hesitation. She took a deep breath and stepped into the shadows of the trees, where the sunlight danced through the canopy like liquid gold. The forest was alive with sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, and the harmonious songs of birds. As Clara ventured deeper, she met her first helper, a wise old owl perched on a low branch. His feathers were speckled like the night sky, and his eyes glimmered with wisdom. "Hello, Clara," the owl hooted softly, his voice as smooth as velvet. "I see you have found the compass of secrets. It will guide you on your journey, but remember, the path is not always straightforward. Trust in your heart and in the kindness of those you meet." Clara nodded, feeling a surge of confidence from the owl's words. The compass guided her through the forest, leading her to a small clearing where the sun shone brightly. There she met her second helper, a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous grin. "Hiya, Clara!" the squirrel chattered excitedly, bounding over to her. "I'm Nibbles, and I know all the shortcuts in this forest. Follow me, and I'll show you the way." With Nibbles leading the charge, Clara's journey became a delightful exploration. They discovered hidden groves filled with wild berries, sparkling streams where they cooled their feet, and fields of flowers that painted the air with their sweet fragrance. Clara learned to see beauty in the smallest details, and her heart swelled with joy at every new discovery. But soon, Clara faced her greatest challenge. The compass led her to a narrow path that wound its way to the base of a towering mountain. Its peak was shrouded in mist, and the path seemed fraught with obstacles. Clara hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, a gentle voice floated down from above. It was a deer with soft, gentle eyes and antlers that seemed to glow with a silvery light. "Fear not, Clara," the deer said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The mountain may seem daunting, but remember, strength lies not in force, but in understanding and patience." Clara took the deer's advice to heart. She realized that the path was not about conquering the mountain, but about finding a way through it with care and thoughtfulness. She and her companions worked together, helping each other over the rocky terrain. When Clara stumbled, the owl was there to guide her with his wisdom. When the path seemed too steep, Nibbles found a hidden trail that was easier to climb. And when the mist grew thick, the deer led them with her gentle light. At last, they reached the summit. As the fog parted, Clara gasped at the breathtaking view before her. The entire valley lay spread out beneath her, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Clara's heart soared with a newfound understanding of the world and her place within it. The compass in her hand glowed warmly, its purpose fulfilled. Clara knew she had changed. Her journey had taught her the value of friendship, the strength of wisdom, and the power of seeing the world with open eyes and an open heart. As Clara and her friends made their way back down the mountain, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange. The forest welcomed them back with its familiar embrace, and Clara felt a profound sense of peace. That evening, Clara returned to her village, her heart full of the wonders she had seen and the lessons she had learned. The compass, now a cherished keepsake, reminded her of the magic that lay hidden in the world, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look beyond the ordinary. As she curled up in her cozy bed, the gentle sounds of the village lulling her to sleep, Clara knew she would dream of adventures yet to come, guided by the wisdom and friendship she had found. And so, beneath a sky filled with twinkling stars, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, her heart light and her spirit free. Story 33. The Whispering Wand of Willow Glen. In the quaint village of Willow Glen, nestled between verdant hills and golden fields, there lay a secret known only to the ancient oaks and the babbling brook that wound its way through the heart of the forest. Here, in this serene place, where the air was scented with wild honeysuckle and the sky was a tapestry of twinkling stars, lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with eyes the color of stormy seas and a heart as open as the sky. He lived with his grandmother in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, where the scent of fresh baked bread and lavender often mingled in the air. The village folk, with their deliberate ways and predictable routines, often whispered about Finn's curious nature and his penchant for wandering into the woods with stories in his head and dreams in his heart. It was one such evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of orange and purple, that Finn set out on a path less traveled. The forest whispered to him, its leaves rustling like 1,000 tiny voices. He followed the brook, its waters shimmering like liquid silver under the moonlight, until he reached a clearing he had never seen before. In this clearing stood a willow tree, its branches cascading like a waterfall of green lace. Beneath its boughs, the air was cool and filled with the soft hum of nature's lullaby. Finn approached the tree, feeling the earth soft and warm beneath his feet, and as he did, he noticed something unusual, an object glinting at the base of the tree, half buried in the rich, dark soil. With gentle fingers, Finn unearthed a wand, unlike any he had ever seen. It was slender and twisted, as if crafted from the very essence of the willow itself, and it pulsed with a gentle, warm light. As Finn held it, he felt a tingling sensation travel up his arm, as though the wand was whispering secrets only he could hear. Intrigued and a little awed, Finn tucked the wand into his satchel and made his way back home. The forest seemed to nod in approval, the path guiding him safely through the shadows. That night, as Finn lay in bed, the wand resting on a shelf beside him, he dreamed of a world hidden beneath the roots of the willow, a place where magic flowed as freely as the brook. The next morning, Finn awoke with a sense of purpose. He knew the wand was special, perhaps even magical. But what was its purpose, and why had it come to him? With questions swirling in his mind, Finn decided to seek the wisdom of his grandmother, a woman known in the village for her knowledge of the old ways and her stories of times long past. "Mama," he began, as they sat by the fireplace, the warmth enveloping them like a soft embrace. "I found something in the forest. It's different. Can you tell me about it?" His grandmother looked at him with eyes that had seen much of the world, yet still held a twinkle of mischief. "Show me, dear," she said, her voice as soothing as the purling stream. Finn retrieved the wand, and as it caught the light of the fire, it seemed to dance with a life of its own. His grandmother's face softened into an expression of wonder and recognition. "This," she said, her fingers brushing the wand's surface, "is a whispering wand. It is said to hold the power of the forest itself, the whispers of the trees and the songs of the earth. It chooses its keeper, and it appears, my dear Finn, that it has chosen you." Finn listened, his heart beating with excitement and trepidation. "But what do I do with it?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His grandmother smiled, a gentle curve of her lips that spoke of patience and understanding. "The wand will guide you, but remember, true magic lies not in the wand, but in the heart of the one who wields it. Listen, learn, and let it show you the way." With these words echoing in his mind, Finn decided to explore the forest further, hoping to uncover the secrets the wand might reveal. As he ventured deeper into the woods, the air seemed to shimmer with anticipation. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering ancient lullabies, and the brook murmured encouragement as it followed its age-old path. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself growing attuned to the subtle nuances of the forest. The wand, always warm in his grasp, seemed to amplify his senses, allowing him to hear the songs of the birds more clearly, to see the vibrant colors of the flora with greater depth, and to feel the pulse of life that flowed through the land. One afternoon, as the sun cast dappled shadows on the forest floor, Finn noticed something peculiar. A gentle tug at the back of his mind, like a forgotten melody, led him to a part of the forest he had never explored. Here the trees stood in a perfect circle, their branches intertwined like the fingers of old friends. In the center of this circle was a pool of water, as still and clear as a polished mirror. Kneeling by the pool, Finn peered into its depths, the wand humming softly in his hand. To his amazement, the water began to ripple, forming images that danced across its surface. He saw visions of a hidden world beneath the forest, a place where creatures of myth and legend roamed free, where the sky was painted with colors unseen by human eyes, and where magic was as abundant as the air itself. The images faded, leaving Finn with a sense of yearning and curiosity. He knew this was the hidden world of which the wand had spoken, a place he was destined to find. But how? The answer, he realized, lay in the journey itself, and in the friendships he would forge along the way. Determined to uncover the mysteries of the hidden world, Finn set out with renewed vigor. He spent his days exploring the forest, learning its secrets, and listening to the whispers of the wand. Along the way, he encountered creatures who would become his allies. An inquisitive fox with a coat like autumn leaves, a wise old owl who saw far more than most, and a mischievous squirrel with a heart full of courage. Together, they traversed the forest, each encounter strengthening the bonds of friendship and teaching Finn valuable lessons about trust, kindness, and the power of unity. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry woven with stories of adventure and discovery. As Finn's journey unfolded, he found himself changing in ways he never imagined. He grew more confident, his heart swelling with compassion and understanding. The challenges he faced, though daunting at times, served to strengthen his resolve and deepen his connection with the forest and its inhabitants. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Finn and his friends gathered beneath the willow tree where his adventure had begun. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, and the brook sang a gentle lullaby as it wound its way through the glen. Finn held the wand aloft, its light casting a warm glow that danced upon the faces of his companions. "We have come so far," he said, his voice steady and filled with gratitude. "Thanks to you, I've learned the true magic of friendship and the strength that lies in unity." The fox nodded, its eyes twinkling with mischief and pride. "You've shown courage and kindness, Finn, and that is the greatest magic of all." The owl hooted softly, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Remember, young one, the journey is just as important as the destination. You have grown and changed, and that is a gift beyond measure." The squirrel chattered excitedly, its tiny paws clapping in delight. "We've had so many adventures, and there are surely more to come." As they spoke, the wand pulsed with a gentle light, and Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if the forest itself was embracing him. He knew he had found something precious in this hidden world, a sense of belonging and a deeper understanding of himself and the world around him. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit buoyed by friendship, Finn knew he was ready to take the final step. Guided by the wand's gentle whispers, he approached the pool of water once more. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the air charged with anticipation. As Finn gazed into the water, the images returned, clearer and more vivid than before. He saw the hidden world in all its glory, a place of beauty and wonder, where dreams and reality intertwined like the branches of ancient trees. With a deep breath, Finn stepped into the pool, feeling the cool water envelop him like a gentle embrace. As he did, the wand glowed brightly, its light enveloping him in a cocoon of warmth and magic. In that moment, Finn understood that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a realm of magic and wonder that existed within him, waiting to be awakened. And with that realization, he felt a surge of joy and peace, knowing that he was part of something greater than himself. As the water shimmered and the forest sang its eternal song, Finn emerged, transformed and renewed. The journey had changed him, and he knew that he would carry the lessons he had learned and the friendships he had forged with him, wherever the path might lead. The forest, with its ancient trees and whispering leaves, welcomed him home, and the wand, now resting quietly in his hand, pulsed with a gentle glow, a reminder of the magic that lay within. And so, under the watchful gaze of the old willow tree and the twinkling stars above, Finn and his friends settled down, knowing that their adventure was just beginning, and that the world was full of wonder and possibility, waiting to be discovered. As the night deepened and the forest wrapped them in its embrace, Finn closed his eyes, his heart full of gratitude and hope. He knew that with courage, kindness, and friendship, anything was possible, and that the magic of the Whispering Wand would forever guide him on his journey through life. Story 34. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the soft, golden glow of a timeless sunset, where the horizon blushed with hues of lavender and rose, nestled the quaint village of Willowbend. It was a place where the gentle hum of nature's lullaby cradled the hearts of its inhabitants. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched cottages, seemed to be perpetually kissed by the light of an endless spring. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kindness and a heart as open as the skies above. Her hair, dark as the midnight raven, cascaded down her back, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Lila lived on the outskirts of the village with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories were woven with the magic of ages past. Their home was a small cottage, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a forest so named because the trees were said to murmur secrets to those who listened closely. The forest was a tapestry of towering oaks and whispering pines, their branches reaching skyward like ancient storytellers stretching to touch the heavens. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows that seemed to leap about with the wind's soft breath. Lila loved these woods, for within them lay a world of enchantment and mystery. She would often wander beneath the canopy, feeling the soft earth underfoot and the cool breeze that carried the scent of pine and wildflowers. Her grandmother would tell her tales of the forest, speaking of hidden glades and creatures who lived just beyond the veil of the seen and unseen. One evening, as the village settled into the embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth listening to her grandmother spin another tale. The fire crackled softly, its warmth seeping into the room, as shadows danced on the walls like old friends. Long ago, her grandmother began, there was a time when magic flowed freely in the world, a time when the boundaries between our realm and the world of the Fae were thin. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, there lies a hidden glade, where the boundaries are still weak. It is said that those pure of heart might find their way there, and if they do, they may catch a glimpse of the Fae and their wondrous world. Lila listened with rapt attention, her imagination painting vivid pictures of this hidden world. She longed to see it, to step into that realm of magic and light. Her grandmother's tales filled her dreams with visions of shimmering creatures and enchanted places. The next morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the world awake, Lila set out for the forest with a sense of purpose. She wore a simple dress of soft green, blending with the foliage, and carried a small satchel with bread and cheese for her journey. Her heart thrummed with anticipation, guided by the stories that had taken root in her soul. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the familiar gave way to the new. The path twisted and turned, a ribbon of earth that wound through the trees. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground with patterns of light and shadow. The air was filled with the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves whispering secrets to one another. Lila walked for hours, her steps light and sure. She paused to drink from a bubbling brook, its water cool and sweet upon her lips. She watched a family of deer grazing in a sun-drenched clearing, their eyes meeting hers with a gentle curiosity. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with strokes of amber and gold, Lila found herself in a part of the forest she had never seen before. The trees here were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, and the air was filled with an otherworldly stillness. Her heart quickened with a sense of wonder and anticipation. In the gathering dusk, she noticed a soft glow ahead, a light that pulsed like the heartbeat of the earth. Drawn to it, she stepped forward, her feet moving as if guided by an unseen hand. The glow grew brighter, illuminating a hidden path that wound through the trees. Lila followed the path, her breath shallow with excitement. The light led her to a small clearing, a place so beautiful it took her breath away. The ground was carpeted with soft moss, and delicate flowers bloomed in a riot of colors. In the center of the glade stood a stone circle, ancient and weathered, its surface etched with runes that glimmered in the fading light. As she stepped into the circle, the air shimmered, and Lila felt a tingling sensation rush through her. The world around her seemed to hold its breath, and for a moment, time itself paused. Then, slowly, the air filled with the sound of gentle laughter, like the tinkling of bells on a summer breeze. Before her, figures began to appear, stepping from the shadows into the light. They were the Fae, creatures of beauty and grace, their forms outlined in a soft, ethereal glow. Their eyes, like pools of starlight, were filled with warmth and welcome. Lila's heart swelled with joy and wonder. She had found the hidden glade, the place of her grandmother's tales. She gazed at the Fae, her eyes wide with awe. "Welcome, child of the earth," one of the Fae spoke, its voice a melody that echoed in the stillness. "You have found your way to us, guided by the purity of your heart." Lila smiled, her own voice a whisper. "I have always dreamed of this place, of meeting you." The Fae nodded, their eyes twinkling with delight. "You are welcome here, for you carry the light of kindness and the gift of wonder within you. Stay with us, and let us share our world." And so, Lila spent the evening in the company of the Fae, listening to their stories and songs, joining in their dances beneath the moon's gentle gaze. She learned of the magic that flowed through the earth, the bonds between all living things, and the beauty of friendship that transcended boundaries. As the night deepened, the Fae gathered around her, their voices a soft chorus. Lila, you have seen our world, and now you must return to yours. But know this, you carry with you the magic of this place. Let it guide you in all that you do. With a gentle kiss upon her brow, the Fae bid her farewell. Lila stepped from the circle, her heart full of love and light. She made her way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. When she emerged from the woods, the first light of dawn was just beginning to paint the sky. Lila hurried home, her heart singing with the joy of her adventure. She found her grandmother waiting by the hearth, her eyes filled with understanding. "Tell me of your journey, child," her grandmother said, her voice a warm embrace. Lila recounted her tale, every detail etched in her memory like a precious gem. Her grandmother listened, a soft smile playing on her lips. "You have seen what few have seen, my dear," she said, "and now you carry that magic within you. Use it wisely and let it guide you to kindness and understanding." Lila nodded, her heart full of gratitude. She had embarked on a journey that had changed her, opening her eyes to the beauty and magic that lay just beyond the ordinary. In the days that followed, Lila shared her newfound wisdom with the village. She spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, of the magic that lay in friendship and love. Her words inspired others, sparking a sense of wonder and unity within the community. And so, Lila's journey became a tale of its own, one that was told and retold by the fireside, a story of magic and transformation, of a girl whose open heart led her to a world of enchantment and possibility. And as the years passed, the village of Willowbend thrived, its people bound by the magic of kindness and the light of understanding. Lila grew into a wise woman, much like her grandmother, her heart forever open to the whispers of the woods and the magic that flowed through the earth. And though the Fae remained hidden, their presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the song of the wind, and the laughter of children as they played among the trees. The Whispering Woods stood as a testament to the beauty of the unseen, a reminder that magic was not just in the realm of the extraordinary, but in the hearts of those who dared to see beyond the surface. And so, Lila's story became a lullaby for generations, a gentle reminder of the beauty of the world and the power of a kind heart. And in the quiet moments when the village lay still under the watchful eye of the moon, the trees in the Whispering Woods would lean close and whisper their secrets, a soft symphony for those who knew how to listen. Story 35. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush, emerald forest, there lay a hidden village named Flutterbrook. This was no ordinary village, for it was home to a delightful cast of characters who were as quirky as they were lovable. Flutterbrook was nestled beneath the boughs of ancient oak trees, whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the cheerful chirping of songbirds. The village was bustling with life, from the tiny, sparkling pixies that zipped through the air, leaving trails of glittering dust, to the wise old tortoises who moved at their own leisurely pace, dispensing sage advice to those who would listen. Among the villagers was a particularly curious creature named Pippin. Pippin was a pint-sized, fuzzy being with an enormous, floppy hat that seemed to have a mind of its own. His hat would occasionally change colors to match his mood, and it was known to sprout flowers when he was especially happy. Pippin had a best friend named Thistle, a gentle hedgehog with a penchant for collecting shiny pebbles. Thistle had a knack for finding the most dazzling stones along the riverbank, and he kept them tucked away in a tiny satchel he wore like a belt. Together, Pippin and Thistle spent their days exploring the wonders of Flutterbrook, always eager for the next adventure. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the grass like diamonds, Pippin and Thistle were making their way to the village square. It was a day of great excitement, for the annual Flutterbrook Festival was about to begin. The square was decorated with colorful bunting and twinkling lanterns, and the air was alive with the sound of laughter and music. As they joined in the festivities, a peculiar thing happened. A whimsical breeze, carrying the scent of cinnamon and sugar, swept through the square, playing with the villagers' hats and skirts. It was a magical breeze indeed, for as it danced around, it caused the village's beloved clock tower to chime in a strange, merry tune. The villagers gasped in wonder, for the clock tower had never sounded like this before. Pippin, with his endless curiosity, decided to investigate the source of this enchanting melody. "Come on, Thistle," he called, his hat turning a bright, inquisitive green. "Let's see what's happening with the clock tower." The two friends made their way to the base of the clock tower, where they found an unexpected sight. A tiny feathered creature with iridescent wings was perched upon the clock's hands, chirping merrily. It was a songbird unlike any they'd seen before, with plumage that shimmered in the sunlight like a rainbow. "Why, hello there!" Pippin greeted the little bird with a cheerful wave. "Are you the one making our clock sing?" The bird nodded, its eyes twinkling with mischief. "Indeed, I am. My name is Melody, and I was just passing through when I heard your lovely festival. I thought I might join in with a song of my own." Melody's music was enchanting, but it had a small side effect. The villagers soon realized that the clock tower's gears were starting to spin faster and faster, causing time in Flutterbrook to speed up. The sun seemed to race across the sky, and before they knew it, night was upon them, with stars twinkling overhead. "Oh dear," Melody chirped, looking a bit flustered. "I didn't mean to cause such a ruckus. I'll need help to set things right." Pippin, ever the optimist, smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Melody. We'll figure it out together. Right, Thistle?" Thistle nodded, his satchel of pebbles jingling softly. "Absolutely. We'll just need to think of a way to slow the clock down again." The trio put their heads together, brainstorming ideas beneath the silvery glow of the moon. Pippin's hat turned a thoughtful blue as they considered their options. Suddenly, Thistle had a bright idea. "What if we use my shiny pebbles to create a new melody? Something soothing that might calm the gears down." Melody chirped in agreement, her feathers fluffing with excitement. "That's a splendid idea, Thistle. Let's give it a try." With Thistle's pebbles in hand, they climbed up to the top of the clock tower. As they reached the clock's face, Melody began to hum a gentle tune. Pippin and Thistle arranged the pebbles around the clock's gears, each stone catching the moonlight and adding a soft, tinkling harmony to Melody's song. As the melody filled the night air, the clock tower began to slow, its gears turning at a peaceful, steady pace. The villagers watched in awe as the moon seemed to pause in its journey across the sky, and time in Flutterbrook returned to its usual, gentle rhythm. With a sigh of relief, Pippin, Thistle, and Melody descended from the clock tower, greeted by cheers and applause from the thankful villagers. Melody flapped her wings joyfully, saying, "Thank you, my friends. I'm ever so grateful for your help." Pippin grinned, his hat blooming with tiny daisies. "It was our pleasure, Melody. And now, we can continue the festival with a new song to celebrate." The villagers danced and sang long into the night, their hearts light with joy and gratitude. The clock tower chimed gently, its melody a reminder of the wonderful day they had shared. As dawn broke over Flutterbrook, Pippin and Thistle waved goodbye to Melody, who promised to return for another visit someday. With the sun rising once more over their beloved village, Pippin and Thistle headed home, their hearts full and their spirits high. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak trees and the twinkling stars, Flutterbrook returned to its peaceful, magical slumber, ready for whatever adventures the next day might bring. Story 36. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the gentle breeze carried the scent of lavender and the cobblestone streets echoed with the soft patter of rain, there existed a peculiar little shop known as the Curiosity Cabinet. Nestled between a bakery that perpetually smelled of warm cinnamon and a bookshop with windows always fogged from the kettle inside, the Curiosity Cabinet was a place of wonder and mystery. The shop's owner, a kind-hearted and mysterious woman named Melis, was known for her collection of oddities and magical trinkets. Her wispy silver hair cascaded down her back like a gentle waterfall, and her eyes twinkled with a light that hinted at the secrets she held. The villagers often came to her when they needed advice, comfort, or just a hint of magic in their lives. One autumn afternoon, as golden leaves fluttered from the trees like whispers from the sun, a young girl named Lila stumbled upon the curiosity cabinet. Lila was a quiet soul, her heart as tender as the first spring bloom. She had moved to Willowbrook with her father after her mother had passed away, and she often found solace in the village's serene beauty. Lila pushed open the door to the shop, a tinkling bell announcing her arrival. The air inside was thick with the scent of aged wood and spice, and every corner was filled with curiosities that seemed to hum with life. Shelves were lined with jars of shimmering powders, clocks that ticked backwards, and books with pages that rustled softly even when untouched. Malis greeted Lila with a warm smile, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "Welcome, dear one," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my humble shop today?" Lila hesitated, her fingers brushing against the worn leather of her satchel. I don't know," she admitted softly. "I just felt drawn here." Malis nodded knowingly. "Sometimes the heart knows what the mind cannot yet understand. Feel free to look around. Perhaps something will call to you." As Lila wandered, her eyes caught sight of a small, ornate box resting on a shelf at the back of the shop. It was crafted from dark mahogany, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight. A keyhole glinted invitingly on its side. "What's this?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Malis appeared beside her, her gaze thoughtful. "That is the Box of Whispers. It is said to hold the power to reveal hidden truths and mend broken hearts, but only to those who truly need it." Intrigued, Lila reached out to touch the box, her fingers brushing against its cool surface. A gentle warmth seeped into her skin, and she felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her. "Would you like to take it with you?" Malis offered. "Consider it a gift, for I sense it belongs with you." Grateful and curious, Lila accepted the box, tucking it carefully into her satchel. She bid Malis farewell and stepped back into the crisp autumn air, the leaves crunching beneath her feet like whispered secrets. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the world was bathed in twilight, Lila sat at her bedroom window, the Box of Whispers resting on her lap. She turned it over in her hands, tracing the intricate patterns with her fingertips. With a deep breath, she inserted the small silver key that Malis had given her. The box opened with a soft click, revealing a velvet-lined interior. Inside, nestled among the folds, was a delicate silver pendant shaped like a teardrop. As Lila lifted the pendant, she felt a gentle pulse of warmth emanate from it, as though it held a heartbeat of its own. Without understanding why, she slipped the pendant around her neck, its weight comforting against her skin. That night, as she drifted into slumber, Lila dreamed of a hidden world that lay just beyond the veil of reality. It was a place where the sky shimmered with hues of amethyst and sapphire, and where whispers of the past danced on the breeze like echoes of forgotten songs. In her dream, Lila wandered through a forest where the trees were alive with the whispers of those who had once walked the earth. Each leaf seemed to carry a story, and as she listened, she felt a sense of belonging that she had never known before. When she awoke the next morning, Lila felt different, as though the dream had planted a seed of change within her. She glanced at the pendant, its surface gleaming softly in the morning light, and knew that it held the key to understanding the whispers she had heard. As days turned into weeks, Lila found herself drawn to the forest at the edge of Willowbrook. She would sit beneath the ancient oak trees, listening to the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. The pendant seemed to guide her, its warmth a constant reminder of the hidden world she had glimpsed. One afternoon, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Lila heard a voice, a gentle, melodic murmur that seemed to rise from the very earth beneath her feet. It was a voice unlike any she had heard before, and it called to her with a familiarity that tugged at her heart. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice carrying on the breeze. The voice responded with a soft chuckle, like the rustle of leaves on a summer's eve. "I am the guardian of whispers, and I have been waiting for you, dear Lila." A figure emerged from the shadows, a woman with hair like spun silver and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. She wore a gown of flowing emerald, its fabric shimmering like the surface of a tranquil lake. "I am Seraphina," the woman said, her smile tender. I am the keeper of the stories that dwell within the heart of the forest. Lila's heart swelled with a mixture of awe and recognition. I've heard the whispers, she said. They speak of things I cannot fully understand. Seraphina nodded, her gaze soft. The whispers are the echoes of those who have walked this earth before us. They carry the wisdom of ages, waiting to be heard by those who seek to listen. As the two sat together in the fading light, Seraphina shared tales of love and loss, of hope and redemption, each story weaving a tapestry of understanding that wrapped around Lila's heart like a comforting embrace. You see, Lila, Seraphina said gently, the whispers are not just stories. They are the threads that connect us to those who came before and those who will come after. They remind us that we are never truly alone. With each story, Lila felt a piece of her own heart heal, a mending of the wounds left by her mother's passing. She realized that the whispers were not just of the past, but also held the promise of the future. As the first stars twinkled in the indigo sky, Seraphina placed a gentle hand on Lila's shoulder. You have the gift of listening, dear one, she said, and with it, the ability to bring comfort and understanding to others. Lila nodded, her heart full. She knew that her journey had only just begun, but she felt ready to embrace it with open arms. She had discovered a hidden world within the natural environment, a world that offered solace and connection to all who sought it. In the days that followed, Lila returned to the forest often, her heart open to the whispers that surrounded her. She began to share the stories she heard with the villagers of Willowbrook, offering them the same comfort and wisdom that Seraphina had shared with her. And as she did, Lila found herself transformed, not just by the stories she told, but by the friendships she forged along the way. She had learned that true strength lay not in solitude, but in the bonds we create with others, and that even in the quietest of whispers, there was a world of understanding waiting to be heard. One crisp winter morning, as the village lay blanketed in a soft layer of snow, Lila found herself drawn once more to the curiosity cabinet. The shop's windows were frosted with delicate patterns that glimmered like diamonds in the early light, and the air inside was warm and inviting. Melis greeted Lila with a smile, her eyes twinkling as always. Welcome back, my dear, she said. I trust the box of whispers has served you well? Lila nodded, her heart full of gratitude. It has. Thank you, Melis, for guiding me to it. Melis waved a hand dismissively, her smile widening. The whispers knew you were the one they needed, Lila, and it seems you were meant to share them with others. As Lila browsed the shop, she felt a sense of peace settle over her, a contentment born not of having all the answers, but of knowing she was on the right path. She had found a place where she belonged, and a purpose that filled her heart with joy. Before she left, Melis handed Lila a small, wrapped package. Consider this a token of my gratitude, she said, for all that you have done for Willowbrook. Lila unwrapped the package to find a beautifully bound journal, its cover embossed with the image of a tree whose branches reached for the stars. Inside, the pages were blank, waiting to be filled with stories yet to be told. As she left the curiosity cabinet, Lila felt the pendant warm against her skin, a gentle reminder of the world she had discovered, a world full of whispers and wonder, of friendship and growth. And as she walked through the village, the snow crunching softly beneath her feet, Lila knew that her journey was far from over. There were still whispers to be heard, stories to be shared, and hearts to be touched. For in the hidden world she had found, Lila had learned that the greatest magic of all lay not in the whispers themselves, but in the connections they forged, the bonds that united past and present, earth and sky, heart and soul. And so, with each step she took, Lila carried with her the whispers of those who had come before, and the promise of those yet to come, a promise that, in the gentle embrace of friendship and understanding, the world was a place of infinite possibility. Story 37. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and murmuring streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to linger, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old. Lila was a curious soul, with eyes that twinkled like stars and a heart as open as the sky. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her stories about the ancient times when magic was as common as the morning dew. Every evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, painting the sky in hues of gold and lavender, Lila would sit by the fireplace, listening intently to her grandmother's tales. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced in the breeze and the world was wrapped in a cozy chill, Lila decided to explore the attic, a place she had always found mysterious and enchanting. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten memories, filled with old trunks and dusty books, each with its own story to tell. As she rummaged through the piles of forgotten keepsakes, Lila's fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. It was an old, ornate mirror, its frame intricately carved with vines and blossoms. The mirror's surface was slightly tarnished, yet it shimmered with an ethereal glow. Intrigued, Lila gazed into the mirror, and to her astonishment, saw not her own reflection, but a swirling mist that gradually parted to reveal a lush, vibrant forest. The leaves rustled with a melody all their own, and the air was filled with the joyous chorus of unseen creatures. With her heart pounding in excitement, Lila reached out to touch the mirror's surface, and in that moment, she was gently pulled into the scene. She found herself standing on a soft carpet of moss, surrounded by towering trees that reached up to tickle the clouds. The air was alive with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks like a mother's soft kiss. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she met a variety of delightful creatures. First, there was Oliver, a wise old owl with feathers the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled with ancient knowledge. Oliver perched on a low branch, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear Lila," he hooted softly. "The forest has been waiting for you." Lila smiled, feeling a warm glow of acceptance. "Thank you, Oliver," she replied. "But why has the forest called me here?" Oliver tilted his head thoughtfully. "There is a challenge you must face, a lesson to be learned. But fear not, for you will not be alone." As if summoned by Oliver's words, a gentle rustling announced the arrival of another companion. From the underbrush emerged Finn, a sprightly fox with a coat as fiery as a sunset. Finn's eyes danced with mischief, and a playful grin spread across his face. "Hello, Lila. I'm Finn, your guide through this wondrous place." Feeling more confident with her newfound friends, Lila continued her journey, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the songs of hidden birds filled the air with a symphony of joy. Along the way, she learned little secrets of the forest, the way the dew sparkled like diamonds in the early morning light, how the trees seemed to whisper to one another in a language older than time. As they traveled, Lila shared stories with Oliver and Finn, tales of her village and the simple joys of her life. In turn, they shared their own stories of the forest's ancient magic and the gentle balance that kept all things in harmony. Eventually, they reached a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. At the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk as wide as a house, and its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Nestled among its roots was a small, shimmering pond, its surface as smooth as glass. "This is the heart of the forest," Oliver explained, his voice reverent. "It holds the wisdom of ages and the power to heal and renew." Finn nodded, his expression suddenly serious. "But the heart has been troubled of late. A shadow has fallen over it, and it needs your help, Lila." Lila approached the pond, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes full of wonder and determination. She knelt by the water's edge, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. "What can I do to help?" she asked softly. Oliver fluttered down to her side, his gaze gentle and wise. "The shadow is born from fear and doubt, Lila. You must find the light within yourself to dispel it." Taking a deep breath, Lila closed her eyes and reached deep within, searching for the light that resided in her heart. She thought of her grandmother's stories, of the love and warmth she felt in her village, and of the friendships she had forged on this journey. Slowly, she began to feel a gentle warmth spreading through her, like the first rays of dawn chasing away the night. Opening her eyes, Lila gazed into the pond once more. This time, her reflection was surrounded by a soft, radiant glow. As the light grew, it spread across the pond, reaching the roots of the great tree and beyond, until the entire clearing was bathed in a serene, golden light. The shadow that had lingered over the heart of the forest began to dissolve, replaced by a sense of peace and harmony. Lila felt a rush of joy and relief, knowing that she had helped restore balance to this magical place. With the challenge overcome, Lila and her companions shared a moment of quiet triumph. Oliver nodded approvingly, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, dear Lila. You have shown great wisdom and courage." Finn danced around her, his joy infectious. "You were amazing, Lila. The forest is safe once more, thanks to you." As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in a warm amber glow, Lila knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to Oliver and Finn, promising to visit again one day. With a gentle sigh, she stepped back toward the mirror's surface, feeling the familiar pull as it drew her back to the attic in Willowbrook. The attic was just as she had left it, the golden light of sunset spilling through the small window, casting long shadows across the wooden floor. Lila carefully tucked the mirror into a corner, a reminder of her magical adventure and the new friends she had made. She descended the stairs, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. That evening, as she sat by the fireplace with her grandmother, Lila shared her own story of the enchanted forest, the wise owl, and the playful fox. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her eyes sparkling with pride. As the fire crackled softly and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lila felt a deep sense of peace. She had discovered the magic that lay within her, the power of light and friendship to overcome even the darkest shadows. And as she drifted off to sleep, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's love, Lila knew that she would carry that light with her, wherever her journey might lead. And so, the village of Willowbrook slept, cradled in the gentle embrace of night, while the forest beyond whispered its ancient secrets to the stars. And if you listened closely, you might hear the echo of laughter, the rustle of leaves, and the soft hoot of an owl, carrying the promise of wonder and the magic of a new day. Story 38. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene corner of an ancient forest, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lavender, and the gentle murmur of the river sang a lullaby that wrapped the whole village in tranquility. It was here that a young woman named Leora lived, known for her gentle heart and the way her laughter tinkled like wind chimes in a summer breeze. Leora, though cherished by all, carried a heaviness in her heart. She was at a crossroads, feeling the stirrings of change within her. The world outside her small, safe bubble in Willowbrook beckoned with whispers of adventure and transformation, yet she felt tethered by the vines of doubt and fear that tangled around her mind. Her dearest friend, an elderly woman named Marin, was the village's wise herbalist. Marin had a way of seeing beyond the surface, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of many seasons. One afternoon, as Leora helped Marin gather herbs in the sun-dappled forest, she confided her fears. "I feel as if I'm meant to change, to grow," Leora sighed, her fingers trailing over the soft petals of a wildflower. "But I don't know how to begin." Marin paused, her hands cradling a sprig of rosemary. "Ah, my dear," she said softly, "growth is much like tending to a garden. It requires patience, nurturing, and sometimes a little magic from within." Later that evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and gold, Marin handed Leora a small, intricately carved box. "This," Marin said, "contains the seed of your transformation. Plant it in the garden of your heart and let it guide you." Leora took the box, feeling its weight and warmth, and thanked Marin with a hug that spoke of gratitude deeper than words. That night, as the stars blinked awake and the moon bathed the village in silver light, Leora opened the box. Inside was a single, iridescent seed, shimmering with a gentle inner glow. With great care, Leora planted the seed in the garden behind her cottage, whispering her hopes and dreams into the soil. As the days turned to weeks, she tended to it diligently, watering it with her tears of doubt and her laughter of joy. Slowly, a delicate vine began to unfurl, its leaves glistening with a luminescent sheen, reflecting the journey Leora was embarking upon. As the vine grew, so did Leora. She found herself drawn to the forest more often, where she met a host of woodland creatures who became her companions and guides. There was Ollie, the wise old owl whose feathered wings held stories of ancient times. Bella, the playful fox whose nimble paws danced through the underbrush, and Luna, the gentle deer whose eyes held the tranquility of moonlit nights. Each creature offered Leora a piece of wisdom, a lesson wrapped in friendship. From Ollie, she learned the value of looking at life from different perspectives, of seeing beyond the immediate to the possibilities that lay hidden. Bella taught her the joy of play, the importance of finding lightness, even amidst the heaviest of burdens. And from Luna, she learned the power of stillness, of finding peace in the quiet moments between breaths. As the seasons wove their tapestry across Willowbrook, Leora felt the changes within her blossom. Her heart, once weighed down by uncertainty, now soared on wings of newfound confidence. The village, too, noticed the transformation in Leora. She moved through her days with a grace and assurance that inspired those around her, bringing a sense of harmony wherever she went. One morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Leora awoke to find the vine in her garden had bloomed overnight. Its flowers were a breathtaking array of colors, shimmering with a magic that mirrored the growth in her own heart. She stood in awe, realizing that the vine, like her, had flourished through the nurturing of friendship, wisdom, and love. With the vine's blooming came clarity. Leora understood that change was not something to be feared but embraced. It was a journey, a dance between the heart and the world, guided by the gentle hand of nature and the support of those who care. She knew now that transformation was not about becoming someone else, but rather about becoming more fully who she already was. As the sun climbed higher, casting a golden glow over the village of Willowbrook, Leora felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. She had discovered the beauty of personal growth and the magic that lay in embracing change. Her heart was light, her spirit free, and her soul danced to the melody of life. And so, with the village as her witness and the forest as her guide, Leora stepped into her future with an open heart, ready to weave the tapestry of her own story, enriched by the lessons learned and the friendships cherished. And in the gentle sway of the willow trees and the soft murmur of the river, the village of Willowbrook whispered its blessings, cradling Leora's journey in its timeless embrace. Story 39. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowmere, nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Lila. Her hair danced like golden threads in the wind, and her eyes sparkled with a curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila loved to explore, her heart yearning for the mysteries hidden beyond the familiar paths of her village. One tranquil morning, as the sun bathed the landscape in a warm glow, Lila discovered an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map, drawn with intricate swirls and mysterious symbols, hinted at a place known as the Whispering Woods. Fascinated by the promise of adventure, Lila decided to unravel the secrets of this enchanting place. With a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a small flask of cool spring water, Lila set out on her adventure. The path led her through fields of wildflowers, where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the soft buzz of bees. As she walked, the gentle rustle of leaves whispered stories of old, encouraging her to continue. As Lila ventured deeper into the woods, the world around her transformed. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall with trunks as thick as a bear's embrace, their leaves shimmering in shades of emerald, jade, and gold. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where tiny creatures scurried about their daily business. Suddenly, Lila heard a soft, melodic humming that seemed to float through the air like silk. Following the sound, she stumbled upon a clearing, where a brook babbled gently over smooth stones. There, perched on a moss-covered rock, was a creature unlike any she had seen before, a small bird-like being with feathers of every color, glinting like precious gems. "Hello," chirped the creature, its voice as light as a feather's touch. "I am Nixie, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our magical realm?" Lila, entranced by Nixie's vibrant plumage and kind gaze, explained her quest for the unknown, her desire to learn and see the world beyond the village. Nixie nodded, understanding the pull of adventure and the courage it took to step into the unknown. "Follow the brook," Nixie advised, "and you shall find wonders that will teach you much about yourself." With a grateful nod, Lila continued her journey. the brook leading her through a landscape that seemed to breathe with enchantment. She passed under arches of flowering vines, their blossoms a riot of colors, and over bridges made of twisted roots that whispered secrets as she walked. As the sun dipped lower, casting a golden sheen over the world, Lila found herself at the edge of a small, glimmering pond. Its surface was like a mirror, reflecting the sky and the towering trees, the water rippling gently with the caress of the breeze. At the center of the pond stood a small island, and on it, an ancient stone statue of a wise-looking owl. Drawn by an irresistible urge, Lila waded through the cool, clear water, the gentle waves lapping playfully at her legs. Reaching the island, she placed her hand on the stone owl, feeling the warmth of the sun-soaked stone beneath her fingers. "Seek your strength within, and the world will open to you." A voice echoed softly in her mind, as if the owl itself was speaking. In that moment, Lila understood that the true adventure was not just in exploring new places, but in discovering the courage and wisdom within herself. With a heart full of newfound understanding, she realized that each step into the unknown was a step towards self-discovery. As the day turned to dusk, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Lila made her way back to the village, her heart brimming with stories and lessons learned. She knew that the Whispering Woods would always hold its mysteries, but she no longer needed to unravel them all. For she had found what she truly sought, a sense of wonder and the courage to embrace the unknown. Back home, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Lila shared her tale with her grandmother by the crackling fireplace. The warm glow of the flames danced across the walls, casting comforting shadows that wrapped them in a cozy embrace. And so, with a heart full of courage and a spirit touched by magic, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come, knowing that with each new dawn, there would always be more to discover. And in the quiet of the night, the Whispering Woods continued to hum its gentle lullaby, a promise of endless wonders for those brave enough to seek them. Story 40. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, where the golden sun dipped behind rolling hills and the air was laced with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, there lived a gentle-hearted boy named Oliver. He had a curious nature and a knack for finding hidden wonders in the most ordinary places. His days were filled with adventures that often led him to the edges of the village, where the cobblestones gave way to soft, whispering grass. One breezy afternoon, as the autumn leaves danced around him, Oliver wandered to the outskirts of the village, drawn by the soft gurgle of the silver stream. The stream, with its crystal-clear waters, was said to hold many secrets, but none had ever been discovered. Oliver, however, was not one to shy away from mysteries. As he sat by the stream, dipping his fingers in the cool, refreshing water, something unusual caught his eye. There, partially hidden beneath the pebbles, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It seemed to hum with a warmth that reached up to meet the curious boy. Intrigued, Oliver gently pried the box loose and opened it with a soft creak. Inside lay a tiny, shimmering key, unlike any he had ever seen. It glowed with a serene light, casting gentle patterns on the ground. With it came a note, written in elegant, swirling script, "Unlock the heart to find the way." Puzzled but excited, Oliver knew that this was no ordinary key. It was a magical item, and it was meant for him to discover its purpose. He tucked the key carefully into his pocket, feeling its warmth against his side, and set off back to the village, thoughts swirling like the autumn leaves around him. As he walked along the cobbled path, he met his dear friend Lila, a spirited girl with a laugh as bright as the daisies she loved to gather. Lila had a knack for understanding things beyond what the eye could see, and was always keen to join Oliver on his quests. "Lila," Oliver called, holding up the box. "Look what I found by the stream. It's a key, but I don't know what it opens." Lila took the box, her eyes wide with wonder. "This is special, Oliver. I can feel it. Maybe it opens something in the old library. There's always been talk of hidden rooms there." The two friends decided to visit the library, a grand, old building that stood at the heart of Willowbrook, its shelves stacked high with tales of old. The librarian, Mr. Whittle, was a kind, learned man with spectacles perched on the end of his nose and a fondness for young seekers of knowledge. As they entered, Mr. Whittle peered over his glasses with a smile. What brings you two adventurers to my humble abode today? Oliver showed him the key, and Mr. Whittle's eyes twinkled with interest. Ah, the key! I've heard whispers of such a thing. They say it unlocks the door to the room of forgotten dreams, where wisdom and creativity reside for those who seek them earnestly. Guided by Mr. Whittle's gentle instructions, Oliver and Lila made their way to a small, unassuming door at the back of the library. It was covered in dust, its handle worn by time. Oliver's heart thudded with anticipation as he inserted the key. With a soft click, the door swung open to reveal a room unlike any they had seen. Books lined the walls, their spines shimmering with gold and silver. In the center stood an old oak table, upon which lay an assortment of peculiar objects: a feather quill that wrote by itself, a globe that spun to places unknown, and a mirror that reflected not just one's face, but one's deepest desires and dreams. As Oliver and Lila explored the room, they discovered a challenge, a riddle etched into the wall, its letters glowing softly in the dim light. To find the heart's true path, look within and see what you hold dear will set you free. They pondered the riddle together, the room's magic wrapping around them like a warm blanket. It was Lila who first spoke, her voice gentle with realization. I think it means we must understand what truly matters to us. Maybe the key isn't just for a door, but for us to unlock something inside ourselves. Oliver nodded, feeling the truth of her words. In that moment, he realized that the journey he had embarked upon wasn't just about finding the key's physical purpose, but about discovering what he cherished most: his friendship with Lila, his love for the mysteries of the world, and the joy of sharing these wonders with others. With newfound clarity, Oliver placed the key on the table. As if acknowledging his understanding, the room began to glow softly, enveloping them in a warm, golden light. The objects on the table shimmered, and the room seemed to sigh with contentment, as if grateful for their insight. Mr. Whittle, who had quietly watched from the doorway, nodded approvingly. Wisdom doesn't always come from books, my young friends. Often it comes from the heart. You've both unlocked something truly special today. As they left the library, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange. Oliver and Lila walked back through the village, the key's warmth now a gentle reminder of the day's discoveries. That night, as Oliver lay in bed, he thought of the journey the key had taken him on. It had shown him the importance of looking beyond the surface, of valuing the bonds of friendship, and of the wisdom that comes from within. He drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the magic of the key was not in what it opened, but in the journey it inspired. And so, in the quiet village of Willowbrook, where the stars twinkled like tiny beacons of hope, Oliver's adventure became one of many tales whispered by the silver stream, a story of discovery and wonder that would be told for generations to come. Story 41. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets to one another, and the air was thick with the fragrance of earth and pine, lay a hidden glade known only to the creatures that called it home. This glade was a sanctuary, a place where the boundaries between the real and the magical danced in the gentle breeze that rustled through the leaves. The forest was ruled not by kings or queens, but by the harmonious balance of all its inhabitants. Here, the birds sang the morning sun awake, with melodies so sweet that the dew itself seemed to glisten in delight. The squirrels, with their tails like brushes dipped in the golden hues of autumn, scampered about in search of acorns, their tiny paws pattering softly on the moss-covered ground. But it was beneath the surface, in the labyrinth of roots and soil, that a secret world thrived. The wise old tortoise, known as Sage by all, had lived through many seasons. His shell, etched with the lines of time, was a map of wisdom passed down through generations. Sage was the guardian of the forest's balance, a role he carried with gentle grace. Each season brought its own magic to the glade. In spring, the forest floor was a carpet of bluebells, their delicate fragrance mingling with the fresh scent of rain. The brook that wound its way through the glade babbled with laughter, its waters clear and cool, reflecting the budding leaves that promised new beginnings. Summer arrived with a warmth that wrapped the forest in a golden embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground that danced with the rustle of leaves. It was during this time that the fireflies would emerge, their gentle glow twinkling like stars fallen to earth, guiding the nocturnal creatures on their nightly wanderings. Autumn was perhaps the most magical of all. The trees donned robes of crimson and gold, and the forest became a symphony of rustling leaves and the soft sigh of the wind. It was during this season that the forest creatures gathered for the Harvest Moon Festival, a time of storytelling and song, where the wisdom of the ages was woven into tales that warmed the heart like a cup of mulled cider. Winter, with its stark beauty, draped the forest in a blanket of white. The world was hushed, the air crisp and sharp. The snowflakes danced to the ground in a silent ballet, each one unique and delicate. It was during these months that Sage would retreat into his burrow, dreaming of the stories he would tell when the earth awoke from its slumber. One winter, however, the balance of the forest was threatened. A great storm, unlike any the forest had seen, descended upon the land. The winds howled with a ferocity that shook even the mightiest of oaks, and the snow fell so heavily that it obscured the moon and stars. The creatures of the forest huddled together, their usual shelters buried beneath the snow. It was in this moment of crisis that a young fox, with fur as red as the autumn leaves, stepped forward. Her name was Ember, and though she was small, her heart burned with a fierce determination. Ember had heard the stories of the forest's magic, of how each creature played a role in maintaining the delicate balance. Remembering Sage's tales, she knew that to restore harmony, the creatures must work together, each contributing their unique gifts. With a gentle nudge, Ember roused the sleeping Sage. "Wise one," she whispered, her breath a soft mist in the cold air, "how do we calm the storm and save our home?" Sage, though weary, smiled at the young fox's courage. "The storm is a reflection of our own discord," he said, his voice a soothing rumble. "To calm it, we must find harmony within ourselves and with each other." Ember nodded, understanding the truth in Sage's words. With newfound resolve, she gathered the creatures of the forest, the birds, the deer, the squirrels, and even the shy hedgehogs, and shared Sage's wisdom. Together they sang a song of unity, their voices rising above the howl of the wind. The notes wove through the trees, a melody of peace and cooperation. Slowly, as if lulled by the music, the storm began to abate. The winds softened to a whisper, and the snow fell gently, like a lullaby. When morning broke, the forest was transformed. The sun shone brightly, its rays kissing the snow into a sparkling wonderland. The creatures emerged from their shelters, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had faced the storm together. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, Ember sat beside Sage. The old tortoise looked at her with pride. "You have learned well, young one," he said softly. "The forest will always face challenges, but with wisdom and friendship, we will endure." Ember smiled, her heart warm with the joy of community. She knew that as long as they sang their song of harmony, the magic of the forest would endure, season after season, bringing peace to all who dwelled within its embrace. And so under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, the forest slept, cradled in the gentle arms of winter, awaiting the promise of spring. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Story 55. Story 56. Story 56. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. Why have the objects begun to move only recently? Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue? Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise. The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective. With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 58. Story 59. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers, she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. Ah, the willow, he said, nodding. Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets. I am ready, Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. I believe the willow will guide me. With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Do not be discouraged, Pip chirped, sensing her unease. Every journey worth taking has its trials. Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. You have the heart of a true adventurer, he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. I see now, she said softly. The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way. With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. In a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrook. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched-roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrook was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwen, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwen lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces." Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Isla, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Isla, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows, and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. "Look," Isla, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. "We are on the right path," she said. "These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on." With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. "The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern," he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. "A song?" Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. "What kind of song?" "It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting," the glow mouse replied. "But it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance." The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Anwen, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. "Let us find the source of this melody," she said, "for it may hold the key to our mystery." With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. "Welcome, kind travelers," it spoke, its voice echoing softly. "I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars." Anwen stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "We understand," she said gently. "Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody." The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. "That would be lovely," it replied at last, "to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song." With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramble where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Isla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble? The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months. With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight. A door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Leela met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Story 80. Story 81. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel, assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. Story 82. Story 83. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and sunlight filtered gently through a canopy of ancient oaks, there existed a world untouched by time. This was a land where the whispers of the wind carried secrets from one generation to the next, and every creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest stag, played a role in the grand tapestry of life. The forest was alive with colors and sounds that danced through the senses, leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, streams murmuring over smooth stones, and the distant calls of birds that painted the sky with their graceful arcs. Here, nature was both the stage and the storyteller, weaving tales of harmony and balance that had been passed down through countless seasons. At the heart of this forest stood a great oak, its branches stretching wide, as if to embrace the sky. It was known as the Elder Tree, the guardian of the forest, and beneath its boughs, creatures of all kinds gathered to share their stories and learn from its ancient wisdom. The Elder Tree had seen the birth of stars and the passing of ages, and its deep, resonant voice was a soothing balm to all who listened. One cool autumn morning, as the sun began its lazy ascent, painting the sky with strokes of amber and gold, a gentle squirrel named Fern scurried through the fallen leaves. Her fur was the color of warm chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Fern had long been enchanted by the stories told by the elder tree, and she often found herself drawn to the gatherings beneath its expansive branches. That morning, as the forest awoke in a symphony of sound and color, Fern noticed something unusual. The leaves, usually vibrant in their autumnal hues, seemed to be shimmering with a soft, golden light. It was as if the forest itself was glowing, breathing with a life more vivid than ever before. Intrigued, Fern quickened her pace, eager to reach the elder tree and uncover the mystery of this magical dawn. As she arrived, she found a small assembly of forest creatures already gathered. Wise old badgers, graceful deer, and a family of rabbits huddled close together. They all gazed up at the elder tree with a mix of awe and anticipation. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a melody that seemed to emanate from the tree itself, resonating with the heartbeat of the forest. The elder tree, sensing the presence of its attentive audience, began to speak in its deep, melodious voice, rich with the wisdom of ages. "Dear friends," it intoned, "today you witness a rare and wondrous phenomenon, the dance of the seasons. It is a time when the essence of the forest shifts, a sign of balance and renewal, as one season makes way for another." The creatures listened with rapt attention, their hearts swelling with a sense of unity and purpose. Fern, perched on a low branch, felt a warmth spread through her, as if she were part of something far greater than herself. The elder tree continued, "Each season brings its own gifts and challenges, teaching us lessons of patience, resilience, and harmony. We must cherish these gifts and learn from them, for they are the threads that weave the fabric of our world." As the elder tree spoke, the shimmering light intensified, enveloping the forest in a gentle glow. It was as if the very soul of the forest was singing, a melody of life and light that filled every corner of the ancient woods. Fern closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her, feeling a deep connection to the earth and sky, to every leaf and creature that called this place home. In that moment, Fern understood the true meaning of balance, the delicate dance between the changing seasons, each one a vital part of the greater whole. She realized that just as the forest embraced the cycle of life, so too must she embrace the changes in her own journey, trusting in the wisdom of the ages and the power of friendship and community. As the light began to fade, returning the forest to its familiar hues, the creatures slowly dispersed, their hearts full of wonder and gratitude. Fern lingered a moment longer, her eyes turned skyward, silently thanking the elder tree for sharing its wisdom and the beauty of the dance of the seasons. With a newfound sense of purpose, Fern bounded back through the forest, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would meet them with courage and grace, drawing strength from the lessons of the forest and the enduring bonds of friendship. As the day turned to dusk and the moon rose high above the treetops, casting a silver glow over the sleeping forest, the ancient woods remained a sanctuary of peace and harmony. And beneath the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the creatures of the forest dreamt of the endless cycle of seasons, each one a testament to the beauty and balance of nature. In the quiet of the night, the wind carried the promise of a new dawn, whispering tales of hope and renewal to all who listened. And so the forest lived on, a timeless realm where magic and reality danced hand in hand, a gentle reminder of the enduring power of nature and the wisdom found in every leaf and stone. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. Story 89. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. "A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance." Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. "Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home," the trees explained. "You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge, and seek out the forgotten realm of the Dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony. Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way, towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duties she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the Dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. "Welcome, Thistle," their melodic voices chimed in unison. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the Dryads listened with solemn reverence. "The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it," they explained. "But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest." With a wave of their slender hands, the Dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. "There lies the source of the shadows," the Dryads whispered. "Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved." Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the Dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. "You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out." From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The Dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave Thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, you have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished. Story 90. Story 91. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the bridge of light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight, filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lyra, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny, perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. "But," he continued, "we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature." Lyra, the fox, nodded thoughtfully. "Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles?" Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "We listen, dear Lyra. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back." As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Soren approached, his eyes wide with concern. "Tiberius," he said softly, "I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do?" The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. "Ah, Soren, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself." The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony." As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp's song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of bird song, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew, yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand? With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. This, she said, presenting it to Linnea, is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery. Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning," she replied. "It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen." As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery, for in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely. With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. "This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away?" Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. "Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place." From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. "I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it." The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. "But now," the stag continued, "the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust." With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. "Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled." And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. In a village nestled between rolling hills and surrounded by the gentle murmur of whispering pines, lived a young woman named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep and green as the forest itself. Lyra was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving tapestries, yet she struggled with the idea of change. Her heart was tethered to the familiar rhythms of her daily life, where she found comfort in the predictable pattern of the loom. Every morning, the sun would rise, casting a golden glow over the village, and Lyra would sit by her window with a cup of chamomile tea, savoring the quiet moments before the bustle of the day. She cherished the stillness, the way the light danced across the wooden floorboards, and the scent of fresh bread wafting from the bakery down the lane. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her. It was as if the very air around her whispered of adventures untold and paths not yet walked. Despite the yearning in her heart, fear of the unknown held her back, like a vine wrapping around her ankles. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Lyra received a peculiar letter. It was sealed with wax and bore the emblem of a crescent moon. The letter was from an old friend named Finn, who lived in a quaint cottage on the edge of the enchanted forest. Finn was a gentle soul, known for his wisdom and a garden that flourished with the most extraordinary herbs and flowers. "Dear Lyra," the letter read, "I sense a change upon the wind, a calling for those who are ready to embrace it. Come visit me, and perhaps together we can unravel the tapestry of what is to come." Intrigued yet apprehensive, Lyra decided to visit Finn. She packed a small satchel with essentials and set out at dawn, the village still wrapped in a blanket of mist. As she walked, the path wound through fields bathed in the soft glow of early morning, the dewdrops sparkling like tiny crystals. The forest soon enveloped her, its ancient trees standing like sentinels. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and earth. As Lyra ventured deeper, she noticed the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. The leaves rustled gently, and rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns that danced upon the ground. After a time, she arrived at Finn's cottage. It was a charming little abode, with ivy climbing its stone walls and vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. Finn greeted her with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. "Welcome, dear Lyra," he said, ushering her inside. The cottage was cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth and the aroma of herbs hanging in the air. Books and trinkets lined the shelves, each holding a story of its own. Over tea, they spoke of many things, of dreams, of fears, and the subtle dance between them. Finn listened with the patience of an old oak, and then shared a tale of his own, of a seed that dared to grow beyond the confines of its small garden. "You see, Lyra," he said, "change is the essence of life. It is in the unfurling of a leaf, the bloom of a flower, and the journey of a river. We are all part of this grand tapestry, each thread unique in its path." As they talked, Lyra noticed a peculiar plant on the windowsill. Its leaves shimmered with a silvery hue, and tiny, luminescent flowers bloomed along its stem. "This," Finn explained, "is the moonflower. It blossoms only under the light of the full moon, a reminder that even in darkness, there is beauty waiting to be revealed." Inspired by Finn's words and the moonflower's gentle glow, Lyra felt a shift within her. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. It was an invitation to grow, to discover new facets of herself, and to weave a tapestry richer and more vibrant than she had ever imagined. With renewed courage, Lyra returned to her village, her heart alight with possibility. She began to incorporate new designs into her tapestries, inspired by her time in the forest. Swirls of silver thread danced across the fabric, echoing the moonflower's luminescence. Her work blossomed in ways she had never anticipated, drawing admiration from villagers and travelers alike. But more importantly, Lyra herself blossomed, her spirit unfurling like a leaf in spring. Through the gentle guidance of Finn, the wisdom of the forest, and the quiet magic of the moonflower, Lyra learned that the most beautiful transformations often begin with the simplest of changes, a single step toward the unknown, a willingness to grow. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of night, with stars twinkling like diamonds above, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her heart was light, her mind at ease, and her dreams woven with the promise of new beginnings, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Maren carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Maren often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Maren noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Maren many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Maren, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Maren's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Maren had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Maren approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Maren," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Maren listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Maren thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. "Remember, Maren, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Maren lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Maren began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Maren, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Maren's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Maren found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Marin," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. "Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Marin began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Marin, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Marin's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Marin found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. In the gentle glow of a distant star, beneath the shimmering auroras of the planet Zephyra, there lay a small, unassuming village known for its quiet harmony and lush, iridescent forests. The air was filled with the soft hum of bioluminescent insects dancing around the vibrant flora, their lights creating a canopy of stars on the forest floor. It was here that two paths unexpectedly converged, setting the stage for an extraordinary friendship that would transcend the vastness of space. One of the travelers was Quilon, a wanderer from the crystalline planet of Etherion, known for its ethereal floating cities and shimmering seas of liquid light. Quilon's people, the Etherians, were beings of pure energy, their forms shifting and pulsating with the hues of their emotions. Though Quilon was accustomed to the brilliance of Etherion, he found himself drawn to the soft, earthy warmth of Zephyra, where the stars seemed to whisper ancient secrets. His companion was Lyra, a native of the verdant Zephyra, whose people, the Zephyrites, lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forests and the pulse of the planet itself. Lyra's skin was the color of the forest leaves, her eyes reflecting the deep, tranquil pools found in the heart of the woods. Her laughter was like the breeze rustling through the trees, and her spirit was as boundless as the horizon. They met by chance, as many friendships do, when Quilon's wandering path led him to the village, seeking rest and solace. Lyra, curious and ever-welcoming, approached the stranger with a warmth that could melt the coldest of hearts. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as gentle as the evening wind. "What brings you to our corner of the universe?" Quilon, his form flickering with shades of intrigue and caution, replied, "I seek understanding and perhaps a sense of belonging in this vast cosmos." Their initial encounters were marked by curious misunderstandings. Quilon, unfamiliar with the tactile customs of the Zephyrites, often misinterpreted Lyra's gestures. A simple offer of a hand in Etherian culture signified a deep, unspoken bond, while for Lyra it was a gesture of greeting. They navigated these differences with patience, their conversations filled with laughter and learning. One evening, as the twin moons rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, a challenge presented itself. A mysterious blight had begun to spread through the forest, threatening the delicate balance of Zephyra's ecosystem. The villagers, concerned and bewildered, gathered in the clearing, their faces etched with worry. Quilon, feeling the urgency of the situation, offered his help. "On Etherion, we have faced similar challenges. Perhaps my knowledge can aid in finding a solution." Lyra, moved by his willingness to assist a world not his own, nodded. "Together, we can find a way to heal the forest." As they worked side by side, their differences became strengths, complementing each other's perspectives. Quillen's analytical mind, honed by the crystalline logic of his world, combined with Lyra's intuitive understanding of the living forest, formed a powerful alliance. They discovered that the blight was caused by an imbalance in the soil, a problem that could be remedied with a mixture of Etherian minerals and Zephyrite herbs. Throughout their efforts, moments of mutual support and understanding deepened their bond. One afternoon, as they rested beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient tree, Lyra shared stories of her childhood adventures in the forest, her voice weaving a tapestry of memories. Quilon, in turn, spoke of the breathtaking vistas of Etherion, painting vivid pictures with his words. In those moments, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a fundamental connection, a desire to protect and cherish the beauty of the universe, to understand and embrace the unknown. As the blight receded and the forest began to heal, the villagers celebrated with a festival beneath the starlit sky. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of joyous laughter. Quilon and Lyra stood together, their eyes reflecting the twinkling cosmos above. "Thank you," Lyra said, her voice filled with warmth, "for being a part of our world and for showing me the beauty of yours." Quilon's form glowed softly, his colors a serene blend of gratitude and joy. "And thank you for teaching me that true belonging comes not from where you are, but from those you share your journey with." In the quiet moments that followed, as the stars continued their eternal dance, Quilon and Lyra knew they had discovered something precious and rare, a friendship that bridged worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and the gentle strength of kindness. Together they watched the night unfold, content in the knowledge that they had found a home in each other's hearts, a sanctuary in the vastness of space. And as the fires of the celebration flickered and faded into the dawn, their friendship shone as brightly as the first light of day, a beacon of hope and harmony in the universe. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, as the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village." Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the Moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. Once upon a timeless eve, nestled deep within the ancient Elderwood forest, a wondrous tale unfolded, a story as eternal as the towering pines and whispering streams that graced this enchanted realm. In a cozy burrow beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a family of rabbits stirred to welcome the first rays of dawn. Willow, the matriarch, nuzzled her kits awake with a gentle nudge, her soft fur glistening with dewdrops like diamonds in the morning light. "Wake up, my little ones," she cooed, her voice as soothing as the babbling brook nearby. The forest awakens, and with it, a world of magic awaits. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, the kits scampered out of their burrow, their tiny noses twitching with curiosity. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and wildflowers, each petal glistening with crystalline beads of dew. As the family ventured deeper into the woodland, the air seemed to hum with an ancient melody, the harmonious symphony of nature itself. Willow's ears twitched, and she paused, her eyes alight with wonder. "Listen closely, my kits," she whispered. "Can you hear the heartbeat of the forest?" The kits stilled, their eyes wide with awe as the gentle thrum of life pulsed around them. The rustling of leaves, the gurgle of the stream, the song of birds, all woven together in a tapestry of sound that echoed the very essence of the Elderwood. Willow led her family through a maze of ferns and mushroom rings, her paws leaving no trace upon the mossy ground. As they ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive with magic. Glimmering sprites danced among the branches, their gossamer wings scattering stardust in their wake. A family of deer materialized from the mist, their graceful forms ethereal and otherworldly. The kits gasped in delight, their eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. "Behold the guardians of the forest," Willow murmured, her voice reverent. "They walk between the realms, ensuring the delicate balance of nature remains undisturbed." As the sun crept higher in the sky, the forest hummed with the rhythms of life. Squirrels chattered from their lofty perches, and butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. In a secluded glade, a crystal-clear pool shimmered like liquid moonlight, its waters infused with the magic of the ancient wood. Willow gestured for her kits to approach, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Watch closely, my little ones," she whispered. With a flick of her paw, she conjured a ripple upon the surface of the pool. Instantly, the water transformed into a shimmering mirror, reflecting not their physical forms, but the very essence of their spirits. glowing orbs of pure energy, pulsing with the vibrant hues of life itself. The kits gasped in wonder, their eyes wide with amazement. "How is this possible, Mother?" one kit asked, his voice tinged with awe. Willow smiled, her whiskers twitching with delight. "The magic of the Elderwood is as ancient as the forest itself," she explained. "It flows through every living thing, connecting us all in a tapestry of life." As the day wore on, the family basked in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, their bellies full from a hearty feast of berries and succulent greens. Willow regaled her kits with tales of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations of rabbits before them. She spoke of the changing seasons, each one a symphony of transformation and renewal. The vibrant greens of spring, the fiery hues of autumn, the crystalline blanket of winter, each held its own unique magic, woven into the very fabric of the Elderwood. As dusk approached, the family retreated to their burrow, their hearts full of wonder and reverence for the magic that surrounded them. Willow tucked her kits in, her eyes shining with love and pride. "Remember, my little ones," she whispered, nuzzling them tenderly. "The magic of the Elderwood flows through us all. It is our sacred duty to protect and cherish this wondrous realm, for it is the very heartbeat of life itself." And as the moon rose high above the ancient canopy, the forest seemed to hum with a contented sigh, its secrets guarded by those who walked in harmony with nature's eternal dance. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant call of a nightingale, lived a gentle young woman named Mira. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze as she walked through fields ablaze with color. Mira had always been curious about her family's past, for her grandmother often spoke of a time when their ancestors were keepers of an ancient tradition. The tales were like lullabies, filling Mira's dreams with images of glowing lanterns and whispering trees, a connection to a time before the world had become more complex and hurried. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the seasons moved like a gentle waltz. In the spring, the meadows would shimmer with daisies and buttercups, while summer brought the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, echoing like a lullaby through the nights. Autumn painted the hills in hues of amber and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a silvery hush, snowflakes falling like whispered secrets from the sky. It was in this serene setting that Mira embarked on a journey to uncover the legacy her grandmother had spoken of, a journey that would require courage and an open heart. One crisp morning, as the dawn light crept through her window like a warm embrace, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of her family's old cottage. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight as she climbed the creaky stairs, each step echoing with the whispers of yesteryears. The air was laced with a scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a faded tapestry woven with mysterious symbols, she discovered a wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, each detail telling a story of its own. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Mira opened the chest. Inside, she found an assortment of artifacts, a delicate silver locket, a bundle of yellowed letters tied with a ribbon, and a small, intricately carved lantern. As she held the lantern up to the light, it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, speaking of a time when these lanterns were used to guide the villagers during the Festival of Light, a celebration of unity and hope, where stories of old came alive in the flickering glow. Determined to learn more, Mira took the lantern and letters to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, painting shadows on the walls like a living tapestry. "Ah, the lantern," her grandmother said with a smile that was both wistful and proud. Her eyes, still bright with the vitality of youth, held the wisdom of ages. "It was once used by our family to light the way during the festival. Each year, the elders would tell stories of our ancestors, who believed that the lantern's light could reveal hidden truths and guide us through the darkness." Mira listened intently as her grandmother shared tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had faced great challenges, but always found strength in the bonds of community and the light that guided them. As the stories unfolded, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to her past, as if the lantern's glow had reached back through time to touch her heart. She realized that the light was not just a beacon in the night, but a symbol of resilience and unity. To further understand the depth of her heritage, Mira embarked on a quest to explore the village archives, hidden away in the old library. The building itself was a relic, with creaking floors and towering shelves that smelled of ink and history. There, she found dusty tomes and scrolls, documenting the village's history and the pivotal role her ancestors played. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles balanced precariously on the tip of his nose, shared stories of Mira's great-grandmother, a formidable woman known for her wisdom and kindness, who had once led the village through a time of hardship with the lantern as her guide. One day, Mira ventured into the woods, following a trail her grandmother had once described. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Each step felt like a journey deeper into the past. Mira found a secluded clearing where a circle of stones lay undisturbed, a place where her ancestors gathered to honor the changing seasons and seek guidance from the stars. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and as she stood there, she felt the presence of those who had walked before her. It was as if the stones themselves whispered secrets of the ages. Inspired by the stories and the artifacts, Mira decided to revive the Festival of Light. She gathered the villagers, who were eager to rediscover the tradition. Together, they set about preparing for the celebration. The village was soon adorned with colorful streamers, and lanterns were hung from every tree, their gentle light flickering like stars against the twilight sky. The preparation was a communal effort, a testament to the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished. On the night of the festival, the village square was alive with laughter and music. The scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread filled the air, mingling with the cool, crisp breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira stood at the heart of the gathering, the ancient lantern in her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and reverence. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, and its warm glow spread across the square, illuminating the faces of her friends and family. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the gentle light. Mira spoke of the stories her grandmother had shared, and as she did, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found her place in the tapestry of her family's history. Her voice carried the weight of generations, each word a thread in the fabric of time. As the evening wore on, Mira found herself reflecting on the emotional journey she had undertaken. The stories of her ancestors had not only connected her to her past, but had also illuminated her own path forward. She realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts or the tales, but in the spirit of community and the light of understanding that connected them all. The lantern, once a symbol of their past, had become a beacon of their future, a reminder that, through unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. As the night drew to a close, Mira stood beneath the starlit sky, her heart filled with peace and gratitude. The lessons of the past had illuminated her present, and she knew she would carry them with her always, like the gentle glow of the lantern lighting her path. The festival had not only rekindled an ancient tradition, but had also forged new bonds among the villagers, ensuring the legacy of light would continue for generations to come. In the weeks following the festival, Mira began to notice subtle changes within herself. She had always been gentle and kind, but now there was a quiet strength within her, a newfound confidence that flowed from embracing her heritage. Her dreams were no longer filled merely with images of the past, but also with visions of the future, of children playing in the fields, of lanterns lighting the way for generations yet unborn. She could see herself passing down the stories and the lantern to her own children, continuing the legacy of light. The village, too, felt the impact of the festival. The bonds between the villagers had strengthened, and there was a renewed sense of purpose and community. People spoke more openly about their hopes and dreams, and the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished seemed to infuse every aspect of village life. The Festival of Light became an annual tradition once more, a beacon of unity and hope in an ever-changing world. And so, in that quiet village, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, Mira found not only her heritage, but also her home, a place where the ancient legacy of light would continue to shine, guiding generations to come. The whispers of the woods and the echoes of the hills sang with the promise of tomorrow, echoing the eternal dance of light and hope. The village, with its timeless charm and enduring spirit, stood as a testament to the power of stories and the light they could bring to even the darkest corners of the world. As Mira continued to explore her newfound sense of purpose, she decided to delve deeper into the stories that had shaped her lineage. She began visiting the elderly villagers, many of whom held memories of past festivals and the tales their ancestors had passed down. Each visit was like opening a new chapter, revealing layers of history and wisdom that had been woven into the fabric of the village. One afternoon, Mira visited old Alara, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of a child despite her years. Alara's cottage was a treasure trove of artifacts, from faded photographs to hand-woven tapestries. As Mira sat by the hearth, Alara recounted a legend not written in any book, a tale of a hidden grove, a sacred place where the first lantern was lit by the village's founding matriarch, guided by a celestial deer whose antlers glowed with the light of the stars. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull towards this mystical grove. With Alara's directions and a heart brimming with curiosity, she set out to find it. The path was treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Mira pressed on. Her journey led her to a hidden clearing where moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on a circle of ancient stones. In that moment, Mira felt the presence of the celestial deer, not as a physical being, but as a spirit that embodied the light and wisdom of her ancestors. Standing in the grove, Mira made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before her. She gathered a few smooth stones and arranged them in a small cairn, a humble monument to the enduring light that had guided her footsteps. As she turned to leave, she felt a warmth in her chest, a reassurance that the past, present, and future were all connected by an unbreakable thread of light and love. With each step back to the village, Mira carried a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the stories and traditions of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living legacies that illuminated the path forward. The village, with its quiet resilience and enduring spirit, would continue to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle glow of the lanterns, a testament to the power of unity and hope in a world that was constantly changing. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time.